What is up, everybody? Welcome to Seahawks Forever and shortly the Hawks Eye podcast with Bryce Coutts doing a crossover for this one. Another live watch party. We are in the playoffs for the first time since 2017. The Seahawks will host a home playoff game with fans in the stands. I expect it to be loud. I expect it to be raucous. I just texted a buddy of mine who was in the stadium, asked him how much red he sees compared to week one. He says, hardly any. Been telling you for weeks now. It's harder for opposing fans to get tickets in the postseason. There's more motivation for home fans to hang on to them. There are some pieces in place. Wrote about this earlier this week on Substack from the organization. It seems to be paying off. It sounds like it's going to be a predominantly home-flavored crowd, not like the 50-50 or 55-45 we saw week one. It's going to be crazy. And some of you may have never seen an atmosphere like this in Lumen Field before, even though it's come back this year and it's been better the second half of the year. It's still nothing compared to what we saw in 2005 and 2012, 13, 14, 15. You're going to see that tonight, I think, with the Seahawks against the Niners. Of course, the big news today, and Bryce is going to be joining me here in a few minutes, is that Sam Darnold is active. And as of the last time I checked, right before I went live, nobody has seen him throwing on the field. It is very likely that he either did some throwing in the tunnel before he came out, just subterfuge, right? Just keep the 49ers guessing. Bryce and I were also texting just a few minutes ago. Remember, of course, or some of you might not know this, Bryce has a coaching background. He coaches high school kids and as an offensive coach, and he also runs his own quarterback academy. So he's very familiar with quarterback training. He said they might have done some work with plyo balls or bands, things like that, so that he could feel where he was. These reports that came out earlier today that he hasn't thrown the ball since Thursday were completely overblown. Of course, they shut him down Thursday when he felt the tweak. And yesterday was just a walk-through tempo anyway. You're going to let that area settle down. You're not going to have him throw the football the last 2 days. I thought way too much was made of that. Let me do a couple of things before Bryce joins us, just to get these out of the way and also to pay a little tribute to our fine sponsors of my channel here, the Sleeper app. If you haven't checked this out yet, absolutely do. And just so you know, because I understand there's some strong feelings out there about gambling. I've had some people reach out, say that I shouldn't be promoting a gambling product. Gambling is a small, and I'm not supposed to use that word actually, games of skill is a small part of what Sleeper does. They have fantasy football. They have live game tracking, play-by-play tracking. If you're not able to get to a television, it's the best in the industry. You can actually react to each and every play description and even chat with some of the other members in there in the community. But if you want to get into the games of skill, well, they're going to give you a little gift right off the top. They're going to give you $20, as you see there, just to get started with. And then after that, if you do want to deposit money up to $100, they're going to match that 100%. All you have to do is use my promo code FOREVER when you sign up. Terms and conditions do apply. Check out the Sleeper app today. And back in again with Omaha Steaks. I've been eating these products for over 50 years. Our family has always had Omaha Steaks in the freezer. They've been in business for over 100 years. They're a family-run business, certified USDA steaks. I just got a case the other day, got some burgers, even some Franks and some chicken products, but some bacon-wrapped fillets were the highlight of that package. I know a lot of people are trying to eat a little cleaner after the New Year's. You want to go good quality protein? How about some USDA steaks and poultry? And right now, if you go to omahasteaks.com and use my promo code FOREVER, they're going to give you an additional $35 off at checkout. So take advantage of that today. Just to give you an idea what we're going to be doing here, and I've got my eye on the Broncos Bills game. And while I was giving you the intro, the Broncos managed to score a touchdown. So it's a 3-point lead with 50 seconds left to go. With Josh Allen taking the field, Buffalo has all 3 of their timeouts, and the conditions seem to be pretty favorable there for kicking the football. So we'll see how that one ends. Buffalo is going to start off with the ball at the 32-yard line. Essentially, during this watch party, as soon as Bryce gets in, we're going to sync up, and then we'll also give you guys an opportunity, because I know we're all on different streaming platforms or cable or whatever, to try and sync up as much as possible. If you find yourself, once we get into the action, being ahead of us. Do not give anything away in the chat, please. Great little shuffle pass from Josh Allen there. It'd be a shame to see the Bills lose this one. The most wide open AFC they've had. Chiefs are out of the way. Love to see Josh Allen in a Super Bowl, maybe against the Seahawks. But essentially, we're going to follow along with the action. I'm going to call the action, lean on my old play-by-play muscle memory a little bit. We had fun doing this a couple weeks ago, and then Bryce, of course, with his coaching background, is going to chip in and lend his analysis as we go through today. And one of the things we'll be talking about early on is, as a trained quarterback coach, someone who works with this and has dealt with this injury himself even, does he notice anything early on with Sam that gives him any indication that he might be limited in some way with certain throws? We'll get into that when Bryce gets back. Matt Prater getting ready on the sideline. He has a career high of 64 yards, but he's not as young as he once was. 41 seconds left in this one. It's a 2nd down and 1 at their own 36-yard line. Allen back to pass, throws deep down the right sideline, and it's caught out of bounds. And that is that Brandon Cooks, the veteran Brandon Cooks. Outstanding throw from Allen. He was covered by Riley Cooper pretty well, but just a really well thrown ball. Great catch by Brandon Cooks. Does he get? Oh, that's not going to be a catch. He's falling out of bounds. He gets 1 foot in, but then his hand lands out of bounds before his elbow gets down. That's not going to be a catch. It's going to bring up a 3rd and 1 for the Bills. With 37 seconds left, they still have 2 timeouts left. And yeah, they didn't give that one to him. No challenge. So they are lining up to run another play from their own 36-yard line. 37 seconds left, 2 timeouts left, trailing by 3. And looks like they got the Broncos to jump off sides. They did. It's going to be a 5-yard penalty. No time taken off the clock. It'll be a 1st down for the Broncos. So throughout the game today, guys, we're going to give you, we've got your comments here. We're going to throw those in. Here we go. Jeffrey O'Kelly, Sleeper's the best fantasy app. I agree. It is a lot of fun. It is a good time. Amy is here. Amy helps moderate some things from Bryce's side. This is a crossover event. So just to get this out there, she says, I'll be in and out. No emphasis caps in chat. So don't do the all caps thing. Be kind to each other and to those on the pod. We usually get a couple opposing fans in for these watch parties. Most of them are cool. And that's what we like best. Josh Allen, deep throw down the left sideline, looking for Keon Coleman. It falls incomplete. So now 32 seconds left. 2nd and 10 coming up. The Bills still with 2 timeouts in this one, trying to at least tie this football game and force overtime. I'm pulling for Buffalo in this one. I've always just been a Josh Allen fan, but also not a Sean Payton fan, especially with the events of the last couple of days where he called out a young reporter the other day, just dressed him down during a press conference, embarrassed him, belittled him like a bully does. Like an insecure bully, came out the next day and said, I was just kidding, which is the weakest and most insecure response to that. Big play for the Bills. They are in field goal range now with yet another flea flicker. This is the 3rd instance we've seen of this in the last 2 or 3 weeks in big games coming down the stretch. Shakir with the pass over the middle. He flips it back behind him to the running back, gain of about 20, 25 yards, and looks to put the Bills in field goal range. And let's go to Bryce Coutts joining us now. Bryce, we got a big finish here in Denver, it looks like.
We definitely do. Just give me a second, Dan. I'm having a few tech issues here, but yeah, no, it's flea flickers work, man. What can I say?
It's like the ghost of Don Strock. I think he's actually still alive, but you know what I mean. Back from the old what was it? Chargers Dolphins, one of the most classic flea flicker games of all time, or Hook and Ladder. Hook and Ladder, I guess, is the name of that play, right? The old Boise State Jared Zabransky play too. Yeah, Allen back to pass, 22 seconds left. Looks deep down the right sideline, going for the whole thing. Had Brandon Cooks, just overthrew him slightly. Good coverage from Riley Moss, but Cooks had an opening there. Who do you want in this game?
Oh, I want Buffalo. I have no respect for Sean Payton. We went over it that much in the kit. I have no respect for that man.
Ooh, they could have called PI there. Moss.
Yeah.
Moss had a hold of his sleeve there. And then he came out the next day after we did our show and tried to do the whole, I was just kidding. Come on.
Yeah. No, it's definitely one of those things where I just look at it and I go, like, I've said for the Wild, Peyton should never have been allowed back in the NFL. Him or Greg Williams.
Incomplete.
Third CFL legend Alex Singleton there with the pass breakout.
Okay. Nice. Brings up a 3rd and 10, 16 seconds left. So they'll have a chance to get it a little bit closer. Had him open there. Just a flat out drop by Shakir. Are they going to kick it here? No. Okay. So 16 seconds left. They have one timeout left. 3rd and 10. They're on it about, let's see where they are here. I think they're on about the 36-yard line.
So I always add 17, because you got 10 yards deep, 7 for your spot. So
they're at the 32. So it's a 49-yarder from here. Allen back pass down the middle, and he
missed him.
Yeah. He had Dalton Knox wide open at about the 3-yard line. That's 2 misses, 2 big misses. You have to wonder if he's just being really careful, a little extra careful about not throwing an interception here. But he had him there. He'd scored on that play, and the game's over.
So it's going to be interesting. Matt Prater, can he do it back to Denver when he used to kick there? Let's not forget, this was the man that pooched the kickoff in Super Bowl 48 to Percy Harvin, and it went back the other way.
Right. 50-yard attempt with 10 seconds left to tie this game up and send it to overtime, and the Broncos call a timeout. Yeah.
By the way, Dan, I'm so happy we're doing this tonight for this game because I could not stand listening to Brady.
I thought about it too when you first asked me if we wanted to do this again. My first thought was, I don't know if I can handle it. Right? not watching it in this case. It's different when you're going to live again to play, even if you lose the game. And then I thought, actually, that's going to be a much more emotionally healthy way to watch this game because I'll be engaged.
You've got me as your emotional support buffer, Dan.
And just processing it as we go along instead of just being all stuck on each and every moment. All right.
By the way, can I say this? That Ryan Clark is an absolute just piece of garbage.
Oh, yeah, we can get into that. Although it's all right. Here we go. Prater from 50 yards out with 10 seconds left, right down the middle. This game is tied. We're gonna get a little free football. Hopefully, they'll wrap up by the time we start our game. I wonder if they'll delay kickoff just a moment if this game should take too long. Let's talk about Ryan Clark. Again, another example of these things tend to hit me a little differently because I used to work in that industry and it's important to me, right? He has gone to the dark side. He has full on 100% as a guy who played the game for 10 years, played it at a high level. And I used to think was a really astute, really smart analyst. He's fully gone over to the hot take side of the dark side of broadcasting with his comment that he thought that this was all just an excuse in the making for Darnold. They were just leaking this out there in case he should play poorly and they should lose. He'd have a built-in excuse. I just thought that was amateurish bullshit.
Well, how do you call out a player like that when you have no idea? And let's not forget, we're talking about the guy, again, had a medical condition is what they kept saying, and he could never play in Denver. Every time Pittsburgh went to Denver, he was always out. And it's like, so you're now going to call out another player, right?
Yeah.
Before a game when you have no understanding of what goes on there. Like, to me, there's few guys that I will listen to that are ex-players because I feel like in so many ways, sometimes they're either jaded. Like Sherman's done a good job of kind of processing through that, I think, with his show in an extent. But my go-to, even though it's not real football, if I'm going to go for football knowledge and IQ and stuff, there's certain guys I'll follow, like a JT O'Sullivan for quarterback stuff, or a Dan Orlovsky who has really good takes. And then we've got obviously the reporters we follow in Tom Paracello, Mike Garofalo, Ian Rappaport, so on. But like the best player pods, I find, like Long's one's really good. Chris Long's podcast is a good one that I enjoy. But I got to be honest, my favorite one, and it's not even just because he's an ex-Seahawk, or the both of them are, it's the Get God pod with Marshawn and Mike Robb. And it's great because I feel like they talk about the game, but they talk about it with legitimacy behind it.
Yeah, and they're objective, and they let what they see dictate what their opinion is. It's not contrived. It's just they're telling you what they see based on their experience. Amy says now, by the time I went live, I hadn't seen any reports, but she says he's throwing, looks normal. So he was out on the field throwing the football?
From what I understand, yeah. And I was never expecting him to be out there in pregame warmup. I've had an injury like this when I played in college, and they didn't let me go out for pregame, because a lot of what pregame is to get you ramped up to throw and to do the actual team part that happens 45 minutes, where you're looking for your timing, you're running through kind of what the offense might look like and kind of some of those things. He probably was in the tunnel, and I mentioned it in the syndicate chat, doing the plyo workout, where it's where you take 2 weighted plyo balls and you essentially throw them at the wall in different ways. That's going to tell you if you can throw a football or not. You don't need to go out and throw to JSN and AJ Barner and all that. Like, can you turn and rotate? And then probably what they did is they went, okay, how's it feel without the shot? Then they gave him a shot, and we're getting our lovely NFL CBS in the chat right now. Dan, you're getting all those lovely ads in there.
Oh, I'll get rid of those.
Hey, it's a good thing, Dan. It means you're hitting that area where they want to spam your chat. But
yes, let's see.
Then they probably gave him a shot, and they said, okay, if it's too painful, then we'll give you the shot, and then we'll wait 10, 15 minutes, let it kick in, and we'll do the workout again and see where you're at. The fact that you kept Milroe as your emergency third, which means he can't play unless Darnold and Drew both go down,
right,
I think is a pretty good sign that they're very confident that Sam can make it through this game. And again, you're not asking Sam to throw it 45 times. If we get into that situation, there's a whole bunch of other questions we'll have to ask in this game of why Sam Darnold's throwing the ball 45 times.
Hey, they got us both. They're spamming us both, so I banned them from my side. You're going to have to ban them yours too.
Okay. Sounds good.
In the meantime, while you're doing that, I'll get caught up on a couple of these. Martin Lawrence, member for a full year now. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Here's hoping for a repeat of Week 18 result. I got some questions for you about that, Bryce, here in a moment. Industry Worth with a couple of super stickers. Thank you for that. And there's another super sticker. Appreciate that. Dalton SoCal 18. Let's go, Bryce and Dan. 12s are locked and loaded. Fuck the Niners, he says, with the $5 donation. Appreciate that. So I wanted to ask you about just the mechanics that go into an oblique injury. We talked about this on Syndicate the other day. And the fact it's on the left side, it's been well documented. You talked about the other night that, your opposite side oblique is where you're going to begin the inertia. That's where you're going to begin the power from to start your stroke. But as far as like, if he takes an injection, is A, is that something you have any experience with? And B, how much then would you be concerned that he could, because it would take care of the pain for now, but couldn't you also aggravate the injury worse without even really knowing it if you can't feel the pain?
A little bit. So I've actually, I've had one for an actual oblique injury, and it basically feels like, best way I can describe it, when you go to the dentist and they put, numbing solution into your gum to do any work on your gum or your teeth or anything like that. And like, you don't feel the nerve going, but you can still feel stuff moving in the work that's going on. And then you kind of have to deal with it's the same thing. So like, they'll inject and it'll numb the area for a certain period of time. You'll still feel it. Like, you'll feel the tightness and stuff if it's there. The only way you make this worse, realistically, the only way is if he gets kind of twisted the wrong way. And what I mean is lower half goes one way, upper half goes the other. He can keep aggravating it, and he's got a strain, which means there are slight tears in there, which is fine. it's one of those things where he's going to have to manage it. And I guarantee you, if they win this game tonight, Dan, he won't throw all of next week. He will, again, this is going to be something he's going to have to manage for the rest of the playoffs, depending on how bad it is. If it's something that pops up on air throws, to me, that's a...
Oh, looks like we froze him. Or he saw something at the beginning on the kickoff of overtime that just shocked him. That's his shocked face. He just can't believe what he's seeing.
No, sorry. What I was going to say, though, Dan, is I think this happened probably in a workout. Because these guys work out during the week and do that. It probably occurred during a workout. And then when he went out on the field and had to rotate to throw, that's where it finally popped up and he felt it. Where during a lift, you may not feel it. You got your adrenaline going. Practice a little bit different. And so, again, this is just going to be something they're going to have to manage, right? And I don't think it's so bad that he can't play, but it's one of those things where how much are they moving him tonight, like rolling out design-wise?
Yeah, my first thought was, well, we're not going to see any rolls to the left today, which a lot of fans, their reaction to that was like, good, because it hasn't been good lately. I will say this, as someone who's, I've strained not just my obliques, but kind of the attached, the parts of the oblique that wrap around to your back, like underneath your shoulder blades. I tend to pull those all the time when I'm lifting. And it's one of those things that for like 2 days, you feel like you can't do anything. And then you just wake up one day and it's gone and it's just better. It's kind of one of those types of muscle groups, at least in my experience. Dalton SoCal 18, just noticed you're drinking a beer with us, Dan. Next one is on me. Thank you. I got lucky today. So I stopped at a mini mart instead of a bigger store just on a whim today. And clearly they had some inventory they hadn't worked through because I was still able to snag a Sam Adams summer. Oh, you can't see the label because it's yellow. It's their summer ale. It's the middle of damn winter, but it's one of my favorite beers. And yeah, so I got lucky there. So yeah, feel free to let us know in the comments what you're drinking today. One other thing we're going to be doing today, let me add you to this. Make sure you're added to the screen, Bryce. Boom. So we're going to be showing, we're going to be sharing on the screen today our friends over at Sumer Sports. I've had Sean Saeed on the show before, and the stuff they're doing is really remarkable. They add new stuff all the time. They're kind of a new growing analytics website. And this they just unveiled last week. It's called Sumer Live, and this is their in-game tracking. So right now, this is what they're showing for the Broncos and Bills game, and it constantly shows you, first of all, play-by-play over here on the left, you can see, and it shows down at the bottom, it shows coverage, formation, personnel. It's pretty incredible. Like on the last one, you see it was a negative 1 yard pass from Bo Nix to Marvin Mims. It was against nickel. It was a light box from the Bills. They played man cover one. There was motion. It was a screen pass. Pretty cool. You can see off to the right side too. They break down their personnel groupings, how often they use those, run pass rate, run concept rate. This is going to be a lot of fun to play with. Man, zone. So we'll have this up for much of the game and kind of be following along with that as well. And then you can notice at the top too, it it takes care of our live score tracking as well.
Yeah, which is ideal.
We're going to need to try to sync up here for a moment. Looks like the Bills just got to stop, forced the Broncos to punt now. So the Bills will just need to score to win this. Let me do this. I'll tell you exactly when the ball meets his foot, and that'll tell us where we're at. Right now.
I think we're good, Dan, on that one. Let me just pull this up here. Hold on. I will have to switch my feed and get over to the Seahawks one once it starts here. So it's probably about 5 minutes. So I just watched the ball go out on the punt.
All right, we'll lock it in once.
It says 13-10 at the bottom of my screen with the punter being all excited, and Allen's now on the field.
Okay, it looks like I'm slightly ahead of you, but we'll wait until we switch over to the Seahawks stream just so we don't have to do it all over again.
Please, Josh Allen, for all that is holy in football, you've been in overtime in the playoffs. Just win this one.
Right?
Just win this one.
boys, this CBS bot is trying to be all over this. Flight 266 says 31-13 Hawks all day. Bryce, as a coach, talk about the challenges of facing a team for the second straight time. Like how much, because our concern in the past, going all the way back to week 1, is sometimes Kubiak tends to overthink things and get a little too cute. We heard Mike McDonald say, hey, there's some parts of my call sheet on defense anyway that I didn't get to in week 18. But as an offensive play caller, like what kind of challenge is that for Kubiak to give them something new to look at? They haven't scouted heavily, that they haven't just seen, but also at the same time, just try to do what you do best.
So what I would assume Kubiak did when he wasn't having interviews and such during that first week of the bye last week is he probably went back and looked at certain teams that they have played, not the 49ers, but teams that have run similar things as the 49ers that they ran to success versus them that the 49ers haven't seen yet. And that's what you kind of start adding to that call sheet of hey, they haven't seen this yet. It's things we're still good at, and it's things we've seen and used against the same similarity to it. We'll see what we get. And then you've got your go-to call sheet. But the third game is more about who can play the cleanest, because you both know each other so well at that point that you're not going to fool them. You're not going to really come out and do anything crazy that's out of the ordinary, that's out of your own realm. It's who can play the game the cleanest. And the biggest thing in these third matchup games, who's the best on third down? Realistically on offense, who is the best third down off? Usually going to win that game.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Josh.
And what makes this matchup so exciting, I think, is that strength matches up against strength and weakness against weakness, right? The question mark about the Seahawks is the consistency of the offensive passing game. Hasn't been able to get to explosives lately. Well, that San Francisco defense can't rush the quarterback and has shown to be vulnerable against the run the last couple of weeks, even though they finished top 10 in the league in yards per game allowed. And then on the other side of the ball, of course, the 49ers offense, which can be so elite at times, going up against the Seahawks defense, which has been elite this year, leading the league in points allowed, least number of points allowed. That's what makes this matchup so good. And then they both have really good special teams as well. So that's kind of a wash. Just really, really exciting to see now, games. It's strength against strength.
I will say this about the special teams, and I brought this up actually last night when I was on the Sprint Right Option podcast with Jason and Andrew. Yes, the special teams are good for San Francisco, but the one massive difference, I don't feel they have the same dynamic returner that we do.
Right.
And that really changes things when you are punting the ball and trying to keep it away from a guy that's like, oh crap, if he gets this, he could go.
And kickoffs will be interesting tonight too, because they elevated Vilas Jones from the practice squad. I wonder if it's going to be, I would assume it's going to be Jones and Shaheed on kickoff returns as the two deep guys. And that could be really dynamic. We're getting close enough. Probably going to have to switch this over. Not going to be able to stick with the Bills Bronco game.
I've been able to switch over now to the other one. So we'll see where my counter is here.
And here we go.
How you feeling, Dan? How you feeling, Dan?
Well, I tweeted about this earlier, but like I was very, very confident all week long because I just, at the end of the day, I'm certain, and I think most people out there who can set their emotions aside, regardless of which team you prefer, would agree with this. Seahawks are just the better team. I think if they played 10 times right now, they'd win 8 of them. And that should win out, right? They're showing Sam on the field right now throwing the football. He looks fine. But crazy things can happen in football. And so I'm supremely confident all week, but as we got closer to today, it's like it just hit me like a ton of bricks today that, oh God, if something goes awry tonight, the season's over. Like this has been such a fun season to follow, to see them grow, right? It does feel like 2012. We talked about this a lot, and yet some people look back on that and they think they dismiss 2012 so easily. Like that was the year it came together, and then we knew 2013 was good. but they were this close to beating the Falcons and should have beat them. They could have won the Super Bowl that year. These opportunities don't come along very often. And next year's a first place schedule. We don't know what the roster is going to look like. You don't know if you're going to be as fortunate with injuries next year. Maybe we're the 49ers next year when it comes to injuries. Win it now when you have the opportunity. And that all hit me today. Like, this is my first year doing this full time. That was a big deal for me last year having to do it. I don't want it to end. And so that just, that kind of snuck in today. They're showing an aerial shot right now of the stadium, and I don't see any red. And I did want to pull this up here just so everybody could see it. I texted my buddy Steven, who's in the stadium, and I asked him, compared to week 1, how much red is there? And this is what he said: hardly any. So for all the
it's not going to be easy.
For all the 49er fans, the last couple of days that we're talking about, we're going to take over your city, we're going to take over your stadium, you're scared of us, whatever. It's not a 49er thing. They travel better than any fan base in the league. It's documented, it's legitimate, and it's impressive. It's just harder to get tickets in the playoffs. First of all, it's shorter notice. Second of all, you're in the playoffs. You're the number 1 seed. All of a sudden, those kind of sitting on the fence, those casual fans, well, now it's cool to be at the Seahawks games. So you're not going to sell your tickets. That's really, really fun. I do want to throw this up there while we're in a commercial break, and then we'll get our sync in. Launched the new merch store this week. The link is down in the description, and there's a sale. I've got a pretty aggressive sale all the way through tomorrow night. You can get t-shirts. These are the best quality t-shirts I've ever bought. I've been using this website for 3 years. So when they approached me, I was ecstatic about it. $16 for a logoed t-shirt, $35 for a really good quality logoed hoodie. So check that out if you get the opportunity. All right. I'm watching a Wendy's ad right now, but as soon as we come out of this,
Jason brought up a good one there in the comments there, Dan. Jason James.
First of all, what's with this CBS thing that's not really CBS at all?
Oh, the one about Kubiak. Yeah.
Yeah. You and I have texted about this a little bit. It sure seems like the momentum the last 48 hours, and especially today, is that Stefanski seems to be the guy here, and that he is in the process of assembling a staff to present to the Falcons. He's in their building today, and then he has an interview with the Titans tomorrow. We may have news tonight because there's some thought that the Falcons are going to try and get him to not leave the building.
So this is what I kind of said this to you, that Stefanski was their number 1. Kubiak was always if we can't get him, then we fall back to Clint Kubiak and go in that direction. And so what it also sounds like, though, is Haley, the defensive coordinator for the Packers, is almost a done deal in Miami too.
Oh, Hafley? Yeah, he's got second interviews scheduled in 3 places right now, but it sounds like he's the guy that the Dolphins are zeroing in on right now. So that's another.
Jason, I'll say this: if Kubiak, if Stefanski goes to Atlanta and that's off, and Hafley goes to Miami, I've got a strong feeling that Robert Saleh, if he is to get a job, will be the Ravens or the Raiders. So then we're just waiting out a couple more situations there.
Yeah, Falcons and honestly, I don't think the Falcons could offer Kubiak enough money to take that job.
Right.
I could be wrong, because like Brandon Kane, pointed out so astutely on our show last week, like, it's guaranteed money. It's not just the yearly annual, amount, which the Cardinals try to usually kind of lowball. But it's 4 or 5 years guaranteed, and that's nothing to sniff at. But I think Kubiak's a smart dude, and I think taking a job in the division, knowing you have to go up against this for the next few years. That's why I thought the news was pretty important tonight. That it sounds like, that Matt LaFleur has signed a new deal in Green Bay, because I thought if they were going to be dumb enough to let LaFleur get away or to trade him, that Kubiak might have made some sense there.
Yeah, and here's the thing, and this is again to me, the Raiders and the Browns are the wild cards in all of this, of how much money they're going to throw at guys that they can't get. Now, I got a feeling that Flores is going to be the Raiders head coach with Dayball and that whole situation there. So,
and then I think if it sure sounds like if McDaniel doesn't get a head coaching job or
he's an OC.
chooses not to take one, because there's some really appealing OC jobs that are available. That's one of the things that potentially a Saleh McDaniel package is what we could end up seeing in one of these cities as well.
Brady's gonna hold on. Brady's talking about the oblique.
We should know early, right? Like if we see him uncork something down the field, that's probably a pretty good sign that he's okay. Now, as a play caller, are you using sort of this psychological mystery and this edge? Are you taking a deep shot early?
Oh, it would depend on how my quarterback actually felt. Does he feel like he can rip that shot and we're taking it? Again, the biggest thing in this whole situation for Sam and how well he's going to be able to manage this is the amount of hits he takes. Because as you get hit more, your muscles and everything start to contract. And that's where you get the tightness and the stiffness and the sore. If he can remain loose, and I guarantee you we will see at points throughout this game, he will go to the sideline and there will be a certain thing that the trainers will come up with, whatever it is, to go and start working on it just to keep it warm, to keep it loose. And go into that situation, because the worst thing for Sam might actually be halftime. Because you get to come down off that high of the adrenaline for 15 minutes, then you're ratcheting it back up.
I got Aaron Andrews on the screen right now.
Oh, I still got Brady and Burkhardt.
All right, so I'm ahead of you.
Yeah.
So as soon as we get to a marker, I need to pause. Let's see. I'll pick a scene here coming up in a second. As soon as they switch away from Aaron Andrews, I'll pause and tell you what scene I'm on, and then you just tell me when you're there.
Okay.
Let's see. I got my roster up here, so I know all the numbers. Ricky Pearsall playing tonight, of course. Trent Williams playing tonight, of course. That's the difference from Week 18. Seahawks get Charles Cross and Kobe Bryant back today.
I wonder how that affects Ty Okada's role in the defense tonight.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they use those two. All right, just went to Tom. What's his name? So tell me when they switch away from Aaron to Tom.
Okay.
I'm way ahead of you.
Go.
Tom Rinaldi. There we go. Okay. So we should be synced up pretty damn good. Coming up next on Fox. Let's go. Oh man. This is one of the things I love about football is, and this is a perspective that I've gained in the last couple of years. I didn't always used to be this way. I used to be the emotional hothead that all these other people are online too, where I would let my emotion overrule my head. And what I mean by that is like, oh, we just played him 2 weeks ago, so the advantage is going to go to the team that lost because they have we're just the better football team. We're the better football team. And if we play, and I said this earlier on Twitter today too, the margin for error is pretty significant too. What I mean by significant is pretty wide. I think we're a better football team, better roster, just more talented. And our strength, the defense, is like a league leading elite strength that we should win most of the times we play this roster, this currently constructed roster. I'm not talking about Bosa being hurt, Warner, whatever. This team right here, we should win this football game. And I don't use the word should lightly. I talked about that on our syndicate show the other day, but that's just where we're at. And so the fact that we're playing twice in a row, like we had times 2 years ago, we played the Cardinals twice in 3 weeks. We played the 49ers twice in 3 weeks one time. Like it really, I think it makes it more intriguing. It's kind of like playoff baseball where by the time you get to game 6 or 7, there's no mysteries. Like in the 7th inning, right? If you're up to bat, Vlad Guerrero comes up to bat, they're going to bring in Bizzardo to face him. Like there's nothing new. There's no tricks. There's no secrets. It's just about who executes, who plays the best, And for me, I think the key to the Seahawks today that I'm going to be looking at early is, do they come out playing free and easy, not being tight, because they shouldn't be, and just letting it rip. And if we see that early in this game, especially the way they're flying around on defense, if it looks like they still have some answers early and there isn't some trick up Shanahan's sleeve that's throwing them off, then I think we're in good shape.
I hope Seattle.
Toss, by the way, who won the toss?
I haven't seen. I'm listening to Gronk talk right now.
Yeah, I kind of would like to start on defense.
Oh, for sure.
Win the toss, defer would be.
For sure. So in the top left corner right now, Dan, it says for me 1023, 1022.
Perfect. We are perfectly synced up. Nice. So that's where we were at, guys. Just for your sake, if you're trying to get synced up, if you're ahead of us, let's see, the next time they pop down to a shot of the screen, I'll give that time code again. What's your biggest concern tonight? That the one thing that you're worried that 49ers might do to change the equation?
I don't know if I have anything that I think can change the equation. I think the biggest thing for me is, and I guess my concern is that Seattle gets a little undisciplined and lets the emotion get to them too much of the game and everything. And it takes them out of their way that they function long enough to allow the 49ers to hang around. The 49ers, to me, are hoping to hang around in this game. That's the big thing I can say. I'm not meaning that to be disrespectful.
Yeah.
But that's the biggest thing, is they are trying to hang around and allow us to make mistakes to give them the ability, because they know as well as we do, we are a better team than who they played last week in Philadelphia. They do. So for when you're in a situation like the 49ers are, and you're down as many key players as the 49ers are, you are trying to play good football and allow the team that should win to make all the mistakes. And the team that does that's going to win this game or lose this game. And if Seattle goes in there too amped up and not just focused on the next play and doing their job, that's where the 49ers can come in and win this football game.
Looks like the Broncos are going to win. They have 2nd and goal at the Buffalo 11 with 4:54 to go in OT. It's a chip shot field goal. They just ran another play. Now it's 1st and goal from the Buffalo 5. It's a bummer. That's unfortunate. Because Sean Payton just doesn't deserve to win. All right, Terry, you going to make it a clean sweep? Nope. Terry Bradshaw picks the 49ers. Everybody else picks the Seahawks. You know what? In years past, again, that's something that I would let bother me, that everyone, on ESPN NFL Live yesterday, they unveiled all their picks and they were all Seahawks. That wouldn't make me nervous. I don't care about that stuff anymore. At the end of the day, it's football on the field. Who plays best? And I think Mike Macdonald's going to have this team prepared. There's a little bit of PTSD there, because we can think of examples, especially the last 3-4 years of Pete Carroll's tenure here, where they just didn't show up to play in big games against good opponents. And you never knew when they were going to play down to an opponent or play up to an opponent they shouldn't have any business beating. I'd be a little more worried. I just think Mike Macdonald and his staff, the way that they prepare it's so even keeled and it's so smart and consistent, so that these guys are going to be ready to go.
It's really funny you say that, Dan, because the thing for me with the Shanahans, the McVays, the McDonalds that are different than Pete, they are schemers. And so the more they get film and the more they can watch and the more they can plan, the better off they are. They don't thrive off of emotion like Pete did. In a lot of ways, Pete's teams were built off the emotional factor.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting. By the way, who do you think's raising the 12th flag? There's been so much about that today.
Yeah, it's not going to be Pete. It sounds like I'm going to say Marshawn.
I would love it to be Marshawn.
I know that Sherman yesterday was tweeting pretty heavily, replying to people and stuff. He can be pretty active on Twitter. He was saying you're going to like who it is. But he also kind of fed in to the rumor and said, I don't know, I heard it's Pete. But then he said, you're going to like who it is. So maybe it'll be Jacob Hollister. because he just, give him a little something for coming up 6 inches short against them in the regular season finale in 2019 that would have won us the number 1 seed then.
Okay, so you got someone behind Aaron Andrews hyping everybody up, and it looks like it's Cam. It is Cam.
So he's not raising the flag.
Nope. They had Cam amping everybody up.
Looks like Seahawks are going to start out on offense. So did we lose the toss? We must have lost the toss, because if we had won the toss, we would have deferred. So how much, I've become such a fan of starting out on defense, deferring, and knowing that you're going to get the ball to start the second half. How important is this very first drive?
It's important to control the first drive. You don't have to score on it. And I know everyone's mind says, go down the field and score it. No, what you want to do is you want to get some momentum going with your offense. You want to get a couple of first downs and show you can move the ball. Get into your call sheet a bit on your scripted plays, get to play 7, get to play 8, and then see where that puts you. And in this case, flip the field, right? If you get the ball on your 35,
just don't go 3 and out.
Just don't go 3 and out, because then you immediately give the other team momentum.
Yeah. And that's something that obviously didn't happen the first time, because we went all the way down to the 1. Okay. Looks like you found the spam too. We're getting hit from all areas. That must be, we're making it, Bryce.
Apparently, Dan, we're making it, because we're getting spammed like crazy right now.
That's right. Thanks for all of you for being here. Good to see y'all, guys. Also, before we get started here, we got 1 week left. A week from Monday, Bryce and I and Brandon Kane in the Hawks Nest, 3/4 of the Seattle Seahawks syndicate, will be going down to Mobile, Alabama for the Senior Bowl. Both Bryce and I have a GoFundMe set up if you want to contribute directly to travel and lodging expenses to go down there for the week. We are going to be there for the entire 8 days of the event, all the practices, media availability, in the game itself. I've got a link down in my description. Bryce does as well if you hop over to his channel. And if you don't subscribe to either one of us, fix that now. We'd appreciate it.
And if you don't otherwise, join Dan's Discord over there at Forever, as well as I now have a Discord over on the Hawks Eye. So make sure you guys hop into that as well.
Wait a minute. Amy has chickens?
Yeah, I just saw that too. I was like, I don't know if she means legitimate chickens or if that's a term for something else. But it's all good. Amy, it's all good. I know you're going to be bouncing around tonight through a bunch of these watch parties and stuff. So as long as I can see them, I can get rid of the spammers too.
The Broncos did pull that game out 33-30. Boclio 1251 says folks will be calling for McDermott's head, but I think he's a good coach. I think if they had lost last week, it sounded like McDermott might have been in trouble, but that defense has come so far this year in how well they played. And if I'm looking at that team, it's pretty simple. All they need is some weapons on the outside for Josh Allen. They just need to add a couple of guys in that receiver room. I think it would be a big, big, big mistake if they let Sean McDermott go at this point.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because, again, the
they
thing there with them, Brady. That's part of it. Do you lose Joe Brady? And then who do you, now, how funny would this be? Joe Brady gets off in a head coaching job.
Right.
And Brian Daboll comes back.
I think Daboll's got some really cool opportunities in front of him. I think he's going to end up with Harbaugh in LA.
Yeah, maybe.
I think that seems like a good match. Those two just seem like they have a similar, they're kind of wired the same. Jesus.
Isn't it?
Spam today. My God.
We've made it, Dad. They're spamming us constantly every 10 minutes.
If they would at least chip in with a super chat, I'd appreciate it.
No kidding.
Shane says, let's go Hawks, nervous but pumped to watch. Thanks for the super chat, buddy. Appreciate it. Glad you can be here.
Oh, WD Ford came in with whisper. I got 30 plus chickens.
Nice.
Oh boy. Well done. Well done.
They must have pushed kickoff back because of the first first game. We're at
Yeah.
it's 8-9.
Please take some.
Hey,
Don't say that.
I was in the doghouse for a little bit this morning. I was driving my lady back from work, and she saw this cute little cat just like running along the side of the road. She was like, "Stop! I want that cat." We have 3 already. We travel. We don't have a big giant van or big car. Even traveling with 3 cats is very, very stressful. I put the kibosh on that, and I was in the doghouse for a good.
Amy said right there who's raising it.
30 minutes. Doug Baldwin, I like it. You guys got spam on your side again. Jeez.
Oh boy.
It's unbelievable. Like, why do they bother? Like, really? There's no link there. See? Look at that. What good does that do? What does it do?
It's got a goat and a purple broccoli.
I don't understand the point. There's not even a link to take you to a scam site. All right, here we go. I can see the fog lingering. We've got, if you're wondering what this black screen,
here goes the noise. They're doing it right now.
Oh, I hardly see any red. They've shown some aerial shots.
I just want to hear the roar again. That like Questfield CenturyLink roar.
Yeah.
Because since it's been Lumen, we haven't had that same roar.
No. Nothing will ever be like the 2005 NFC Championship game against the Panthers for me. From the moment, in fact, if you can go back and find the TV copy, even the announcers doing the intro had to scream over the top of it. It was like from 15 minutes before kickoff until the end of the game.
Oh, it is, Doug. Here we go.
Decibels 111. That's higher than it's been, even at peak moments this year. It's like 105, 106. There we go, Doug. Let's go.
He's got his 50 season Letterman jacket.
That's a nice jacket, dude. Let's go, Doug.
That actually gives me goosebumps seeing Doug do it.
Hell yeah. Look at that. Even down in the section where most people sell their tickets, which is the visitor side.
Like the first 2 rows is a little bit red. And then other than that, it's
those are all the corporations that own them and they don't give a shit and they just sell them for a profit. That's 10% of what we see during a normal visiting game from any opponent. That is crazy.
All right, here we go.
Let's go. Now, it'll be interesting on this first drive.
Here's Shaheed.
Which version? Oh, only one?
Shaheed!
That's interesting. Go, 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 go,
Go,
go!
go, 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 go!
Go! Oh my God! Shaheed is going to score on the opening kickoff. Oh, there's a flag.
No, I think it's on their kicker for trying to kick him.
Are you kidding me? Did you notice the wrinkle? What did I say 5 minutes ago? I said Vilas Jones activated. The Seahawks have gone with 2 returners on their kick team all season long. They go with just one and Shaheed on that one, and it works. Is that flag on San Francisco?
It's on their kicker.
For trying to.
If you watch him, he tries to kick Shaheed's feet.
Okay, what do we got? What do we got here? This call is kind of big.
Boom, there it is.
Call it. Come on, you hussy. Let's go. How's that for a way?
Told you. Watch the kicker, what he tries to do to Shaheed when he gets one-on-one with him.
How's that for a way to start the game? Look at that hole and the contact balance there. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a tripping attempt.
Dirty. That is dirty.
Oh, baby.
What did I say the difference on special teams between us and them was, Dan? We have an elite returner.
Let's go. Dax is a name, says, oh my God, what a way to open the game. Pop says, hell effing yeah. You can say fucking in this show. Let's go. 7-0. Looks like Sumer Sports is ahead of us. Extra point is good. Oh, shoot. That might not be great.
Oh, poor Sean. Shane, he goes, okay, I can't do 2 screens, guys. Sorry, got to concentrate. Let's go.
What a way to start. Look at this hole. And it had to just absolutely, what a brilliant, brilliant move from Jay Harbaugh.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
A guy that people, so many fans wanted fired in the preseason.
Ask, hey, you gotta ask Amy, is he staying another week, Amy? Is he staying another week now?
Who, Jay?
Jay, that Amy has been the head of the Jay Harbaugh gets to stay another week club. I think he gets to stay another week.
Talk about
oh man, wait till that defense goes.
I mean, talk about demoralizing for the 49ers. Like, you spend the whole week trying to amp yourself up to, like, we get them again. It's already a short week. It's our 4th game. And
oh, Myers.
Is it 4th? Jesus Christ. What the hell was that? They're going to get the ball on the 40. Well, that's not cool.
Uh-oh.
But no, that's like, you spend the whole week trying to get, it's the 4th game in 18 days. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
And you're coming off an East Coast trip, playing a really physical game against Philly, and then that's how it starts. That is unbelievable. Shades of Percy Harvin.
Nate Burleson. You can go with a bunch of the Leon Washington. That felt like a Leon Washington moment.
Bobby Joe Edmonds. And we've had some good returners, including the greatest to ever do it, Devin. Brock Purdy back to pass. He's got pressure. He's hit right as the ball comes out, and the ball is incomplete. He got smoked. Any flag on the play?
I haven't seen one.
Okay. I was a little concerned about that hit being up around his helmet. But what a play to start off. Dexter or DeMarcus Lawrence hits his arm.
Oh,
it's going forward. It's an incomplete pass. But
damn,
what a way to start. Only rushing 4 on the first play of the game. Little stunt inside from Lawrence. And he smokes Brock Purdy right as he's throwing the ball. 2nd 10. 14:41 left in the first quarter. Seahawks leading 7-0. Purdy out of the shotgun. Throws in the left flat to Juwan Jennings. He's ridden out of bounds by Drake Thomas for a short gain. It's going to bring up a 3rd and long.
I think I might be ahead of you now, Dan. I've got a weird feeling I might be ahead of you.
Okay.
I'll tell you what my clock says when it comes back up on the screen. $14, $13, $12, $11.
Oh, then you need to, because I'm at, okay. Hold on, I'm at 10.
Do it at the next commercial.
8, 7, 6. 3rd and 6. Brock Purdy in the shotgun. McCaffrey in motion. Empty backfield. Purdy's got time to throw. Now he's flushed out to the right. Uchenna Nwosu knocks him out, and he throws it for a 1st down to Jake Tonjes just past the pylon.
Okay, next time
I'm at
13,
49. Well, now they're showing the replay.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit ahead of you, I think, here. So I'll pause as soon as I. Okay, I'm at 13:38.
37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30.
You're now a little ahead of me, which is fine, Dan, because you're doing the play-by-play.
1st and 10 at midfield. The hand to Christian McCaffrey. Up the middle, he's got some running room. It's going to be a gain of about 7 yards on the play. Tough way to start with the 3rd and 6 conversion, but really points out. I mean, what worries me most when we're playing Brock Purdy isn't him throwing in rhythm on time when he can be so dangerous. It's that. It's moving around, making some plays. I don't know that he still, even now, gets enough credit for his ability to do that. 2nd and 3 now from the Seahawks 42.5-yard line. The pitch back to Brian Robinson Jr., and he's close to the first down. Looks like he's going to be just short. It's going to bring up a 3rd and 1.
Interesting. They're playing a lot of what would be their base, Dan, their 4-3 base, because Job's out there and not Reek.
Okay. Does that indicate to you that they're going to play more zone than man?
Maybe.
Which week 18, they played about almost 30% man. I think it was the highest rate that they'd played man coverage all year. Looks like Sumer is not quite populating yet. Let's try a little refresh. 3rd and 1 from the 40-yard line. Hand to McCaffrey up the middle. He's stuffed and short. Byron Murphy, Uchenna Nwosu, Ernest Jones get there for the stuff. Brings up 4th and 1 at midfield. That was actually a loss of yardage. It's going to be about a 4th and 2 on the Seahawks 40.5-yard line. Is this 4-down territory? You're trailing 7-0 already. It is. The 49ers offense stays on the field. 4th and 1, but it's more than a 1. And yet they line up empty backfield. Purdy in shotgun, drops back to pass. Looking downfield, he's got some pressure to the right. They're blowing the play dead. He had Juwan Jennings wide open for what would have been a 1st down, but they're blowing the play dead. Did Seattle call a timeout? Ooh, Shanahan's hot. Yeah, Seattle called a timeout right before the snap. Shanahan obviously doesn't think they should have awarded it to the Seahawks. He is pissed.
That's okay. It's okay.
Boy, how big if they could get this stop here. And
if you get this stop here and then you go out on offense and go down the field.
I still like this whole new wave of aggressiveness. I think it's gone too far. I think this is stupid for the 49ers to do this here. You're at midfield, try to punt him, pin him deep.
It's funny, Dan. I disagree. I think they need to, because you're down 7-0. Seattle right now has the wave, the momentum. You need to do something to try and flip it. Even if you sustain more of this drive and kick a field goal, you're in a better spot. They're not in field goal range.
You don't get this. Game might be over before it started. All right.
Well, don't say that too loud. Look at what Green Bay did.
4th and 1. Now they're under center with Christian McCaffrey and Kyle Juszczyk in 21 personnel. The hand to Juszczyk. He runs an option, pitches it to McCaffrey. He drops the football. The Seahawks hold on downs. That play. Okay. That was
a Kubiak moment.
That was so un-Kyle Shanahan. That indicates to me they don't think they can win beating this team straight up.
Well, and this is what I said for a while, that when I've been doing the shows this week with Jason, is the fact that without Kittle, they're in trouble, because Kittle does so much in the run game for them and in the play action game. It's huge. That to me, Dan, that was like week 1, Clint Kubiak with the Milrow package, that play. Why are you running a speed option with your fullback into the boundary?
Of desperation. It really does. Like, they're so good in those situations of showing you something that you think you're seeing and they do something else. And with Juszczyk and CMC in the backfield, so dangerous. And they had the wide side of the field available to him and a mobile quarterback. That to me smacked of desperation. Like, you don't think you can win this game just running your best stuff. Wow, what a start. What a start. Interesting. Dax says, never considered the real-time response window of a timeout would provide a kind of edge. Maybe Jennings catches a pass if MM doesn't make the call fast enough. What do y'all think? Yeah, if he doesn't call that timeout, that's completion. But the way they rallied to that football, and the way that whatever the 49ers thought they were showing our defense that was going to be something they're not expecting, the Seahawks rallied to that football like they knew the play call.
Well, like, again, I'm trying to understand the logic in that play call. If I'm going to go for it on 4th and 1 and I am trying to get the first down, why am I taking the ball out of Brock Purdy's hands? Why am I not? It's either in his hands or it's in CMC hands. And I get Kyle Juszczyk's a good player, but Kyle Juszczyk is not an option quarterback.
Yeah, and he didn't disguise it very well either, because from the second he got the football, you could see what was happening. That wasn't a well-designed play really at all.
Okay, now Kubiak, don't do something dumb in return. Just hand the ball off to Charbonnet and Ken Walker and methodically move us down the field. Oh, yeah, he got that way before that timeout.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's no
oh, my gosh. DeMarcus Lawrence just wrecked whoever that right tackle is.
I guess his Achilles is okay. Seahawks with the ball now in their own side of the field at the 43-yard line, 1st and 10, leading 7-0. The hand to Kenneth Walker deep in the backfield gets about 3 on the play, brings up 2nd down, 11:08 and counting.
Oh, this is interesting.
What's up? Oh, they're going tempo. No huddle to start with. Okay, Kubiak. We got Walker next to Darnold. He's looking to throw, gives it to Walker in the middle of the field. He gets the first down, and they push the pile across midfield to the 49
this
of
is
the
smart.
49ers.
This is smart right
and they
now.
Stay in no huddle. They're going hurry up here. Yeah, this is the advantage of the extra week, right, Bryce?
It completely is.
Walker next to Darnold in the shotgun, drops back to pass. He's got a good pocket, throws it down the middle of the field, almost intercepted by Diamador Lenore, covering JSN in the middle. That ball didn't look good. Are you concerned about how that first throw looked?
No, because the rusher pushed Abe Lucas kind of into Sam. And it looks like also a bit of a miscommunication on where Sam thought JSN was to bend that route, and JSN stayed on the outside of the safety, which is fine. That ball still had velocity. Sam
under center, 2nd and 10 at the 45-yard line of the 49ers. 10:25 left to go in the first quarter. Pitch to Zach Charbonnet now to the left-hand side. Robbie Utes leading the way. He's got
Robbie Utes
over across the line for a first down and a gain of about 15 yards. We didn't do a film breakdown this week. We didn't do a film lab. If we had, we were going to focus on Robbie Utes. He looks like a different player now since coming back from injury than he did at the beginning of the year. He was huge on this play.
I think him and Saubert are 2 of the most underrated players on the Seahawks offense. And I remember in training camp, Dan, I said to you, Eric Saubert is in this offseason is going to be a key part to this offense and how it goes. Him and Robbie Utes are huge 2 key factors right now.
1st and 10 now at the 30. Seahawks in 20-21 personnel. Robbie Utes, fullback again. The hand to Charbonnet deep in the backfield. Runs to the right side. Little shimmy, I guess, brought down by Renardo Green for a gain of about 5.
Utes is understanding how to be a fullback now.
He looks like a fullback now. He doesn't look like a tight end trying to learn to be fullback. Seahawks already leading 7-0. If you're just joining us, Rashid Shaheed running back the opening kickoff for a touchdown. 9:13 and counting in the first quarter.
Okay, cool formation. Don't do anything stupid, please.
Ball at the 27-yard line is at JSN in the backfield next to Sam Darnold. It is. He goes out in the flat. Darnold out to the left-hand side to Cooper Kupp, just shy of the first down, ridden out of bounds by Upton.
I was going to say, Dan, think how cool this is for Kupp. He's never played a playoff game with fans in Seattle, and he grew up watching what you're talking about, 2005, 2013, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
To actually be that homegrown kid now playing in this game is probably huge for him.
Seahawks with a really solid drive here coming up on 3rd and 1 now. They're lining up at the barnyard at the 21-yard line. They're going to sneak this one forward, or is he just trying to get him offsides? 5 seconds on the play clock, and he takes the snap. They push the pile forward. It's going to be a first down for the Seahawks. They're going to have the ball 1st down and 10 at about the 19.5-yard line of the 49ers, already leading 7-0 with 8 minutes to go. This team so far in the first 7 minutes of this game, looks like they used the 2 weeks well. They look sharp, they look ready, and they look on point.
They do. And it looks like Kubiak is staying within what makes sense. Don't go out of it. Run the football, do those things.
Ball on the 20-yard line exactly now. 1st and 10 with 7:40 left to go in the first quarter. First down. JSN in motion in the backfield. The hand and the whistle blows. It is on the Seahawks. They'll call that illegal motion or a false start. Damn.
Dave Lucas.
Henrim 9348 says Zach Charbonnet is good.
They're both good.
They really are. I've come full circle on Ken Walker. They need to get him back, and I think they'll get a deal done before he hits free agency. All right, 1st and 15 now at the 25-yard line. Darnold under center, Walker in the backfield. The hand to Walker off to the right side. Gets around the edge, gains about 7 on the play, ridden out by Renardo Green.
See, that's the difference. Old Ken would have stopped his feet, wouldn't have pressed that, wouldn't have turned the corner. That's a stat, or not a stat, sorry, but a transition for him with him as a running back in this scheme.
He just does seem a lot more comfortable and decisive in this scheme the last 6 weeks. 2nd and 10 now. They get the 5 yards back from the penalty. It's on the, actually, it should be about 2nd and 9 because it's on the 19-yard line. Under center, Darnold hands it to Walker. No, the play fake, rolls to his right, throws it to Cooper Kupp, and he's ridden out just a yard short of the 3rd down. Okay, rolling to his right, throwing the football on the run there. Does that make you feel good about the oblique?
Right? No, I haven't seen it yet. Right to me still is easy because you're not having to do much. Again, I've said for a while, it is the hit. When he takes a hit, how does he throw after that hit?
It's going to bring up 3rd and 1.
It's like 3rd and 1.5.
But it's 1.5, so they can't do the barnyard. But the hand up the middle, Zach.
Oh, wow.
Backfield for a loss. That play went nowhere. The Seahawks are going to have to settle for a field goal here. Or are they? We saw Mike McDonald be aggressive in a similar situation to this 2 weeks ago, trusting his defense the way that he does.
Yeah, this is what I talked about on our film lab here, Dan. A couple weeks ago, we were talking about the run blocking.
They're going to kick it.
Bradford did not get off that double team with Lucas quick enough to get to the linebacker, which was his responsibility.
So there should be a chip shot right down the middle, 31-yard attempt for Jason Myers, who missed 2 field goals out of 4 attempts in Week 18 against the 49ers. The kick is up. It is good. And the Seahawks, with 5:06 left to play in the first quarter, take a 10-0 lead against the 49ers. So how do you feel about that drive as a whole? Because isn't the biggest concern coming out of playing them just a week and a half ago that Robert Saleh would have something different up his sleeve, something to slow down this offense, something to slow the running game down? And yet here we can see on the screen here, the Seahawks so far, 57% runs, 43% pass. They're going 50% outside zone, and they were able to run the football on that drive.
So I think this speaks to, again, a couple of things. One, it speaks to Robert Saleh's limitation, I think, in some respects, to his scheme, because he comes out of that Pete Carroll cover 3, 4-3, wide 9 kind of scheme. There's limitations to what you can do personnel-wise. And that's the other part of this. No Bosa, no Fred Warner, no Michael Williams. Like, he's got a lot of pieces missing to this that could afford him some of that flexibility. He doesn't. So it's really about them trying to play as technically sound, and he might have to start walking down a safety and really actually truly committing to loading the box.
Well, and that was the assumption from in a lot of corners this week. We even had Clay Kubiak, their offensive coordinator, Clint's brother, of course, saying earlier in the week that just laying it out there. Like, that's what we need to do better. We need to stop the run. And if that means we need to bring a guy up, then we'll bring a guy up. He flat out put that out there. But if they have to start making adjustments now and putting more people into the box, let's just see a couple of explosive pass plays today. That would make me feel really, really good. But look, any fear that this moment was going to be too big for the Seahawks or Sam Darnold, right? And that the Niners are going to come out somehow more motivated because they lost the last one and they're ticked off about our Instagram, whatever. That this is about as good of a start as you could ask for from this team if you're worried about them not being ready for this opportunity.
To me, I think that kickoff return got them in the game. Like, as weird as that sounds, I feel like if they had kind of just, okay, we start with the ball and, I feel that kickoff return going up 7 took all the pressure that they may have felt off, all the pressure off of Sam, all the pressure off of the rest of the team going like, hey, it's just a football game. Let's just go do what we have to do and we'll be able to be the better team and win this game.
God, that stadium looks beautiful. Very, very little. That might be the least amount of opposing colors I've seen in a stadium.
There's a better kick, Myers.
Kick fielded on 7, returns it to the 20.
Night.
Calm down. Tyrese Knight there getting into a shoving match with somebody. No flags yet, but let's just cool it. Guys, it's decent field position. Let's calm down. These two teams do not like each other. We know this.
But this is the do not like each other from the early years with Pete Carroll and that group.
Peter Go Hawks with the dono. Appreciate that. Thank you. Think we should have barnyarded that on 3rd down. It does seem pretty clear from McDonald's comments after games that if it's more than a yard that they don't
get out of it,
go to that play. Although he did say about that situation when it came up in the game week 18 that maybe they should have from the 1. Christian McCaffrey with the hand up the middle gets about 2, maybe 3. Brings up 2nd down. They're just not.
Can I just say, on a point, Derek Hall's run edge setting this year, so much better than it was last year.
I still think the sky's the limit for Derek Hall, and we haven't seen the ceiling of what he can do. I think he's going to get an extension this offseason that's going to be more significant maybe than some people think. It's going to catch him off guard. 2nd and 7 now. Purdy in the shotgun motion from McCaffrey in front of him. He drops back, a little pressure on the outside from Ernest Jones.
We got the ball.
Yes. And the Seahawks recover the fumble. It's Julian Love picking up the fumble. An outstanding strip from Ernest Jones, who I thought was coming into the backfield, but that was clearly Nick Emenwari putting a little bit of pressure on Brock Purdy. Throws the football on an in-breaking route to Jake Tonjes. It's a catch. Ernest Jones with the textbook strip of the football. While who was that behind him? Was that Josh Jobe bringing him down? And Julian Love. It's Witherspoon holding him. Julian Love with the recovery in the Seahawks take over again in 49ers territory. Oh, I don't know if I want to say it, dude, but this is starting to feel like one of those games when things start to cascade, because you're doing it now in every area. We've had the big drive for a field goal. We've had a kickoff return for a touchdown. And now the defense, which has been on everything that they do so far, the strip from Ernest Jones and the recovery from Julian Love. Peter Go Hawks scared my dogs on that opening TD. LF Go Hawks. Thank you for the super chat.
Thank you, Peter.
Let's go. LFG, another turnover, baby. Dark side is evil from Peter. Thank you, sir. Thanks for being here. Seahawks leading 10-0, 4:17 left to go in the first quarter. This is what their offensive breakdown looks like so far. 30% 11 personnel, 30% 12 personnel, 30% 31 personnel, 10% 22. That's a different mix than we're used to seeing.
So Jared Spinoza, I think, in there says, is that not down by contact? No, it is not, Jared, because of the fact that he is still fighting for forward progression. He's still not completely tackled. That's why that is not considered a down by contact. He's not down on the ground at all.
This is Shane who You can tell by the username a little bit. He's a musician. He's between gigs. He's on vocal rest today. It's got to be tough, man. Trying to hold yourself back.
Oh. Well, you
But
know
yeah,
what the beauty is for all Seahawk fans, everyone that's there will get to, and everyone that's even in the chat here and is going to be yelling at their TVs.
Yeah.
You get a day of rest before Monday. You can rest the vocal cords for one day because it's at least not a Sunday game having to go to work the next day. You can wake up tomorrow morning, enjoy it. If they pull this game out, enjoy yourselves. And hopefully the Bears will do us a favor and knock those Rams out because, man, it is not looking nice in Chicago right now weather-wise.
It is. We were hoping to see a little twist, a little something different from Kubiak in this game, but this personnel usage, these formations, does that surprise you? That's a little different.
Little bit. I think, again, this is just, again, San Francisco's trying to find advantages.
And the way they're doing that looks like so far 67% nickel for the 49ers. They haven't adjusted and started playing more base yet. Sam Darnold under center from the 43-yard line. The fake
Walker
is rolling out to his right, and he gets tackled, gets taken down for a big loss on the sack.
That's not the type of fall I wanted to see Sam take either.
Malik Mustafa, and Sam gets up limping. That's not the oblique. That's an ankle. Now, we saw him. Was it the 49er game or was it? No, it was the Titans game, week 17.
Yeah.
When he was never listed on the injury report the next week, but he did get tangled up. Yeah, it's an ankle thing.
Luckily, that ball lands on his right side, but Walker's got to make a better block there.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely terrible from Walker. Now it brings up a second 20. Darnold flanked by Walker and Charbonnet in the backfield, drops back to pass, throws it deep down the left side.
Oh, what a ball.
Down and a 20-yard gain. Now, throwing to his left, that's more of an indicator that he's feeling good, right?
Yes, because you have to pull more to throw to that side of the field.
What an absolute seed, timing, rhythm, layered it, had to layer it over Renardo Green in front of Malik Mustafa. That tells me Sam's fine.
Who had on their bingo card tonight that Cooper Kupp was going to come alive in the playoffs?
Hey.
Are we going to get a vintage Cooper Kupp playoff run?
3 targets, 3 catches, 34 yards so far, including a couple first downs. Ball on the 31.5-yard line. Darnold and shotgun, drops back to pass. Lots of pressure, just throws it away. Looked like they were trying to set up a screen.
No, they were trying to set a wheel route back door to Walker.
Oh, I like
and the line fell apart.
I like this plan so far, though. I want
to get back. No, but you know what I'm going to say, Dan? Get back to running the ball. Get back to Charbonnet. Get back to Walker. Get it out of Sam's hands a little bit now.
So far on this drive, pass, including a sack, brings up 2nd and 10 now. After the incompletion, Darnold 4 of 6 for 42 yards so far.
Why are we doing this
in the first quarter? And we're in shotgun again at the 31-yard line. Ken Walker leaks out into the flat. Darnold steps up in the pocket, throws it deep. Oh, and the ball taken down, down, flag down. Is that Upton Stout?
I think that's Stingle.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
So Darnold throwing the ball deep down the left field line. Goodness, what sport are we talking about here? A little post route from Shaheed. He gets clearly hit before the ball arrives. Clear pass interference. Ball's going to be 1st and goal at the 9 for the Seahawks. Already leading 10-0.
What's going on right now?
Renardo Green getting into it with Kyle Shanahan. Shanahan ordering him down to the end of the bench. Ball actually is closer to the 8-yard line now. 1st and goal. Darnold under center. He's got 21 personnel. Hand to Walker deep in the backfield. Gets to the 5-yard line. Surges ahead to the 4. It's going to bring up 2nd and goal from the 4-yard line.
Walker missed a hole there. Okay, so this is interesting now. Have you noticed this, Dan? And it's something I've noticed the second half of the season a little bit. Is Mike and Kubiak standing closer together on the sideline?
Next to each other? Yeah. Yep. All right, let's set the stage. 2 minute 5 seconds and the clock ticking in the first quarter. Sam under center at the 5-yard line. 2nd and goal. Seahawks leading 10-0. Walker in the backfield. Barner in motion. Darnold fake to Walker, rolling to his left, looking in the back of the end zone. Caught by JSN in the corner. Touchdown Seahawks. Okay, can we stop talking about the oblique? He's fine. He's fine. Sam Darnold.
I'll say this, though, Dan. This is the only thing I'll say. Stop
it. He's fine.
Nope. He's fine, but watch what Sam does on this to his left, though.
What
a throw and catch, though. Holy
unbelievable.
That window was about a yard big.
Yeah, that's an absolutely perfect ball.
So what Sam did, though, Dan, that again, this is a smart quarterback, and this is understanding what your body limitation is right now. And that's he flipped his hips. So when he got out there, he flips his hips and gets his left oblique downfield, so it doesn't take that much of a rotation on him. See how he's setting up in the replay?
Yeah.
He can fully pull around now.
What a angle. That angle points out just how great that throw is. Like he's got a guy in his face. He's being pushed out of bounds. That's a hell of a throw.
Dan, how far are the goalposts going to move this week by the national media for Sam Darnold?
Well, not even the national media. These 49er fans, right?
Oh, yeah.
That we're talking about how, Sam can't do it. He can't do this. He can't do that. He can't do this. And how all the pressure's on you because we're not even supposed to be here because of all the injuries. The second, if this is the result, it's going to be a landslide of, if we could have played you with Bosa and Warner and Michael Williams, it would have been different. That's not what they were saying during the week.
No, it wasn't. But I mean, just the Sam goalposts will move again. Oh, well, it was, it wasn't the full, like to your point, the full 49ers.
He got to play with a lead because of the kickoff.
Yeah, there's all these things. Like, no, this to me right now, what is occurring, Dan? It is Sam Darnold's Matt Hasselbeck playoff game against the Redskins. That is what is going on right now, is that moment where it's, okay, Sam, there's some things going against you here. You've got an injury, even though Matt didn't have it, but he lost Sean, the MVP of the league. Here's your moment. And right now it's, hey, Sam, everyone's counting you out. You're not going to be the guy to do it, blah, 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 blah. And all these freaking guys with their talking heads going off about Sam Darnold's just a scapegoat. He's not the type of quarterback you want, all these kind of things. Sam Darnold's proving to you he is a top 10 quarterback. And that's why I talked about with Garrett. He is a top 10 NFL quarterback. Deal with it. End of story.
One of the things I talked about, I think before you joined, was just, I just wanted to see how ready this team was for the moment. And I had the utmost confidence that they would be prepared because I just think Mike Macdonald has shown himself already to be a master organizer, a master preparer, getting you prepared emotionally, physically, making sure all the details are taken care of during the week and that, you're not too high, not too low, no moment is too big for you. And we're seeing a team that's rested, that's better, and that used their 2 weeks perfectly, came out with a good plan. They're executing it. And this is, if you're the 49ers here, this can get away from you quickly if it hasn't already. Like, we know how explosive their offense can be, but they have shown absolutely no reason for anyone to believe that they can crack the McDonald code, even week 1 when they beat us. They only had a couple of decent drives, and the last one was aided by a couple of, terrible misses from Reek Woolen. And there was a penalty mixed in there as well. They just look like they have no answers.
I still can't get over that throw.
Unbelievable. We've said this 10 times this year, but is that the best throw we've seen from Darnold as a Seahawk?
I've got 2 still ahead of it. That one he just threw to Cooper Kupp on that deep out, and the one against
the other way,
the JSN and Cooper Kupp Rams throw from the night we won.
Well, and I would put the touchdown to JSN against the Texans in there too, beating Stingley and having to layer that throw in the end zone. Little dump out to the right side from Purdy to McCaffrey.
Man.
Gets a nice gain there, gets across for a first down, gain of 13.
DeMarcus Lawrence is a different being in Seattle. He just chased McCaffrey down and almost punched the ball out.
I think Amy mentioned this, but worth noting that the Seahawks look calm and chill, and 49ers Shanahan stomping around, screaming at everybody and pissed off at his own players. 1st and 10 now. Purdy trying to change the play at the line of scrimmage, but you can tell he's having a hard time seeing. Play clock is at 2. He hands it to McCaffrey for a gain of 2. It's going to bring up 2nd down and long. You can tell, I can't really have the sound on here, obviously, because I can't have it bleeding in, but you can tell the crowd's having an impact.
Oh, I've got it in the back of my headphones here, Dan. You can hear the crowd. They are roaring.
Good. 2nd and 9, just 1 on that one is the first quarter. This play is probably going to be it for the first quarter. 2nd and 9, Purdy in shotgun again. We're probably going to see a lot of that now. Christian McCaffrey to his right. Condensed formation. Snap to Purdy, drops back to pass. He's got pressure from Lawrence.
Oh, there you go. Spoon.
Completes it out to McCaffrey in the right flat, and Witherspoon's all over it. It's going to bring up about 3rd and 4. And that might not go.
Yeah. I am shocked that the Niners didn't give Purdy the earmuffs over his ear holes on his helmet. So they're open. So he has to stand there in the huddle like this to call, so he can actually hear the call from Shanahan even. So what you'll see, and this is just a small note, again, me being the absolute football nerd that I am, Dan, when you play in a loud stadium, what a lot of teams will do is they have insert pieces that'll go inside over top of the ear holes on a helmet.
Okay.
And it helps block out the noise so you can hear the radio call in the helmet. And that's why you'll notice Purdy right now is constantly putting his hands over his ear holes. He can't even hear the radio in his helmet because it's so loud.
So far, just kind of scrolling through this, 49ers, good balance, 50% run and pass. But you look at this, their passing game so far. So much of the focus was going to be on whether they could run the football or not. Purdy has completed 5 out of 6 passes, but only for 37 yards and a negative 0.62 EPA per play so far. Average depth of target, 1.8 yards. It just points out that in the last 2 weeks, with all the additional prep the 49ers have had for this game, they still have not figured out how to solve the Seahawks 4-man pass rush. I don't think we've seen the Seahawks send an extra rusher yet at all.
They just did on that one. That was the first time they sent an extra rusher. I will be right back, Dan. I'm just taking a commercial break.
I'll let you go, and then when he comes back, I got to pee. I mean, this is cool, except you're down by 17 and you're a child. If you want to come into our channel and be an adult and be a football fan and debate the game and talk football, cool. But you should probably get some extra sleep because you have to go to elementary school on Monday. So you're gone. See ya. I just don't understand that mindset. I never will. I should ignore it, but I've been pushing back on Twitter all day on it. If all you're going to do is hurl 5th grade insults because your football team is playing another football team you don't like, and I don't understand why you watch the game. I watch it for the thrill of the competition, the love of the game itself, the roller coaster, the not knowing, the unscripted nature of it. You just don't know from week to week what's going to happen. That's the thrill. That's why I'm passionate about sports. But just to talk shit to people like a fucking child, I'm just over it, dude. I'm over it. I have no patience for it. Just anyone who does shit like that dude just did, you should probably set a little money aside for counseling, for help, because you need help. You need to maybe think about how you're treating this one life that we get on this planet. Okay, enough of my rant. 49ers with the ball on the Seahawks 49-yard line. Big play to start the second quarter. 3rd and 5. Purdy in shotgun with McCaffrey to his left, drops back to pass. Pressure from the Seahawks. Purdy out on the move, throws the football. Oh, he gets it to Jake Tonjes in a classic Purdy play that had no business becoming a positive play. Purdy flushed out of the pocket to the right, nearly sacked. As he's going down, throws back across his body over the middle of the field, throws a dying quail. But the pursuit from the Seahawks, like there were 6 Seahawks within 5 yards of Purdy, so he's able to get it to Tonjes for the first down. That's the kind of stuff you have to be mindful of when you're facing Purdy.
Yeah,
it's not sustainable.
Kind of.
It's not sustainable.
It's not sustainable, and you know what? That to me that's very reminiscent of the Russell actually versus Green Bay in the NFC Championship game. Run, 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 throw it across the field, and hope somebody's over there.
McCaffrey was stuffed for a yard on that last play. Brings up a 2nd and 8 now. Seahawks leading 17-0. Second quarter just began. 49ers in Seahawks territory at their 38-yard line. It's 2nd and 8. Purdy in the shotgun again with McCaffrey next to him. Tonjes in motion. Purdy drops back to pass. Pressure again. Dumps it off to McCaffrey on the check down, and he gets enough for the first down, a gain of 10.
But see, this is what they're having to do again, Dave.
All they can do.
It's check down to McCaffrey. It's check down to McCaffrey.
It's allowing him to move down the field, but it's going to be tough to make
good way of getting in there by Reek. And then Thomas just cleans it up.
Kobe was in on that play. I haven't really seen how much Ty Okada's been in. Have you?
I haven't seen Okada once yet.
Brings up a 1st and 10 now on the Seahawks 29-yard line, and the play clock is running down. Timeout 49ers. I'll be right back.
Kyle's complaining again.
Yeah, Kyle's a little pissed off. I'll be right back.
BC Lions, then I see you in there, man. I'm still trying to figure out where this hat that I have acquired has come from, but so far it's been kind of my lucky hat, so it will stay that way, and it'll be on my head for all remaining Seahawks football games. But once I figure out where this hat was purchased, I will make sure to let you know. Yeah, they're having issues communicating, I think, a little bit in those huddles. But here we go. Let's see what Seattle does here. 1st and 10. McCaffrey motioning out. Orbit on a motion, comes back in. Pistol look, 2x2. Okay. Purdy taking a shot. Nice. Oh, good finish there by Kobe Bryant.
Nice.
Sorry, I tried my best to be the play-by-play, Dan. That's not my forte.
I thought maybe they'd go to a commercial on that one.
They did. They went to a quick commercial, and Kyle was complaining.
Of course he was. I mean, that's the best protection Purdy's had all day. And
they had to keep McCaffrey in.
And he wasn't able to deliver the ball where it needed to be. And even then, it would have required a perfect throw. Like there was was that Pearsall? He was covered. He had double covered.
That was Juwan Jennings.
Okay. 2nd 10 now from the 29-yard line. Purdy back to pass again. Pressure from Derek Hall, throws it up and throws it away out of bounds.
Oh, Witherspoon's talking to somebody.
Yeah. Does he think he got pushed?
No, I feel like there's a communication issue where he's telling someone they got to pick that up. That's the one thing about Spoon, Dan, is he's so smart.
Yeah, really
so smart.
All right, brings up a big 3rd and 10 from the Seahawks 29-yard line. The 49ers down 17-0 in field goal range. Purdy in the shotgun with McCaffrey. McCaffrey leaks out over the middle of the field. Purdy now under pressure, has to scramble around, throws it to McCaffrey deep.
Oh,
and outstanding job from Witherspoon holding him up just enough so that, was that Reek that came in and delivered the hit? So Spoon just grabbing McCaffrey around the ankles, holding him up just enough short of the first down marker, allowing Reek Woolen to come up and put the hit on him. So the 49ers now with a field goal attempt, it's going to be a 47-yarder. I'm sorry, it's going to be a 40-yarder. 40-yard attempt with 12 minutes left in the second quarter. Eddie Pinheiro up and good. So the 49ers have matched their point total from week 18. It is now 17-3 Seahawks. Anything that you saw on that drive that concerns you?
No, because the thing that I thought, and I've talked, it was funny. I had this conversation again with Jason Aponte, and he was saying in week 1, the reason why Seattle had so much success is because they were able to run MVS vertically to clear out routes in behind for Ricky Pearsall on the digs. Well, one, coming off a PCL injury, not easy to break in and out and trust it constantly on a cold night. 2, who is the vertical threat that's going to do what MVS can do with just going over the top? It's not Demarcus Robinson. He can be a vertical threat, but he's not the same speed guy. So what you're seeing right now is the only way Purdy and them can live is by checking it down, getting it to McCaffrey in these, little areas. And McCaffrey has to become the guy to get them their yards. And that's where I look at this and I go, okay, you can do that all game, but if Seattle's offense keeps moving the way they've been moving and we run the ball and we do those things, like, it puts you at a disadvantage because you need some explosives.
Yeah. Misfit says they max protect Purdy. He has absolutely all day to throw and he misses an open man. You hate to see it. Yeah, that's the thing, that drive. So they were able to, it kind of reminds me of the drive where Thomas got the pick for them late in the third quarter, where it's like they finally put something together, made a couple of plays, but the only way they moved the football was checkdowns to McCaffrey and a couple of scramble drills from Purdy.
And this is the fact of this, like, Purdy's corner route he's throwing there, and I get what Misfit's saying, he max protects and he misses the throw. When you're under 6 foot or just at 6 foot, because we know Purdy's really under 6'2" as a quarterback, it's hard to see those corner routes when you're trying to look for that window, because you don't try and the whole onus of this throw over your line. You throw between the ears of the line, but when you're throwing deep down the field, if you can't see the top of your receiver's helmet, you are guessing essentially. He's guessing roughly where that guy's going to be in hopes it's a big enough window to throw to.
We're all upset that the shutout's gone.
Heartbreaking.
Yeah. Of course, they're showing highlights from the 2014 NFC Championship game, which it should be pointed out. The Seahawks trailed 10-0 in that game.
Well, they trailed 10-0 because the opening play, Russell fumbles on a boot because he's holding the ball like Josh Allen was today.
Yep. I think I was so glad to see it get out on Twitter this week and make the rounds. I thought the most underrated and forgotten play from that entire game was that touchdown pass that Kaepernick threw off his wrong foot. He throws it off his right foot as he's running forward. It was I remember watching it live, thinking in the moment that was one of the craziest, like, just physically impressive throws I've ever seen. It was just kind of
the other play in that game, as much as I hate to say it, was his run. Do you remember his run where he took off for like 40 or 50 yards and went through Bobby and KJ, and it took
I think the whole Colin Kaepernick experience in that game.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, this is a big drive, it feels like, right? If you somehow go 3 and out here, kind of let them to hang around. So Seahawks with the football, Darnold under center at their own 37-yard line. Zach Charbonnet in the backfield at the moment. The hand goes to Charbonnet off the left side, gets a couple, and then he's stood up by the 49ers. What are you noticing about the way they line up? Have the 49ers started to stack the box at all a little bit?
They're rolling a safety down, whether it's boundary or field side. They're kind of bringing him down. The big thing, though, on that one is the motion with Saubert kind of gives it away a little bit.
So as you can see here, though, this is notable. Looks like they're going to a commercial break. 49ers have played 2/3 base today. That's a change from what we saw a couple of weeks ago. That's a shift.
And I think that's because of Seattle's run game from a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
It's forcing you into that.
Second, Nate Darnold in the shotgun. Ken Walker to his side, looks to his right, back to his left. Screen to Walker. He's got some blockers in front of him. Up the middle, 2 yards, just shy of the first down. It's gain of 6. It's going to be 3rd and 2, and this feels like a big early 3rd down.
That was really impressive by Ken Walker. That's something you can't teach.
It really
to maneuver that and get something out of that when you've got a screen to feel that you don't have your blocks out there.
3rd and 2 now. Darnold lines up under center. Condensed splits. Shaheed in motion. Charbonnet in the backfield. The fake to Charbonnet. Darnold's got time. He looks deep down the right side for Shaheed. He's held up. No flag on the play. I like the fact they took a shot there. Don't like the fact that we have to punt it and give it back to him. So the Seahawks, with their worst drive so far of the day, have to punt now for the first time, give it back to the Niners, leading 17-3 with 10 minutes and 21 seconds left to go in the second quarter. I like that they took a shot there. We didn't see that 2 weeks ago.
So the one thing I'll say on deep shots like that, that's where that numbing shot, if they gave one to Sam, can be a bit of a problem because you don't know. It feels different to you as a quarterback on when to stop on that.
The punt from Michael.
Oh my gosh,
3-yard line. That is it's not as good as the Rams punts.
But that thing hung. Holy.
Yeah. But you talk about a textbook coffin corner kick. Thing lands at the 4, bounces out at the 3. Seahawks defense will take over with the 49ers under the shadow of their own goalposts. Big breaking news from Adam Schefter. The Broncos, who beat the Bills today 33-30 in overtime to advance to the AFC Championship game, will be doing so without Bo Nix. Quarterback Bo Nix suffered a season-ending broken bone in his ankle during today's overtime victory over Buffalo. So the Broncos will move on to the AFC Championship game without their quarterback.
Jared Stidham time.
Jared Stidham time. Indeed. Jared Stidham's a perfectly capable backup, and the way that team plays, the way they play defense, the way they run the football, still I would think they would have a chance to beat whoever gets through to them next week.
I would say, I'll be honest though, if they have to go play New England, that's
but they have the 1 seed. So it'd be in Denver.
Yeah, sorry, correct. But not having your guy is a issue.
Okay. Interesting. So as far as being up 14 points in the first half of a game can feel precarious.
It feels for me, Dan, in this
feels like
to me is still 0-0
drive. Yeah. This feels like a huge drive. Because look, we can say that about every drive probably between now and the fourth quarter in a game like this. 49ers are never going to go away. But this drive feels pretty huge. If you let them go 97 yards to score, completely changes this entire game. Peter with another donation. Appreciate that. Says, damn, praying for Bo to heal quickly, no rematch. Yeah, my philosophy is always no injuries. I want to play us at our best when we're playing everyone else at their best. I would prefer to be playing the 49ers right now when they had Fred Warner and Nick Bosa and Mykal Williams and everybody else that's been hurt, because I want to play them at their best. So that's a bummer.
I agree.
For Denver. I like Bo Nix. I don't like their head coach, but I like Bo Nix. The hand to McCaffrey deep in their own end zone, gets a big gain of about 8 yards, close to a first down. It's going to bring up 2nd and 2 Not what you want to see on the first play when you've got them backed up to their own 2. Not great.
Again, it's just, to me, like, they're trying to still find their footing, I think.
Under center again now for Purdy at the 12-yard line, 2nd and 3, hands it to McCaffrey up the middle. He's slowed down, but he gets the first down, gain of 3, just over the marker. It does, as much as you can talk yourself into getting nervous at this point of a game like this, it just feels like the 49ers aren't going to consistently be able to throw the ball down the field against this defense at the end of the day.
Yeah, and that's the one thing. Like, I'm waiting for them to, and they may have it here on this drive. They may take a shot, but you got Brian Robinson in now at running back. It's a pass. He's offset.
1st and 10 at the 15. Purdy from under center. Tonjes goes in motion. Purdy drops back to pass. He's got a pretty clean pocket this time. Throws it to his left to McCaffrey in the flat. He's got a first down and more. Gain of 16 yards out to the 31. Again, this feels like this feels like the only way that they can gain yardage right now is max protection, get the ball to McCaffrey and let him make a play.
Well, yeah, and on this one, they let Tonjes go, and then they hit him on the backside. Like, if this is how you want to sustain football, then it can be tough to win consistently.
So the ball at the 31 now. Another 1st and 10 as the 49ers are on the move. 8:07 left to go in the second quarter. They trail 17-3. Fake the handoff to Brian Robinson from Purdy. Throws it over the middle in traffic. Complete to Tonjes. And that was a dangerous throw from Purdy. 3 defenders around Jake Thomas, but Purdy throwing it right on the money. A little seam ball here to 88. Over. That's a beautiful throw.
I'll say this, though. Ernest just jumped a little too early. He would have had it if he had waited a half second.
Over the fingertips of Ernest Jones, just in front of Kobe Bryant. There was another 3rd defender in the area. 49ers on the move near midfield now. They hand to Christian McCaffrey. Nothing there. He stopped for no gain. Now, again, up until the last drive when the Seahawks were on defense, on the last play of that drive, you said it was the first time they sent a 5th defender that you could tell. Do you start to send some guys here?
I would say no, because of the fact of what they're doing to try and move the ball. Like, how they're dinking and dunking, playing against a team. Like, if you start blitzing, you leave a little bit of the holes open in behind. What you need to do is start stunting more with your D-line.
Purdy in the shotgun now. McCaffrey in motion. 2nd and 8. Drops back to pass. He's got pressure. He's got defenders at his feet. Ball is completed to McCaffrey. He's across for a first down.
Eamon Warrior is struggling today, Dan.
Yeah, this is the kind of drive that can change a game like this. If the 49ers should score a touchdown in this drive, it's an entirely different narrative. The 49ers just sticking with what they do. They're not going to panic as much as their sideline looked a little panicked 10 minutes ago. They now have more first downs than the Seahawks, 8-6. 1st and 10 now from the Seahawks 42-yard line. Purdy in shotgun with Juszczyk in the backfield. And timeout 49ers. That is their 2nd timeout of the half. We'll leave them with just one with 6:03 left to play. I think they understand how big this drive is. Remember, they start with the ball in the second half. So an opportunity here to score, knowing you get the ball to start the second half again.
So it was funny. Jason Aponte brought that up on my show, and he said if the 49ers can score before half and then go into the half, and come out and score again, it completely flips the game. And I'll be honest, like, he's not wrong. If they can score a touchdown here, go in only down 17. Now, the key will be, can Seattle go back down the field before half and put up another 7?
Sure.
Seattle needs to get another touchdown in this game, in my opinion, to really stress Shanahan into opening it up a bit more. But I got to be honest, like Nick is struggling, and I think Kyle's picking on him in a lot of ways.
Shane says, Mike McDonald adjustment coming. Frog and the Scorpion says, D-line needs to get home. Purdy has had more time to throw on this drive. That is clear. Luis Octavio says they're holding Big Cat on every play. Scott says defensive ends need to get more pressure, too much time in the pocket. At this point, you're up 14, right? Are you already starting to think ahead to how you want to do things in the second half? And what I mean by that is like, look, you have a 2-touchdown lead. Things seem to be working. Let's not show them anything now in these last 6 minutes that maybe I'm planning on bringing out in the second half that they're not thinking about right now.
Yeah, potentially. That's definitely there. The one thing I would like to see though is from Mike right now. You got to remember, you're going up against a veteran play caller, right? We're not panicking.
No one's panicking. It's just the 49ers.
No one's panicking.
49ers are a very, very good offense, and you cannot take them lightly no matter how much you're up in a game. That's all we're trying to say.
Yeah, and this is where I look at it like Mike's got to find a way with what he's doing with Nick to get him more comfortable again. Because Kyle's going at him in ways that he is good at, and he's making Nick have to choose, and every time Nick chooses, he ends up being wrong. And that's something where if I'm Mike McDonald, it's like, okay, how do I get Nick Eamon-Wari to just go back to, do I just start sending him on auto checks? Here comes a reverse and a throw to a flea flicker.
We saw this last week, double reverse back to Purdy.
Drake Thomas, way to get in there.
Nothing.
For 1 yard. That was a lot for 1 yard, boys.
Yep. Saw it last week in their game against the Eagles, and it only resulted in like a 7 or 8 yard gain. Usually when you see those, which is funny, we talked on the syndicate the other day who said, well, we're not going to, or no, I did on the mixtape with Rob Guerrero this week. I said, well, I guess we're not going to see the flea flicker again because they already used that. Well, there it was.
Try to reverse flea flicker to a screen and that
1 yard gain. 2nd and 9 now, 5:28 left to go in the second quarter. Seahawks up by 14 in this one. Ball at the 41-yard line of Seattle. Purdy in the shotgun, hands it to McCaffrey, gets about 4, and then he's stood up by Leonard Williams and Jaron Reed. Derek Hall also in there for a gain of about 3. It's going to bring up 3rd and 6. Well, this feels big. They're outside of field goal range. Eddie Pinheiro doesn't have the biggest leg in the world. This would be about a 60-yarder from where they are. So a huge 3rd and 6 with 4:47 left to go from the 38-yard line. Purdy in shotgun again with McCaffrey to his left. Juwan Jennings in motion. Purdy's got time to throw. Throws it down the middle. Completes to Ricky Pearsall for the first down at the 22-yard line. Whatever the 49ers are doing to offset the Seahawks pass rush is working. They are not getting pressure on this drive.
No,
that is not going to be a catch. That is not going to be a catch. Very, very close. They need to challenge this. I expect that they will. You could tell he had the ball, it looked like cleanly, and then it came out the top part of his hands and got way too much of the turf. We've seen similar reviews.
Pearsall, you can whine and complain. It's a drop.
Yeah, we've seen a bunch of different examples of this type of call the last couple of weeks. I remember there was one in the Rams-Falcons game, and they are not going to give this to him. No, that ball, as he's going to the ground, the ball comes loose way too much and gets way too much of the turf. Oh, he loses control. He completely loses control. That's not going to be a catch. It brings up a 4th and 6. Looks like they did a review or a what do they call that? What do they call that now? Anyway, where they just talk about it and be like, no, it's not a completion. So it brings up 4th and 6. They are going to attempt a field goal. This is at the very, very edge of Pinheiro's range. This is about a 56-yard attempt. This is not a chip shot for Pinheiro. Although I think he hit one from this distance against us in week 18. The kick is up. It's right down the middle. It's good. And the 49ers now with their 6th point, 17-6. But that feels like a big bullet dodged and a great example of how, look, the only way that they're able to move the ball is with checkdowns and dump offs and scrambles. Anything other than that, they just haven't been able to stay in rhythm.
This I'll say on the flip side here, Dan, this is big for our offense. We have to go down the field and score. And it's not go down the field and score kick a field goal. It's go down and put another touchdown on the board and go up 24-6.
Well, and again, just avoid disaster. Just don't have a 3 and out, because now, like, some people don't believe in momentum. I do. I think it's really, really important. And I mean, as far as the crowd being into it, them starting to doubt themselves, them having to sit through the whole halftime being like, oh God, we thought this was going to be a blowout. Now they're back into it. This is a big, big drive from that standpoint. Even if they could just eat up the time, go down and get 3 points, I think it's big in this game. Keep in mind, well, I don't want to jinx them, but there's a little stat related to the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan in regards to the fourth quarter. And I'll save it for then.
Wow. Okay, so just for everyone to understand, when Shaheed took that ball on the opening kickoff back for a touchdown, we now have a Shaheed quake at Lumen Field.
So they did, the UW, I think the meteorology department set up 6 different sensors around the stadium today, specifically to be able to read.
And it registered.
Where was it at compared to Beastquake and Taylor Swift?
I don't know where it's in comparison to that, but what I'll say is Aaron Levine put it out, and he put Rashid Shaheed quake registered on the seismograph.
Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, that's that. I think we saw a couple examples on that drive of how you just cannot you can't count this 49ers team out as long as that offense is intact, because, you know, Purdy's showing how he doesn't panic. He's perfectly willing to check it down to CMC and be patient within the offense. But also that throw that he had to Tonjes, was it Tonjes? The layered throw over it's about as good as, that's right there with Darnold's touchdown pass to JSN. Like that's as good a throw as you can make in this league.
No, it is. And again, this is where it's like, you know, Sam's out route to Cooper Kupp there. Like this is where, again, I look at this moment for Seattle here. This is where elite teams snatch it. And you're giving the Niners here a bit of life.
Yep.
And this is what I was saying earlier, Dan, in the pregame part of this, where don't let them hang around. Don't let them hang around, go down the field and score.
Yeah, I think that's important, especially for a young team that's not been in a game like this before together. Is, you know, it's easy to come out at the beginning of the game and ride the wave of, you know, the emotion from the crowd and everything. You get the kickoff return. You're feeling good about yourself. But now the game's a little tighter. The Niners have done some things to get back into it. You go into halftime, you got to guard against not clinching up a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Like, just stick to your stuff. That next play mentality that Mike McDonald preaches. Ball at the 20-yard line. Wait, why is it at the 20? He kicked it out of the end zone.
Because it went out before.
It landed in the landing area and we didn't. Okay. Ken Walker off to the right side, a gain of 4 to get them started on this drive. Banging that outside zone again, which is something that the 49ers have proven to not be very effective against. It's going to bring up about a 2nd and 6. It might be 2nd and 7. Yeah, 2nd and 7. Darnold 6 and 9, 52 yards and a touchdown. He is in shotgun with JSN flanked to his left and Ken Walker to his right. Condensed splits otherwise. 2nd and 7. from their own 23-yard line. Darnold takes the snap, hands it to Ken Walker. He's trying to find room over the left side. He gets through, finds a crease. Oh, I thought that was going to break for more than that. It's going to bring up a 3rd and about 1.5. Not quite close enough for a barnyard sneak, I don't think. Gain of 7. This is a huge, huge play. Clock ticking. 3:26, 3:25. It's 3rd and 1, but I think it's a long one. Let's see where the spot is, because this feels like a spot where you bring in Barner for this, as important as this drive is. They don't. It's because it's almost a full 2. That's 3rd and 2. That's not 3rd and 1. Darnold under center, pitches back to Zach Charbonnet. He's met in the backfield, and he's going to be stopped short, and the Seahawks are going to have to punt. There's a flag on the play.
Charbonnet's down.
There's a flag on the play. Yeah, Charbonnet slow to get up. Did he take a shot to the head?
No, he grabbed his left knee.
Oh, boy. Yep, he's holding his left knee. That looks significant. He is that's not good. What's the flag? This is where it kind of sucks to not be able to hear the audio.
They're pointing against, it looks like it's against San Francisco.
Okay. Holding, defensive holding, automatic first down. Okay, that is huge. But the big news on the play, and let's see the replay. Let's see what happened.
Oh, God, yeah. He grabbed Sundell.
I want to see this from Charbonnet. Does his knee just get banged? It doesn't.
No, it's like it's not. It's he plants funny.
That could be ACL. Dang it. All right. So who? Cam Akers our 3rd running back today, or is it?
No, it's Jones.
Oh man. Well, it is going to be the Ken Walker game from here on out. Unfortunately, that is a huge, huge blow. And just what I was going to say is, like, this is why you can never, ever, ever in this league, especially in the playoffs, because you're playing playoff caliber teams, you can never get comfortable in this league. You can never let up. 17-0. Oh my God, we're going to blow them out. This is going to be, no, things like this happen. Weird bounces of the ball, injuries, and now Charbonnet hurt, and he's been such a huge, huge part of this offense. Yeah, that's going to be no. Henrim Halani's on injured reserve, has not been brought back yet.
Yep.
And Cam Akers is he not on the 53-man roster?
He is not. He's not practice squad.
Dang it. Oh, this could get tricky.
You know what we might see?
Robbie Utes get a carry?
Mike Allstott version to Robbie Utes, maybe?
Let's go. That just sucks because it looks like a significant injury. And if it's something that's going to impact Zach Charbonnet this offseason or his availability for next year, that could be even more important, given that the Seahawks have, like, if they were on the fence about whether to pay Ken Walker the going rate, which would be about 3 years, $36 million to bring back a running back of his stature at his age, then if there's any chance that Zach Charbonnet is not going to be ready for the start of the season, you sign Ken Walker.
And you make sure you sign Cam Akers to a futures deal.
Well, it's, Cam Akers is a guy with like multiple significant. Okay, now he's walking on his own into the tent. That does not.
That was a headshot. Okay.
Wait a minute.
Maybe. But why did he grab his leg then?
Are we thinking the same thing? Maybe he grabs his knee so that they don't check him for a concussion. So Viens Jones is on the field right now instead of Ken Walker in the first play after he goes out. What the heck? 1st and 10 from the 33.
My.
And a reverse to Shaheed. He's got the first down and more down the right sideline. following his blockers. Big gain for Rashid Shaheed. And what a brilliant play call from Clay Kubiak, as the 49ers had to be thinking, wait a minute, what? Why is Jones in there instead of Walker? Are they going to throw the football? They're under center. That's a genius play call, in my opinion.
It's very good. And to see Sundell and Zabel out there, just like,
oh, it's beautiful. And cross. So our left side of our offensive line is 25 yards downfield on the right side of the field, blocking for Shaheed on that play. What a play call. What an unbelievable.
Talk about the impact of the traded player, eh?
Yeah, right? Unbelievable. Is this so far through almost a half? Is this the best we've seen Kubiak?
No.
This half has been.
I'm going to say no. It's
Commanders
not.
game doesn't count just because they were so terrible. Don't go be like, oh,
I would say no, because I would go with the Buccaneers game.
Or maybe first half of Texans before the stupid trick play that didn't go anywhere. Peter Go Hawks, thanks for the donation. Now praying for a quick heal for Charbonnet. Jones is a beast too. Let Vilas cook, baby.
You got to remember too, Vilas played for Saints last year.
Yeah, and he had that great preseason when the Bears were on Hard Knocks a few years ago.
Yep.
And was going to make the team as an undrafted free agent, and then blew his ACL, I think, the last week of camp. Just what a cool call.
But that, again, is also playing to the aggressiveness of the 49er defense right now. They're flying to where they first see it, and this is where I'm expecting a boot to come out soon. Because you're running these wide zones and you're killing them and they're having to fly. That's where you can get them over pursuing like we did.
It feels like a touchdown on this drive. You know what I'm about to say.
I'll say it's a touchdown on this drive and a quick 3 and out on the other side of halftime is going to make it real hard on that 49er team.
I'll go ahead and give you the stat I was going to give you earlier. In Shanahan's career as a head coach in San Francisco since 2017, his team, he has never led his team to a victory in the fourth quarter if they're down 7 points or more. They've never come back from 7 points or more down in the fourth quarter and won a game, which is just one of the more remarkable stats in this league. It's just hard for me to fathom that. So far, according to this is interesting. According to Sumer Sports, they've played 100% zone so far after 2 weeks ago playing 28% man, which is their high mark for the year. That's intriguing. Pressure rate of 33.3%. They have blitzed at 16.7%. Darnold under center at the 43-yard line at the 2-minute warning now. Takes a handoff, drops back to pass from under center, 7-step drop out to Robbie Oots in the flat. So we finally get a target for Robbie Oots, but the ball is incomplete.
Yeah.
Finally, we saw it. A little creative there, being under center, run situation. 49ers are probably, ramping up for the run there. Try a little curveball there. They're in field goal range, but it's the edge of Myers' range.
Yeah, I want another first down here.
Yeah. Darnold in shotgun now with Walker to his left, JSN to his right in the backfield. Darnold over the middle. And he had Shaheed wide open on the post route. And did the ball get tipped? I thought that ball might have gotten tipped to the line of scrimmage. It looked like the flight might have gotten diverted there just slightly, and they're not going to show us a replay. Okay, cool. Brings up a 3rd and 10. It was D. Winters on that play. They're not,
that's a good time throw by Sam, though.
Not going to show us a replay on that. Okay.
No. All right, so we're in empty.
Brings up a key 3rd and 10, empty backfield. As he said, Darnold in shotgun. Drops back to pass, gets rid of the ball quick. And that's
Jake Bobo.
wow. That's why I hesitated. I was going to say Cooper Kupp, but that doesn't look like Kupp. Absolute seed from Darnold. Quick, decisive, little slant from Bobo. He gets inside leverage. Absolutely outstanding.
Wow.
He's been worked into the rotation more in the last few weeks, and we've seen him with some big blocks in the run game. Big third down reception there from Jake Bobo for 20 yards. Gives the Seahawks new life. 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line, inside 2 minutes left in the half. Darnold under center now. Walker in the backfield. The hand to Walker up the middle. He's got room to run. He's across he's near the first down marker, just at the 10-yard line. It is going to be close. It's close enough that if they don't give it,
you barnyard it.
Well, but they're not. Okay, now they're going no huddle. 50 seconds, 49, 48. Darnold lines up under center. Walker behind him. Remember, Zach Charbonnet left the game with an injury last drive, waiting for an update on him. Saubert in motion. The hand to Walker up the middle. He's got the first down and more, down to the 7-yard line, maybe the 6.5.
Nice work there, Anthony Bradford, if they show us the replay.
And then McDonald runs out to call timeout.
30 seconds. Smart timeout spot.
Seahawks with 1 timeout left. 34 seconds left. Their 1st and goal from the 6-yard line. What do you like? What do you like here?
So I would, if I'm Salah, I'm expecting the boot.
Okay.
So what I like here, as crazy as it sounds, I almost would like, it's tough here. I'd like some sort of rub action, see if we can get him in man. Run like a stack to your left. Hold on.
What are they showing there?
It's his knee.
Yeah, it's his knee. They're showing Charbonnet walk back into the.
I'm hearing Erin Andrews right now, and she's saying that the PR staff's saying it's a knee injury, and he just walked back for imaging.
It doesn't look severe though. Just the way he's moving. They didn't have to carry him. Okay, 1st and goal from the 7-yard line. Darnold under center. Walker behind him. Condensed formation. Darnold, the hand to Walker. Off, cuts it back to the left-hand side. Breaks the tackle. Gets in the end zone. Touchdown, Seahawks. Walker walks in.
Okay, I think Sam's feeling okay if he can jump that high with Ken Walker to celebrate.
Seahawks take a 23-6 lead pending the extra point. 31 seconds left on the replay here. Walker starts off to the right and then immediately cuts it back. Now, is that one of those?
Charbonnet.
Is that one of those? Was that the intention? Was that intended for him to cut back? It was built that way.
That is all. So as you teach your running back on that, if that backside end, if we get seal and he crashes, you cut and go.
Okay.
And that's what you got on that. That's the same things. Just what you did with Charbonnet in week 18.
Myers with the extra point makes it 24-6. Seahawks. 31 seconds left in the half. Wow. Let's see what we got here. Well, this is fun. As much as I love this Sumer Sports, the live action here, I wish I could just see a box score.
Oh, breaking news. What
do we got?
Dun, 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 dun. Kevin Stefanski is finalizing his deal to be the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons.
Let's go. You know what that means? Hold on. Let's do this. Atlanta was seen as the most likely spot for Clint Kubiak, and there have been quite a few rumors and rumblings, including you heard some things from some contacts you have that he might have been either the favorite there or the plan B if they couldn't get Stefanski. So the fact that Stefanski is locked up in Atlanta now, I feel like when you start to connect the dots of the jobs that are open and where the smoke is and where the reports seem to be connecting people, that was kind of the one spot that Kubiak could have made a run at. That Baltimore doesn't seem like a fit. I think he's too smart to take the Arizona job. Miami seems to be leaning towards Halfley right now. The Titans seem to be leaning zeroing in on I thought it was McCarthy is the guy that
one of those two sounds like it's going to be.
Yeah, but the Titans have set up 3 second interviews so far. None of them are Kubiak. I think that's huge news. I think I've been sticking to my guns this whole process that I think he's here for another year next year. And I think now I feel about 99% certain that he's going to remain a Seahawk.
Wow, Mike Morris just killed that returner.
That was fun. Brock Purdy back to pass. 25 seconds left. He's got some pressure. He steps up in the pocket. Incomplete pass trying to get it to McCaffrey over the middle. He gets hit by Witherspoon. And a little shit talk there from Ernest Jones as he's looking at it. Peter Go Hawks, thanks again for the dono. Walker walks in for a Seahawks touchdown, baby.
Peter, you have been on fire tonight, my friend. Oh, McCaffrey's gingerly on the sideline right now.
Yeah, he is. He's wincing. He's shaking off his leg. That looks like I think he has a herniated L3. He's out for the day. Sorry, spoken like a guy with back problems. Purdy back to pass, 21 seconds left, steps up in the pocket. He's got some pressure trying to run for it. He gets the first down, and he's knocked out of bounds by Ernest Jones, or actually he's inbounds. The clock continues to run. No, because the NFL rule changed a few years ago, and it's about what's out of bounds and what's not, and it's absolutely stupid. 13 seconds left in. Wait, Flight 206 says CMC's Pootie hurts.
Just imagine if they did lose McCaffrey for the game. That would be so devastating to that team of any. Oh, Purdy almost lost that on the ground.
Hey, I've been saying for weeks now that I don't think CMC's getting enough attention as a MVP candidate. Like what he's done is the glue to hold that offense together when that team has had so many key injuries. He's been remarkable, and I feel like he should be in the conversation. All right, 1st and 10 at the 49-yard line, 13 seconds left. The Niners have
timeout.
49ers don't have any timeouts left, so the Seahawks take their final timeout. I don't mind being careful here. You just don't want to give up a 25-yard sideline route that puts him in field goal range. Looks like they're working on his shoulder.
Yeah, I think when he got tied up there on that incomplete, I think they yanked it back. Like he just incidentally, it got yanked back. So it looks like it could be a rotator or something on the back, a lat muscle that's tightened up.
Trainer working up under his shoulder pad on his left shoulder there. Trying to get in on that. All right. Let's set the stage. Seahawks leading 24-6, 13 seconds left in the second quarter. The 49ers are driving. They're at their own 48-yard line. They get the ball to start the second half. Purdy an empty backfield in shotgun. Pierce all in motion. Condensed splits.
Come on.
Purdy back to pass. Pressure now from the outside. Purdy has to throw it away, and it's picked up.
No, I don't think so.
Devin Witherspoon covering Jake Tonjes on that play. Man, I want to see Witherspoon start to get credit for some interceptions. That was an absolutely unbelievable play, but his momentum took him out of bounds. He wasn't able to get his feet down. Damn. Great play. Peter Gohawks with another Donos is praying for McCaffrey to heal quickly after the game.
Well done, Peter. Well done.
In time for next year's fantasy football draft. Right.
Yeah.
All right. 2nd and 10. Seahawks in. They've got their safeties playing about 30 yards downfield. 6 seconds left. Purdy drops back. He's going to have to take a hop step because he can't throw it that far, can he? He barely does. Gets it in the. Oh my!
He got to the goal line. He got it to the goal line.
He did, and Jake Tonjes almost reeled that ball in. Who knocked this away? Tonjes in the middle of the pack. A bunch of our guys jumped too early.
Nick Eamon-Worry.
Eamon-Worry redeeming himself for a rough first half at times, knocking that ball away because Julian Love jumped way too early on that one. And it almost resulted in a Hail Mary touchdown. So the Seahawks leading 24-6 at the half. Let's go through some of these breakdowns again. Just a very Even dispersal of personnel groupings here from Kubiak. We got 33.3% divided between 11 personnel, 12 personnel, 21 and 22. 46.7% run rate. So they've actually thrown it more than they run it today. Sam obviously feeling just fine. 43% outside zone, 28.6% inside zone. Seahawks have lived in nickel tonight, 75%, even more so than they have in the past. And they've, according to Sumer Sports, they're playing 100% zone coverage on the back end against the 49ers. Do you change anything up in the second half, or do you just keep going with what's working?
You keep going with what's working, because I think it's starting to become, and this is where Mike gets into his bag on defense in a lot of ways too. It'll be interesting, but on offense for Clint Kubiak and the offense right now, Dan, like, give K9 the ball. Just let him go. Like, don't expose Sam unless you have to, but like, I'll say this. Sam Darnold, like, I wonder what his treatment's going to be like tomorrow and throughout the week. But for him to get through this game the way he's playing and some of the throws he's been able to make, has been absolutely huge.
Yeah. It is going, look, if this result ends up being what it is and the Seahawks blow the 49ers out, win this game convincingly, and Sam doesn't have to do a whole lot more or whatever, like, the conspiracy theorists are going to be out in droves. Just that this was all BS. It was all just to throw off the Niners and give them something more to think about. Yeah, I don't believe that. I think it was just being due diligence and being careful and adhering to the NFL rules, right? Something crops up, you're supposed to report it, or you can get in a lot of trouble, as Russell Wilson and the New York Giants found out.
Yeah, no kidding. Sure. Well, and that's where I look at this and I go, he probably did have something flare up. But, the thing is, too, is you can tell, and this is one thing I think that never should have been questioned about Sam, but some people have, is how tough is Sam Darnold?
Yeah.
He is a tough SOB. And, it's just the way I look at this and I go, if Sam wins this, stop making up excuses. Stop saying he can't win football games. Stop with all the crap. Let Sam Darnold be who he was as a young, up-and-coming quarterback in the NFL on two of the shittiest franchises in the NFL in some respects. And I hate to say that about Carolina, because I think Carolina's had moments. But overall, two of the shittiest franchises in the Jets and Panthers. To then when he gets in two good spots with coaching and everything, now you see what Sam Darnold really is.
Yeah.
And that's why I think it's really smart what Dante Moore did from the Oregon Ducks of, I'm not going to come out this year in the NFL draft because there is a high chance the New York Jets are going to take me, and I don't want to be in that spot.
You know what, though? I'm glad you brought that up, because this will give us something, to talk about at halftime here. I see it as being more than that. And I'd like to give this Dante Moore kid a little credit, because this isn't the first example of him thinking big picture and long-term, right? Mm-hmm. Like when he transferred from UCLA to Oregon, Bo Nix was still there.
Yep.
And he got paid a bunch of money, I know, but he transferred knowing he wasn't going to play.
Yep.
That's different. We don't see that a lot, right? And then Moore decides not to come out. Well, maybe it's not that he was afraid of being taken by the Jets second overall. Maybe it's that he sees all the data, the overwhelming mountain of data that players with less than 15 starts in college football don't fare very well when they go to the pros. It's more than 15 for him now, because he started about half the season his freshman year at UCLA. But maybe it's like, hey, I get a chance now. I get to make $7.5 million by staying, but also I'm just going to be more prepared to be successful in the league early on. And it's not so much about Jets or not Jets. It's just about long-term vision and being ready.
So what I'll say about it, Dan, is I think a part of it is the who is up there. And I think players are becoming more aware of this because two things. NIL money. You don't have to jump college to make money now if you're a good enough player.
Mm-hmm.
And two, I think there's a level of maturity. And I think The one who's brought a lot of light to it, and I want to really give him credit as much as he is a horrible football announcer, is Tom Brady. You've heard Tom on numerous different podcasts and such talk about why the quarterback position, you're not seeing the play that it used to be at the highest of levels. Like, yes, you have some guys here and there that do, but overall, it's not there. And he talks about, hey, all these guys, like I run a quarterback academy. You always mention this, and I appreciate it, but I run a quarterback academy. I view that there are throwing coaches and then there are quarterback coaches out there. I look at Jordan Palmer for an example. Jordan Palmer he runs Summit QB, or QB Summit as it's called, but he runs it like an academy where they're not just talking about how you spin a football and throw it on the field. They're talking about, okay, it's cover 2. How are we deciphering that? How are we dealing with the rotations and breaking down film? You get a lot of guys where it's like, yeah, let's go out on the field and throw the ball and run these guys through drills and stuff on throwing the ball. Well, throwing the ball is the byproduct of being prepared mentally. And that's why I feel a lot of quarterbacks, young and up-and-coming quarterbacks, don't get that work in the offseason that they should when they go see all these other specialized throwing coaches. When with my guys, we do a 7-month program where I'm taking them right now for the first 3 months of it. We're sitting for an hour to 2 hours. We're doing specific gym training in the gym to prepare your body as a quarterback. And then we also do theory sessions where we're breaking down boundary safety rotations. What does a 4-2 defense try and take away from you? How do you handle the on and off field pressures? All the things that a lot of people see when these guys step on the field and are really successful is all the work they do behind the scenes. It's not about just spinning a ball. It's what goes into that, because that is the finished product of trying to spin the football and throw it to the right guy on the field. It's everything you do off the field prior to that. And so when I look at guys like a Dante Moore, it's great. I think he's going back, because I love the Bill Parcells rule of 7 for drafting a quarterback. And you brought up this number of starts and the wins and all those different things. A lot of these guys jump through that and don't do that.
There you go. Peter says Sam Darnold's a perfect example of this conversation. Just want to get caught up on some halftime stats. Sam wasn't asked to do much. 7 out of 12, 68 yards, a touchdown, no interceptions, no balls really in jeopardy, threw some incredible throws. The Seahawks with 93 yards rushing in the second half. So they're about halfway to where they were 2 weeks ago against the Niners when they ran for 180 yards in that game, right? And what did we hear all week from Clay Kubiak and Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh? We got to stop the run. We got to stop the run. Seahawks averaging 6.2 yards per carry. Kenneth Walker, 8 for 41, 5.1 yards a carry, 5 for 20 for Zach Charbonnet. He is questionable to return with a knee injury. That in and of itself is good news. We were afraid it was an ACL to begin with. Seahawks leading receiver, Cooper Kupp, 3 catches, 34 yards, and an average of 11.3 yards per catch. I think one of the biggest plays of the first half was that big Jake Bobo catch on 3rd down for 16 yards to get the Seahawks to where they could get a field goal or a touchdown on that drive, obviously, keep that drive alive. Brock Purdy, 12 out of 19, 103 yards, just 5.4 yards average per attempt. Christian McCaffrey, 9 carries, 29 yards, an average of just 3.2. Jake Tonjes and Christian McCaffrey with 5 catches each. Tonjes, 59 yards, Caffrey, 39. The Seahawks have not registered a sack yet, but they have pressured Purdy up until that last drive. Was definitely making an impact. Darnold was sacked one time. Devin Witherspoon leads the defense with 5 tackles.
So I got a question, Dan. Is Jared Stidham going to pull a Jeff Hostetler?
Hey, I think Stidham's I think he's got some talent. And when they first, when Peyton first got there and signed Stidham before they drafted Bo, and there was a moment there where it looked like they might give him a shot at the job. And I didn't think that was far-fetched. Like he's got some skill.
Yeah.
And I know Peyton will have a good plan for him. Team stats: Seahawks lead in first downs 11-9. 3rd down efficiency, both teams are 2 out of 5. 4th down, the 49ers 0 for 1. Average yards per play, 49ers 4.8, Seahawks 5.4. Time possession's pretty even, 15-23 to 14-37. Like the numbers are all pretty even across the board. It's just kickoff return for touchdown, turnover on downs on fourth down. And the Seahawks, what did we talk about on Syndicate the other day? Third downs in red zone. Seahawks being better, being more effective in the red zone than they were 2 weeks ago, cashing in and scoring touchdowns instead of field goals. You can look at the drive chart here. They score a touchdown on the opening kickoff. And then their first drive on offense, 11 plays, 44 yards. The second drive on offense, 5 plays, 42 yards and a touchdown. They're up 10-0 at that point. They did have 1 3-and-out to start the second quarter, but then they come back with a 10-play, 80-yard, 4-minute touchdown drive at the end of the half, which was incredibly crucial considering the 49ers are going to start with the ball in the second half. We lost Bryce. Don't know if that's a signal thing or if he's taking a pee break, but as soon as we get him back, I will be taking one of those breaks and then we'll get going with the second half. Just a couple of reminders, you guys, if you haven't checked it out yet, check out my new merch store. Really happy about this. Like, it's through a website called TeePublic, which I'm not making this up. I've been buying shirts. I discovered these guys about 5 years ago. I've been buying shirts from them over that entire time. Really good quality, incredible prices. It's all to support independent artists. So when they reached out to me a couple of months ago and said, hey, we'd like to do your merch store for you, I was ecstatic because the quality's better, the prices are lower, shipping's faster. It's all from the United States. I'm really, really proud to be offering this. And right now, everything's on sale through tomorrow night. So this is a really, really high quality t-shirt that you can get for $16. You can choose your color. There's different logo options available. There's the horizontal mountain logo. There's the circle logo. There's the slogan, Forever and Always Go Hawks. There's hats. There's hoodies. Look at this hoodie for $35. Really, really high quality hoodie. Really, really excited about this stuff. So check it out if you can. In the meantime, let me hop over to Twitter and just see if there are any updates on Zach Charbonnet. I wouldn't think that we would see him in the second half. I don't think we'll get any updates as we begin the second half here soon. Yeah, I wouldn't expect that we're going to see Zach Charbonnet in the second half. But I think the good news is, again, as an amateur medical professional whose partner is a nurse, I guess that kind of qualifies me. It just didn't look like ACL the way that they were treating him and the way that he walked off the field. So hopefully it's just a minor sprain, the kind of thing you can bounce back from shortly. Jason Myers with the opening kickoff of the second half as Bryce rejoins us. Ball is fielded at the 1 yard line, taken over the 25, 26, 27 yard line, driven down by Patrick O'Connell, getting in on the action.
Connor O'Toole.
O'Toole was standing there watching it, but that was O'Connell on that play. Come on now, give the guy some props.
Hey, give O'Toole some props. He got down there.
I assume Aaron Andrews giving a CMC update. Cannot hear her right now. Again, CMC, they were working on his left shoulder at the end of the first half. He is not out there right now. It's Brian Robinson Jr. behind Brock Purdy as he now is under center at their own 28-yard line to start the second half. Kyle Juszczyk in motion. Now he lines up on the edge. The pitch back to Brian Robinson. Not much there. A gain of 1. There's a flag on the play. Is that holding on the Niners? A quick flag from their backfield. McCaffrey has his helmet on.
No foul.
No foul. They picked up the flag, 2nd down and 9. McCaffrey stomping around on the sidelines, got his helmet on. Looks like he's going to come back in the game.
I don't know.
I don't think they would have given him his helmet back.
Mind games, Dan. Mind games.
Yeah, maybe. 2nd 9 now at the 29, their own 29-yard line. Purdy in an empty backfield. Drops back to pass. little bit of pressure, late pressure now. He scrambles out to his right, throws it out of bounds, and throws it away. Brings up a 3rd and 9, promising that he looked like he had nowhere to go with the football there coming out of the half.
No, it is. And the other thing you're seeing is more interior stunts right now, it looks like. And Byron Murphy's starting to have a factor. He's getting there.
It's remarkable how rarely McDonald's sends blitzers.
I wouldn't either if I had that front four.
It really is cracking the code against an offense like this when you can drop that many guys into coverage. 3rd and 9 now. Pressure coming off the right side from Uchenna Nwosu. Purdy back to pass, throws it deep, and
oh my God,
completion for a first down. Outstanding play from Brock Purdy there to Juwan Jennings for a gain of about 15. He was flushed out of the pocket to the left, and
Chenna's got to keep his feet.
Yeah, great job by Purdy there. Outstanding anticipation on the scramble drill to find Jennings there. Oh, good work.
I'll be honest, like people will go, well, Reek should have been like, that's a long time to cover in man because that was man coverage.
Under center now. Purdy takes the snap at the 48-yard line. McCaffrey still not in the game. Purdy being flushed out of the pocket by Jaron Reed and Leo Williams. Retreating even farther back, has to throw the ball away. He had nothing there. And he was 25 yards behind the line of scrimmage when he had to throw that ball away.
Tonjes is hurt.
Now Jake Tonjes goes limping off the field. That electromagnetic.
I was going to say.
That's a non-contact injury.
I think that might be his Achilles.
He goes down.
Yeah, he went and grabbed the back of his ankle like someone shot him.
Dude, they got to shut that substation down. They got 2nd and 10 now.
No, it's the collagen, Dan. It's the collagen.
At the 48-yard line, Purdy fakes the throw, hands it off for a good gain. Yeah, good gain of about 7 yards. Little draw play there after the pump fake. McCaffrey still, so he's still hasn't settled on. It looks like he's campaigning to come back in, and they're not letting him. He's over there trying to work it out, but I don't know what he's trying to do. It's a shoulder injury, and he's out there running around. 3rd and 3, first drive of the second half for the Niners, down 24-6. 3rd and 3, the handoff to Brian Robinson Jr. up the middle. Nothing there. He is stopped.
Jaron Reed.
2 yards short of the first down. There is no way they can go for this. Can they at this juncture of the game? I wouldn't put it
past them.
Yeah, it might be 4-down territory. They're at the 40. They're at the 43 of the Seahawks, 44 of the Seahawks. There was nothing there. Good job by Boye Mafe, too.
Here you go, 4th and 2.
And they go for it. It's 4th and 2, and I think it might be a long 2. Let's see what it looks like when they come up under center again. Crowd ramping it up.
Man, Dan, I'm just telling you, I know you can't, but I can hear the fans in my head. It's loud.
It's 4th and 3. It's not 2. Purdy back to pass.
Here we go.
He's got some pressure. Leo Williams with the sack. Interior pressure. Big loss for the 49ers, and the Seahawks take over on downs in 49er territory. Big cat.
He just split them.
Oh, he splits the double team of Colton McKivitz and Dominic Pooney. Just an absolute, that is teaching tape for how to get that inside arm up, right? Kind of that rip move to beat the guard and split that double team.
And you know what was really good on that? To allow him to go to the outside. So, you look at where Big Cat was lined up. He was the 3 tech on that. He's outside shade. And to go and shoot the B gap, that means your partner on the outside, the defensive end, has to do a good enough job to keep the tackle occupied enough to let you slide through. Mm-hmm. Derek Hall, fantastic job. Took an outside jab step, got McClinchy to turn himself just enough, and that allowed Big Cat to slide through.
So, did anybody have Seahawks blowout on their bingo card today? I think we all picked pretty convincing wins. I had 24-13.
I started really high initially. I started 31. My first show I did 31-24. Then I did 27-17. 17. I think I finished on 31-17. So I love that in the chat right now. Pops 3Y3 goes, Purdy looks a bit frustrated. And Amy goes, he should be. There you go, Peter. 20-yard gain by the defense.
I don't know what to say right now. I just this is
enjoy it, Dan. Dan, enjoy this. It's playoff football. Enjoy playoff football.
I will say this for about the last 8 weeks. I think ever since we kind of came out of the bye and got through like, the Commanders game, the Arizona game where we blew them out, the Minnesota game. We talked a lot about how this team felt like as good as they'd been, leading the NFL in point differential, only losing, the 3 losses by 9 points, et cetera, that they hadn't put a full game together yet. You can throw out the Saints game. That's one of those games that gets out of hand early, and then you just coast from there. Same with the Vikings. But against a solid team, they hadn't put a whole game together yet. They hadn't put it all together yet. If the offense was cruising, then the defense, Tampa Bay is a good example, had an off day. Or if the running game wasn't working, Sam was back when he was making explosive plays down the field. We couldn't get the running game going, and we wanted that to get going. This is a team peaking at the right time and putting it all together. Ken Walker with the run over the left side for 7 yards on first down brings up 2nd and 3, and it really looks like they can just run at will in this outside zone. That all the numbers by this time of the year, the numbers matter because the sample size is big enough. You're either good at something or you're not good at it. And the 49ers are not good at defending outside zone, and the Seahawks are leaning into that.
Well, they just had a 7-yard run by Ken Walker doing it. So it's this is where, like, okay, I'm just going to say third quarter, Sam has thrown 12 passes.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And we're up 24-6.
I don't think he throws 20 because we get to the fourth quarter with this kind of lead. They pull him. Darnold back to pass on this.
Oh, what a ball.
Over the middle to Cooper Kupp for a first down, a gain of about 12. He's dealing. He looks confident. He looks comfortable. That's not an easy throw. That is.
No.
Was that Lenore that he just threw it inside of? That is that window was this big.
Yep. And that's a timing window.
Yeah.
Oh, Charbonnet's riding the bike. That's a good sign. That is a good sign.
Look, if maybe he just kind of sprained his MCL or whatever, maybe he's good to go next week. Under center for Darnold now. Hand to Walker deep in the backfield. Cuts to the right side. Over and close to the first down. That's going to be a gain of about 8 on first down. What were we going to say?
I wonder if he jammed it. You know how you jam your knee sometimes and it just jolts everything funny?
Well, or it could just be like a bruise, like he took a shot to the kneecap, because it didn't look like his leg got buckled up or twisted. No. Maybe it's a bone bruise or a contusion. 2nd and 2 now from the 49ers 16-yard line. Darnold under center. He's got 21 personnel. Robbie Oots lined up as fullback. Cooper Kupp comes in tight. The hand to Kenneth Walker, cuts it back over the left side, up the middle, and he's going to have enough for the first down.
Man, Ken's running angry.
And efficient and smart and decisive and all the things that we have wanted to see out of Ken Walker. Oh, wait, let's go back here. Peter, again, 20-yard gain by the dark side defense, baby. And then Peter with another donation. Appreciate it. I said 30-10 before the game, but it looks like the Hawks are trying to prove me wrong. Might be 40-9 by the end of this ass whooping. F the whiners. McCaffrey and Tonjes, they just showed them both on the sideline trying to work some things out and get back into this game. 9:26 left to go. Sam under center, 1st and 10 from the 15-yard line. Drops back to pass and interior pressure, and he gets sacked
Sam,
at the 24-yard line.
Get up.
Gets sacked at the 24.
Ooh, that one hurt. That one hurt, Sam.
We see the sky cam replay here. Sundell just got beat. Sundell got absolutely beat. Who was that? CJ West?
Yeah, but Sam got crushed on the left side. You can see him being on the ground being like, oh, that one he felt.
Brings up 2nd and 18. He's in the shotgun now with Walker to his left side. Condensed splits again. Walker shifts over to his right. The pitch out to Walker to the outside. We've seen this play before.
Yep.
And he gets about 7 on the play, gets back to the 15, makes up for the ground that was lost on the sack.
Oh, Lenore, shut up.
It feels like they can get 5 yards anytime they want to running outside.
Uh-huh. And Lenore can't really tackle anybody outside. He just tried to chirp frickin' Ken Walker. Like, dude, stop. Please stop.
3rd and 13 for the Seahawks on the 17-yard line. Empty backfield. Darnold shotgun. 3 seconds left on the play clock. Ball is snapped at 1. And he gets rid of it quickly to JSN over the middle. Trying to get to the first down marker. Comes up just short. 2 yards shy.
Sam just about got annihilated again.
Man, part of me wants to go for this at 4th and 2 inside the 10, the way your defense is playing. But I say just take the points, kick the field goal, make it a 21-point game.
Sam, like the look he just had walking away from Janoko, I think he's feeling it now.
I think if Myers makes this kick, I think there's a good chance we don't see Darnold throw another pass in this game. And he does make the kick, makes it 27-6 with 7:07 left in the 3rd quarter. What are they showing here?
Bourne and Job.
Kendrick Gome.
Oh, that should have been called.
How is that not a flag? They just showed
Lenore.
Yeah.
That's a fine coming, though. Amy just called that. That's going to be a big fine.
Lenore, JSN standing with his hands behind his back, and Lenore comes up and headbutts him in the face. And JSN just stands there. Should have been a penalty. It's not. He'll get fined, like you said. I will be right back. Hold the phone.
Oh, well, here we go. Big stop for our defense, guys. We have to get a stop. And I say that just for the simple fact we get a stop here, we go back down, and we score another 7 or even a field goal. This Niners offense is barely built to play in this situation. They're not built to play with 4 vertical routes consistently, and I don't think they can win that game, especially without having CMC as the check down. It's going to be interesting to see what Shanahan comes out with and how many gadget plays we may see on this drive. Shane, I can't pull it up, but no, they can't eject upon review, unfortunately. Not something they can do, but he'll definitely get a big fine for that one. Fair point, Amy. Yeah, DK would have lost it. You remember what happened with Fred Warner in that whole situation in the playoff game in 2002? Yeah, DK would have lost his mind in that situation.
Yeah, great job by JSN, just playing it cool there, letting those guys be their own worst enemies. We've seen a little bit of chippiness, but there's going to be a few personal fouls handed out on the 49ers before we're done here.
Hey Dan, Scott's got a question for you there at the, I guess for you would be the 10:22 mark. He's asking about your availability now.
Have I broken the seal? I'm good. I'm fine. What? 2 beers doesn't do shit for me.
I think it's the seal of the washroom seal there, Dan. I think that's what they're referring to.
This is kind of cool how the chroma key covers.
I was going to say, you can see the Space Needle in the back of it. That's pretty good.
By the way, shout out to my buddies at Fast Fashion Brewing down on First Avenue in Seattle. Proud sponsors of the program. Matt and Randy Storm, best craft beers in Seattle. Go check them out down next to Hooverville, across the street from Showbox Soto, if you happen to be at the game, cruising there.
Connor O'Toole and Mike Moe having a day on special teams kick return or kick coverage.
Peter Go Hawks again, mega fine and should get wait.
Suspended a game.
Suspended a game?
That's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, could be. Could be. All right. So the Seahawks leading 24-6. 27-6. Purdy in the shotgun. Fakes a handoff to CMC. He's got pressure again. He's got to come up in the pocket. Gives it to Kyle Juszczyk. Enough for the first down and a gain of 10 before he's wrestled down by Ernest Jones and Brandon Peely playing coverage downfield.
Purdy's got nothing down the field. He's having to get to his check down.
Yep. Go back. Grab. We're going to go. First and 10 now for the 49ers at the 41-yard line. Purdy again with the play fake.
Lots of time.
To throw, dancing around the pocket. Still nothing downfield. Intercepted by Ernest Jones.
Yes.
Covering Luke Farrell, the tight end out of Cincinnati on that play. Purdy with all day to throw, dancing around, moving around in the pocket, tries to get it to Farrell over the middle of the field, throws it with a bad base, by the way.
Oh, horrible base. Right to Ernest Jones.
A little hot pass, and Ernest Jones with the interception at midfield. They nice little shot of some 49er fans feeling it in the crowd in this game.
I have not messaged my friends Andrew and Jason yet to ask them how they're doing because I feel like Jason is just probably losing his mind right now.
Wow. Hey, talk about this too as a play caller, game planner, or coach. And I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but 21-point lead with, you
need another touchdown before you pull Sam.
No. Do you at this point, are you shutting down your call sheet, already thinking ahead to next week? Like, I don't want to show the Rams or Bears this. We can just do basic stuff from here on out. Unless the
if you had specialized stuff in, then yeah, I'm not going to. But, and this is what I've said before, and one of the film labs, Dan, I'll bring up my film, my call sheet. Everyone can see how they're built.
Yeah. That'll be a fun off-season.
Yeah, it'll be a fun one. But the thing for me is with this is you build it per week, basically. So you're not using all the plays. You have your formations. You have what you're going through. You basically almost install 70, sometimes new plays a week based out of your formations to attack certain things that team's doing. But you'll have certain go-to ones. I think the QBX probably sitting there going, cool, I can go back to our base bread and butter, and that's it.
Didn't see anything about this, but 1678 Pedro is saying Charles Cross is hurt.
I heard someone say Robbie Oots popped his shoulder out, which I saw him kind of jog off with his one arm hanging down. So I'm about to pull up the
Charles Cross heading to the locker room after having been in the blue medical tent, according to Bob Condota 3 minutes ago. John Boyle says Charles Cross walked to the locker room right about the same time as that interception. Amari Kite is in at left tackle to start this drive. Okay, so here's video from Greg Bell showing Cross walking back to the locker room. He looks, I wonder if his head got hit. He's not walking weird. He's not limping. Doesn't have his helmet. He's talking to an assistant next to him. He looks animated. It doesn't look like anything serious.
No, I would hope not. And yeah, so Brady Russell's in the game now, so I wonder if there's something going on with Oots' shoulder.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, True Metal Jake says start resting guys at this point. It's too early for that. You cannot count this offense out that soon, but that's going to be a conversation here in a couple more drives. Nice throw from Darnold rolling out to his right. Gain on first down to JSN. Showing a replay here. Oh, they're showing the interception. And just a tremendous, tremendous job covering everybody. They just show Witherspoon's got guys covered. Excellent
Drake
work.
Thomas has
And just Ernest Jones, that's his 6th interception on the year.
Yep.
He led inside linebackers with 5 during the regular season. Darnold under center now, again, 2nd and 6 from the 43-yard line. Hand to Kenneth Walker. Hesitates and up the middle. He did slip. Lost his footing a little bit to Diamador Lenore. God, I can never get his name right. I've said it a million times. Diamador Lenore with the tackle. Peter with the big dono. Really appreciate the super thanks.
Peter.
Thank you. Let's go Hawks. Best day ever. I was in Vegas last weekend for my birthday, and an obnoxious Niner fan wanted my number to FaceTime me when they won. Guess who's FaceTiming after the game? Let's go Hawks. I love that. Oh, can you record that and send it to me?
Yeah, you should screen record that, Peter, and just have that. We'll make sure to
now.
that.
3rd and 5 from the San Francisco 42. Darnold back to pass. Looking down the right side. Wheel route.
Oh, K9.
And the ball, that might have been a touchdown. The ball was a little bit high for Walker. Darnold's kind of laughing it off.
He knows it. He says, dang it.
He seems fine. This ball should have been a touchdown. We saw that on the first drive of the game, right? They tried to get to a little wheel route.
So what I'll say is that's actually not a wheel. It's called a rail.
Oh.
And the reason why it's called a rail is because of what Cooper Kupp does right there. He runs into the linebacker incidentally on an under route, and it basically works as a natural pick.
That's a touchdown if he throws it out in front of him.
Oh, yeah.
The ball was there. So now the ball's at the 28-yard line of the Niners. Darnold in shotgun. Velus Jones in motion. The hand to Shaheed running out of the tailback situation. That's going to be a loss on the play, but I like the creativity there. I like the...
You know what bugs me, Dan, a little bit? Is all the stink that was made this offseason about that drop tackle penalty. And you're seeing guys do it consistently, and there's no call.
The hip drop, yeah.
Winters just basically hip drop Shaheed.
Now, I asked you a couple minutes ago about, do you hold things back now? Do you kind of lock things down? Do you also maybe thinking about, like, maybe this is an example of that? Do you throw a couple of plays out there just to put them on tape?
Correct. You do.
2nd 13 now from the 30. Darnold in the shotgun. He's got plenty of time to throw. Throws it to his left. Cooper Kupp with his 4th catch of the game. Easy first down. And he is down at the 15-yard.
Okay, who had on the bingo card that Cooper Kupp was going to be the best receiver tonight?
The leading receiver for the Seahawks?
Yeah.
Hey, look, there's some fans throughout the season that have said, don't bring him back next year. It's a cap hit, whatever. His leadership, he's still able to be an effective wide receiver 2, or maybe next year he becomes a wide receiver 3. He's absolutely, I think, part of this team next year, and then we have a conversation.
Yeah.
And I think they might adjust his contract. I don't.
I think there is.
I think it's possible that I think it's likely that he doesn't play 26 on his current cap hit. So now at the 15-yard line, 2:30 left to go in the third quarter. Sam, it was gonna be play action, a little bit of a roll to the right, but the Seahawks take a timeout. And I get a text from my mom. She must be watching the game. She's feeling good about it.
Oh, so Pedro just came in, Dan, and said Greg Bell reports questionable with a foot injury for Cross.
Okay. So it's a foot, something different. But again, the way it looked like he was walking off the field, and it just doesn't feel like something that's going to put him in jeopardy for next week. Flight says, please put lock in after this drive. I still think it's too early.
I'm not putting Salmon until I will say, so they scored a touchdown on this drive. Drew might be in to start the 4th.
Yeah. I think if they score a touchdown here, then that's the conversation. Because again, under Kyle Shanahan, the 49ers have never come back from more than 7 points down in the 4th quarter to win a game. Right. Sam under center again, Ken Walker behind him, the hand to Walker off the left-hand side. He's got a big crease over the 5, and he gets in for the touchdown. Ken Walker from 15 yards out, and the Seahawks take a 33-6 lead, and the beat down continues. And now we can probably talk about taking some guys out of this game and preserving him for next week. We are going to see True Lock. Peter says it's not even the fourth quarter yet. Is it too soon to FaceTime now? Yes.
Wow. I'm going to say this right now. Amari Kite, what a good block on the edge.
Hey, this is a conversation to be had, and maybe this will be a film lab for this week, since he's going to probably play the whole fourth quarter here. We liked everything we saw from Amari Kite.
Yeah.
The week that we were in town for camp, in the preseason games, in the mock game, like he's a dude that, he went to Central Florida or was it South Florida?
Central Florida, but he started at Alabama.
And played games there. He was like a 4-star recruit to Alabama, started some games there. He's got length. He's got athleticism. He moves really well for a guy his size. It's Seahawks may really have found something for themselves there. They might have swing tackle locked up for the next few years.
It's but can we just say right now, I think the Ken Walker conversation.
Yeah.
I'm very much okay with bringing Ken. Yes, he has a different gear today. He's had a different gear for the back half of this month of the season.
The only reason I ever questioned bringing him back was I just didn't think he was putting it all together. And I just thought that there could be, another guy out there who could be more reliable. Right. But he's a different guy. And, we've talked about this and now it's official that he's not going to come back. But, the whole Kennedy Polamalu thing was interesting and it was weird when it happened mid-season. It was called personal reasons. There's been some whispers that maybe it was like a mutual parting of the ways. It just wasn't working out with him. And I don't want to be disrespectful. Maybe he has some issues with his family or some health problems, whatever. I don't want to assume. But the running game's gotten better since he's left. And Ken Walker in particular has gotten better. And he looks like a guy that you absolutely want to bring back next year and beyond. And I think when it comes to the running back position, more than any other on the field, exactly what the price tag is.
Yeah.
Right. It's just a matter of how you want to structure. Is it 336 at 448? It's $12 million a year. Right. It's James Cook. And I think he's worth that. And he's shown he can be healthy now. And
I will say this, though,
get it done before free agency starts, though. You get it done then before he hits the open market and you save yourself a couple of bucks.
I think he's going to be in the Kyron Williams price range or maybe above. I don't think he's James Cook because you haven't seen the consistency enough to warrant that full dough. But I think, to your point, I could see him being in the 8.5 to, with incentives, getting him to 10.5 or 11 over a 2 to 3 year range.
And I think I always try to look at it from the player side too, right? But yeah, where it would make sense. Like, here's a good example. Reek Woolen, if I'm Reek Woolen's agent, unless he flat out tells me I want to be in Seattle and nowhere else, I'm probably encouraging Reek to not agree to a deal before free agency. I want to get him to the open market because he could end up getting JC Horn type money if he gets to the open market.
There's Tyakata, Dan.
Ken Walker, as a young running back, he's just going to get what all the other running backs get. He's going to get $12 million. That's what he's going to get. And for him, for his perspective, don't you want to be with a team that's good, has a chance to win championships, and runs the football where you're going to be the guy?
Mm-hmm.
Peter stepping up today, man. Let's go. Best day ever. And he's going to do it with the game in the background. Bangers with the donation. Thank you for that. The hand to Christian McCaffrey, stuffed for a loss in the backfield. Are the 49ers giving up?
Oh, Trent Williams is doing his dumb thing again where he's trying to be Mr. Bully when they're losing. Here comes what you said, Dan, the dumb personal foul penalties.
Bangers with another dono. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Love it. Love the Hawks. Love you guys. Life is good.
It is very good.
It is indeed. Let's look at the 49ers offensive breakdown here. They like.
By the way, this summer live thing is absolutely fantastic.
It really is great. Purdy forced to scramble, rolling out to his right, gets out of bounds, short.
Good effort by Byron Murphy.
It's going to bring up about a 3rd and 6. Minute 30 left to go. And the clock is counting in the third quarter. Charbonnet's still on the sideline.
in full gear, and
Yeah.
so is Robbie Oates. So that's a good sign to if
Yeah.
I think it became a situation of absolute necessity, then he could maybe go back in.
I think Charbonnet banged that knee. I don't think he tore anything or strained anything. They're showing a wide, high angle shot of the crowd. There's no red at all. Third and 3 now for the Niners on their own 38-yard line. Purdy in shotgun with CMC on his right. Drops back to pass, throws it down the left field.
Woolen, good play to make up for being beat.
Absolutely great play. And by the way, why am I in a baseball state of mind? I've said left field twice. But yeah, ball, beautiful ball from Purdy on an out-breaking route of about 15 yards to Juwan Jennings. And Reek Woolen gets beat a little bit and then just turns around at the last second, knocks the ball out of Jennings' hands. Brings up a 4th and 3, and the Niners are going for it.
He got picked on that one, Dan, and made up for it, which was great. But that old Reek doesn't make that play.
Nope.
A substitution issue on Seattle.
And that's got to feel really good to him, too. Seahawks take a timeout. It's got to feel really good to him, too, given, obviously, what happened week 1 with the 2 plays that he gave up on the final drive, the big one to Pearsall down the left sideline, and then, of course, the touchdown to Tonjes, where he was in position to make a play. He just didn't make it.
No, and that's the thing is that version of Reek that we just saw, we didn't see in week 1, week 2, week 3. We saw a guy that was struggling, overthinking, I think. And you know what? He even admitted on a podcast, I just can't remember the one, and it was a good one to watch, but basically says how he was stuck in between Pete's style of coaching DBs and what Carl Scott and Mike McDonald wanted to do. And now he's fully come into it, and now he understands it.
Yeah, and we heard our buddy Derek, Coach Derek on All 22 Films, talk about the technique. 4th and 3 now for the Niners from their own 37-yard line. Purdy with some pressure. He's being forced out of the pocket. Nick Emenwari almost with the sack. Leo chasing him down. Purdy chucks it up downfield. Ball is broken up. And I don't even know, did he step out of bounds as he was throwing?
I think he stepped out of bounds before he threw it.
He's rolling to the right, and he just throws a desperation ball down the sideline. Leonard Williams, Emenwari almost got him. Purdy almost loses his footing, and then just as he's going out of bounds.
Nope, he got it off.
Okay. But the Seahawks take over on downs in 49er territory, leading 34-6 with a chance to add to that. They're already almost in field goal range. Do you think we see Sam Darnold here?
Yes. I think they put the stamp on it now.
So the fourth quarter
run the ball, and then after that, it'll be the Drew Locks show, and Sam can sit on the bench and smoke a cigar.
That being said, I'm going to grab another Sam Adams summer. I'll be right back. Keep the folks entertained.
Oh, I will do my best. All right, folks, everyone, fire away any questions you got for me. I won't be able to pull them up on the screen, but I'll give you my best ability to answer them on the side. Well, that wasn't a very long break there, Dan.
By the way, I have a little bit of a knee strain today. I'm questionable, but I'm playing through it.
Oh, look, Dan, you, sir, are a professional.
Just got to rub some dirt on it, man. The best ability is availability.
I got 2 questions in here for me, Dan, if you want to bring them up. They're the last 2 comments here.
Bryce, how confident are you after tonight that we can beat the Rams?
If everyone that's been kind of nicked up and Sam's able to have another good week, I'm confident. I don't think we're gonna play the Rams.
It's gonna be a tough. I think the Bears are gonna give them everything they can handle tomorrow. Thoughts on the Stefanski hire in Atlanta? We like it. Why? Because
this now makes it where the jobs are limited, and a lot of these teams are starting to narrow down who their head coaches are going to be. You got to think Giants now are off the table. I'm pretty sure we're going to hear before the end of the weekend the Miami job is off the table with
Halfley
taking that job. You're going to see now the Falcons are obviously off the table. So we're looking at, what are the remaining jobs in my head? Baltimore, Arizona,
I think
Pittsburgh.
here's my prediction for the Ravens. I think it's Saleh and McDaniel as his OC.
Yeah, that's what I think is going to happen there.
And
I think Flores and
and
Dayball are going to be the Vegas pairing. I think that's where they're going to go there. So that leaves you with Pittsburgh, which I don't think Kubiak fits Pittsburgh. There's no path to a quarterback really. I know they drafted Will Howard, who I like, but I don't think is ready.
I think Shula gets one of those jobs. He's been really impressive.
I think he fits the Pittsburgh thing. Defense, right? That's something Pittsburgh's always banked on and they've gone with. They've never gone offense. I think he fits there, and I think Shula's that guy.
Sam still in the game under center. Hands to Ken Walker. 13 yards off the left side for another Seahawks first down.
So fun stat here for everybody about Ken Walker. He was out of 200 attempts. So I put in 200 attempts for running back.
Interrupt. They just showed Saleh on the sideline. He's going like this.
He's got nothing, no answer.
He's shaking his head. There's nothing they can do.
Yeah. And now we're into the fourth quarter. But this stat for everybody. Ken Walker was the number 2 running back at forced missed tackles in the NFL. And the 2 guys bookending him, number 1, Bijan Robinson, probably the best running back in the NFL.
Yeah.
Number 2, Jonathan Taylor. So to be sandwiched in between those 2 running backs, pretty good sign of the guy you got toting the rock here in Seattle. But
it really feels like, and it looks like he's found himself, like he's dialed it in, like all the little pieces that we've seen of what he could be, but also the things that were holding him back from being as good as he could be. It just seems like he's got that all figured out. And just brings us back to what I think my favorite thing about this coaching staff is they develop players. Like these young players, they just get better every week. They become the player you think they're going to be. You know, at the beginning of the season when Ty Okada had to play because Julian Love was hurt, well, we heard it from fans for those first couple of weeks because he had one play here or there that maybe people perceived as him being in the wrong place. And they're like, get Ty Okada off my team. He's a practice squad guy. He's garbage. Not now, right? Drake Thomas, look at him now, right? Look at it. It's remarkable to see these players develop and get better. And that's just such a powerful, powerful tool and I think it's something that gets discounted, I think, by fans. Every time we go into the offseason, fans are usually focused on 2 things. What free agents can we sign and who can we draft that's going to be a superstar? They don't think about the players on your own roster getting better. And we're going to see it a lot this offseason. People are going to want us to go out and be aggressive and get another center or right guard, right? When we've talked about this a lot, this offensive line's gotten so much better and they continue to get better. I don't know that you need to make dramatic changes, but if you do, well, maybe the guy's already on the roster. Maybe it's Bryce Cable. Maybe it's Christian Haynes. Maybe it's Mason Richmond because they get better.
Here's the one thing I'll say, and I gotta eat a little bit of crow on this. I was a huge Jalen Sundell guy. You and me both know this, and I've been high on Jalen. Halfway through this season, I started to question it. When he got hurt and our run game was struggling, I started to say, well, maybe we need to. And I've said it up until about 4 weeks ago. I said on my show, like, maybe they need to upgrade center, leave Anthony Bradford because Bradford had started to play well. Maybe that's what they needed to do. And I am now coming back after watching more All-22 going, I think Jalen Sundell is getting better. He's understanding how to play center in the NFL.
I'll take it one step further. I know I've been talking about Tyler Linderbaum a lot the last few months, and every NFL fan this offseason is going to want him. He's going to cost $30 million a year. I don't want to do that. We have a good center. That's where I'm at. Under center now for Sam Darnold from the 24-yard line to the 49ers. Hand up the middle to Ken Walker, and he powers ahead for another first down. The pile keeps moving, and they get another 7 yards after Walker gets stood up. They're down to the 8. It's going to be first and goal. They are stepping on the 49ers' throats and putting this game away.
They're bullying them, Dan. They are being more physical.
Look, I try really hard not to be petty online. I try to ignore the trolls, but sometimes it's too much. And the 49er fan base is so toxic and negative and personal. I've saved so many receipts, and I'm going to have a good time tonight. Now, the Seahawks on the 9.5-yard line, 1st and goal. Darnold under center, hands it to Walker again. He's looking for room on the right side. Nothing there, and he loses 3 yards. It's going to bring up 2nd goal from the 13.
Dan, you got to bring up Amy's comment from the chat just now. It's like 3 up. I love that. Oh, Grant Cohen admitted it. This makes it so much sweeter because he was the one making the comment about Sam potentially faking this injury.
Trust me, that's one of the ones I've got saved. Don't even worry about it.
Oh, God.
Sam in shotgun now, 2nd and goal from the 12-yard line. And he fakes the throw to the left. On the draw play up the middle to Walker, powers his way to the 5-yard line. Nice positive play there.
Lenore's trying to back talk onto Bobo. Are you kidding me? Lenore, are you sad that somebody pushed you a little bit?
I want to see Demarcus Robinson catch a meaningless pass in this game and have him jump up and do that and be like, dude, it's 40-6.
Yeah.
He did that on his 2 or 3 catches week 18 when they were getting their ass kicked. It blows me away. So 3rd and goal now. Seahawks leading 34-6, 13 minutes and 4 seconds left. D. Winters being held off the sideline by an official, probably getting looked at, by an independent physician for a head injury. Seahawks have outgained the 49ers in the second half, 114 yards to 32. They take over on the 6-yard line, 3rd and goal, shotgun. Ken Walker to Darnold's left. And he hands it to Walker over the right side, and touchdown, Ken Walker. And the Seahawks take a 40-6 lead. They are going to play for the NFC Championship next week at Lumen Field against either the Chicago Bears or the Los Angeles Rams. This is an ass whooping. This reminds me of the Thanksgiving game. It wasn't on Thanksgiving, but it was Thanksgiving because I was on Thanksgiving break. I was in Leavenworth when I watched the Rams come to Lumen Field, which is Quest Field back then, in 2017, and beat the shit out of the Seahawks with Todd Gurley running wild. Bobby Wagner was out for that game. You remember he got into it with Earl Thomas, whether he could play or not. And it was 42-6 or something like that. That was a statement game. It was a changing of the guard. It was an announcement that Sean McVay is changing things with the Rams, and this rivalry isn't what you thought it was. This is that game for the Seahawks. The Seahawks have now made a statement twice in less than 2 weeks against the San Francisco 49ers that we're the team to beat now in this division, not you. I did not expect a beatdown like this happening. I thought it was possible, but I didn't think it would happen. I thought the 49ers are going to show up and give us a good game. This is an ass whooping. This is belt to ass.
This is belt to ass. This is belt to ass.
Is satisfying. Here it is right here. He beat me to it. Playlist trap. And maybe the best news we've heard all day, Navajo Egg Roll says Drew Lock time.
Yep.
Drew Lock and Velas Jones time. Wow.
So I got to mention this story here, Dan. So one of my really good friends designed my logo and everything for the Hawks Eye. He got tickets bought for his birthday for the Canucks tonight, not knowing that Seattle, this was months ago, not knowing that Seattle was going to be the number 1 seed and hosting this playoff game. And him and his wife tried to get rid of the tickets, but they couldn't because the Canucks are so bad right now. So he's at the Canucks game, went early to sit in the bar at the arena and watch the Seahawks game. And he's like, I didn't expect this, but he's like, I'm going to be sitting here watching the game on my phone instead of the game I'm at, because he was like, I would have rather gone to the Seahawks game. I would have rather sold and gone down to the Seahawks game. And it's just one of those things where, doesn't it feel good again, Dan, to be the bully? to not sit there and go, okay, I hope if all the things go right that we can squeak this out, to actually be like, yeah, no, you have to hope for that now.
Well, this is what you hope for every single year. When you get all excited during the offseason, you want to see how your team looks. You talk yourself into all the things it could be and all the positive things, right? And then it just never, it really was the death knell. It was kind of the final nail in the coffin for Pete those last few years. Is there were a lot of promises made, but we didn't see the results on the field. What we're seeing on the field right now is what Mike McDonald has been telling us for 2 years he wanted his team to look like. And it's exactly in the vision of how he wanted his team to play and what he wanted them to look like. We got some breaking news here. Peter Gohawks has reached his buddy from the 49ers, and he answered the FaceTime call, took it on the chin, took it like a man, answered the FaceTime call. Another dono here from Misfit 13 Actual. Bye-bye, Weiner gang. Couldn't happen to a more toxic fan base. This isn't the same Seahawks anymore. Go Hawks. Is this the most complete Seahawks game of the year? I think if you take away you could say Vikings or Saints, but you have to consider the competition there, right? This is like, as much as I'll ask it to you this way. Look at this performance today. If the 49ers had Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, is it different? Or George Kittle? Like, it's 40 points.
Yeah.
It's an absolute beatdown. It would be closer.
It'd be closer.
And I give all the credit in the world. We've been saying this all year. I know you and I agree on this, but I know we're also both reading The Why Is Everything and reading about the history of the Shanahan tree and everything else. I have all the respect in the world for that coaching staff and the job that they've done to put themselves in this position, given all of the key injuries they've had this year. But that stuff all gets set aside. It's a 12-win team. You're in the second round of the playoffs. Like, you're one of the best 8 teams in football, and you're getting beat by 40. Like, there's just you can't make excuses at that point.
Yeah. No, and McCaffrey's gone out again. This is to see the 49ers bench just look completely dejected.
Yeah.
Like, this is what it felt like for a few years for us there with Pete. Like, it was like sitting there going like, man, like, we just don't have the players to compete with the 49ers and with the Rams. And in some respects, we didn't have the coaching staff to compete.
I'm struggling to think of a game that this reminds me of, because even when they sort of turned the tide and started to one-up the 49ers in that rivalry with Harbaugh and Carroll, there were still close games, right? I think DKB kind of hit on it here.
Yeah.
This is the only comparison.
Yep.
It's the Super Bowl against Denver.
Yep.
Like, even, we beat the Packers in the NFC Championship game, but we had to come from way behind to do that. There were some other playoff games that have been, down to the wire, but we've never seen anything. We've been blown out in the playoffs before. We've never seen this.
No, not in a play. The only other playoff game I can think of that came closest was the divisional round versus the Panthers.
Yeah, but even that was in the balance until when Cam had the pick 6.
Yeah,
that kind of put him up, 2.5 scores, I want to say, at the time, and kind of made it. It was like, okay, we're going to win this game. But up until that point, it was a competitive game.
So, Skinny SRT8 asked, "What is a stinger?" So a stinger is basically your nerve gets pinched, and it's
dealing with one right now. Yeah.
Yeah, basically your nerve in your shoulder or in your neck area gets pinched so bad that it basically sends like a fiery tingle through your arm and makes it go numb. And you can't move it. It feels like it's dead, essentially. And then it comes back after a bit. Think of a stinger like an upper body Charlie horse, essentially, in a lot of ways.
Or it's like, most people understand what sciatic nerve pain is, where you have a disc in your lower back that pinches on a nerve, and so it shoots pain down your right leg. It's like that version, but it's up here.
Come on, D. Let's not give them any easy things. Let's do something here.
Yeah, 2nd and 7 from the Seahawks 40. Purdy back to pass. He's pressured again.
Fumble.
From behind. The ball is loose. Recovered by Nick Emenwari. Uchenna Nwosu with the strip sack from behind Brock Purdy knocks the ball out. Nick Emenwari is Johnny on the spot to recover it. He celebrates. John Schneider's down on the sideline now. That's
D-Law, Dan. It's D-Law.
Oh, it was DeMarcus Lawrence. What a game he's had. Fly. I want that still shot of him like this.
Yeah.
Schneider celebrating on the sideline. I hope there's enough Manny's Pale Ale at Dino
Bush Light
tonight. I hope they have an extra keg of Manny's at Dino's. My buddy Corey, who owns that place, I hope they have some extra set aside because Schneider's going to be celebrating tonight. Yeah, now it's Drew Lock time, right? It's got to be.
Yeah, it's Drew Lock, Vilas Jones time. It's, Jake Bobo, Derek Young. Get the young guys.
I'm going to be petty tonight. I cannot wait.
Are you saying we're going to be petty on the post game, Dan? Are we allowed to be petty on the post game for once?
I hope we get some Niner fans in there, but we won't because
they'll go run and hide.
No, it's and look, not all 49er fans are jerks. It's the younger ones who adopted them as their team because they've been generally good for a while, but they haven't won since before those kids were rooting for the team. And so they just talk shit for the sake of talking shit, not because they have a passion for the game or they love the sport of football. They just, I don't know. They just want to talk shit, but I'm going to have fun with this tonight. I am going to be relentless in going after some of these jerks that made it sound like, and I'll tell you the beauty of this too is first, I think the Seahawks proved two things at the same time tonight. One is Sam doesn't have to be great for them to win. They're a complete team, and all he has to do is be competent. But also, he was mostly really good tonight.
He was.
Never put the ball in jeopardy. Made smart decisions. Was really make some big time throws. Was accurate. Does the team talk about a clean game? How many penalties do the Seahawks have? Here, let's. I'm going to take Sumer away here, and we'll go back to the full box score because they've just played a really disciplined, clean game. So let's see what it looks like here. Nope, we got to go to team stats. Penalties: 2 for 5 yards, and really, to their credit, 3 for 36 on the part of the 49ers. This is a really clean game all the way around, but 2 penalties for 5 yards for the Seahawks. 165 yards rushing to 81 right now. They only have 106 yards passing, but that's all they've needed. Average yards per play, 5.8 for the Seahawks to 4 for the 49ers. And Drew Lock is in the football game. A little different.
And Jake Bobo and Derek Young. It's everybody. Oluzin.
Lucas Jones is playing. Yeah, Lucas has to stay in because they don't have another tackle active on the roster right now.
So, Dan, I got an image I want to bring up on the screen that our lovely AI can create, which is so great. And I'm going to share it right now. I think it's an appropriate one of a nice cartoon that I will be sending to all 49er fans. I think that represents what occurred today. Is Blitz just pounding the 49ers into the dirt at Lumen Field.
That's pretty sweet. I like it. Lock with the handoff to Vilas Jones up the middle, gets 2 yards, 8:23, and the clock is ticking.
Running.
So
Zabel's still in there too. I guess they need to. Yeah, Zabel and Lucas would both have to stay.
Speaking of Zabel, because Christian Haynes is in at right guard, is that what we're seeing?
Yep, Christian Haynes is in at right guard.
Did you see what Jeffrey Simmons had to say about Zabel this week?
Yes.
I wrote about this on Seahawks on SI, where he was doing a podcast, and the guy asked him, I think it was Kevin Clark from the football show. He asked him, who gave you the most trouble as an offensive lineman? And he goes, well, nobody really. And then he said, well, Trent Williams. Trent Williams is really good. And then I got to give it up to that rookie in Seattle. I know they feel they're really high on him, and then he went on. I thought he was just going to pay like a moderate compliment to him, and then he said, "I have a lot of respect for the rookie. I play against Quentin Nelson twice a year, and I think he can be one of the best in the league. I think he can be as good as Quentin Nelson." That's crazy.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance that could be something for him.
Michael Dixon's going to punt now and pin the Niners deep. The clock is at 7:06 and ticking down. By the way we're going to do this when the game is over is we're going to kind of reset real quick. We're going to play the countdown again, and then we'll come back and do our proper official breakdown and post-game show. The punt deep, fielded at the 16, stuffed there by the Seahawks special teams. The 49ers will take over at their own 16, down 41-6 with 3:40 left to go. Let's go. Oh, we got a Peter Gohawks again. Got the video. Would love to send it to you. Yeah, my email is down.
I put mine in the chat too, Dan, so that way one of us can hopefully pull it up here.
My email's in the description, or you can, if you have access to my DMs on Twitter, you can send it that way. Well, the 49ers are giving up. Mac Jones in the game now for Brock Purdy, which makes zero sense to me. That doesn't make any sense to me. But I'm happy about it. I'm okay. I am okay seeing Brock Purdy look all sad and pouty on the sideline, because if I had $1 for everyone this week that told me that he's 4-0 in Seattle.
Hey, Shanahan, I got told multiple times that the 49ers season only ends in two places, the Super Bowl or the NFC Championship game. Think there's a new thing about it ending in the divisional round right now.
Reek Woolen with the great pass breakup on the pass attempt over the middle by Mac Jones. So if you're the 49ers, it would be not a fireable offense, but it would be a terrible mistake to not trade Mac Jones this offseason, right? Like, he played so well this offseason, and this is such a weak quarterback draft. If I can get a second round pick for him, this 49ers team has needs.
It does.
Significant needs.
But do you trust Purdy to stay healthy the whole season, right? Like, Mac Jones is part of the reason they're here right now, is he was good enough to keep that.
But I trust Shanahan to be able to find another guy to go in there and be effective. They really like Curtis Rourke, the rookie out of Indiana, who spent the year rehabbing from his ACL. He'll go out. He can go out and sign a guy like Zach Wilson and rehabilitate him in the same way that he did Sam Darnold and Mac Jones, and they can find another guy like that.
I'll say this: I don't think Zach Wilson's rehabilitatable. I think he doesn't have a lot of the skill set Darnold and them had coming out of college.
Fine,
he was
someone else. My point remains. My point remains. I just picked a name, dude.
I know, but I just had to give you a little bit of grief, Dan, about Zach Wilson, because we all know Zach Wilson made his money off of that one pro day throw that all had us in awe. But no, I do see your point, though. I really do, that you do have these needs. You do need to find a way, but I don't know if I'm Kyle and I'm looking at this going like, do I trust Brock to stay healthy the whole time? That's a big thing. And Mac is bigger. He's physically stronger.
Dude, this is
your problem is, and again, this is where I think it's so great what John Schneider has done for the last X amount of years since Russell got traded, is get great quarterback play on great deals. Brock Purdy's deal kills the 49ers.
Not for a couple of years. They're in good shape for 2026.
Man, what would you give right now to be in downtown Seattle with everyone leaving that stadium?
It's killing me. It's killing me. Shout out to Peter Lucero, by the way, who, got won the auction for my tickets for this week. We thought we were going to be able to get back to this game. We just couldn't. But I'll give a heads up for anyone watching, and thanks to all of you who have been here. I'll have to do the same thing this week. I cannot get it back to the NFC Championship game. My lady has a quick trip, and then we're going to Mobile the next day. Can't make that turnaround. And so my tickets are going to be available. Section 328, row K, seats 1 and 2. I'll be doing the same thing this week. And so if you're looking for a couple of tickets to the game, I'll do the exact same thing I did last week, where I'll check on the website and see the range that tickets are selling in and what's kind of realistic and reasonable. And then I mark them slightly below that so that, it's a good value for you to get in the gate, but close to retail value. And then any profit that I make on the sale of the tickets goes directly to help offset expenses to go to the Senior Bowl and cover that event for the entire week, which, by the way, another reminder, Bryce and I also have direct GoFundMe links if you want to help contribute to that trip on both of our pages. But I'll be doing that with my tickets for next week.
I think this is the most dominating playoff victory in, at least in the NFL, I would say, in the last couple of seasons in the divisional round.
Yeah, I'm still having a hard time wrapping my head around it. Like, you want to, as someone who immerses themselves as much as we do in this team and going back, every single day, literally going back to February and through all the transactions and the trades and free agency and the draft and then OTAs and training camp. And I went and spent a month at training camp. You guys came and spent a week. And then each and every week throughout the season and watching this team grow, and then waking up today and realizing if you don't win, you don't move on, and it might all be over. To see it all come together like this, I knew there was a chance that they could win convincingly. They did 2 weeks ago, but have the score look more convincing. I never thought 41-6 was going to happen.
And I said in the offseason, Dan, or leading up to this for the season prediction, I was wrong. I said 13-4. They went 14-3. But I also said 2 playoff victories for this team.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have to play in the wild card.
Right.
This team could be going to the Super Bowl.
I mean, and I know I said it earlier, I don't like the word should, but they should go to the Super Bowl. I think they're this team right now, I feel confident in saying today, is a better football team than the LA Rams. And I didn't say that in week 11. I didn't say that going into week 16. I've been really high on the Rams. I picked them at the beginning of the season to win the division. I thought they were the most talented and complete team. I don't now. And I think this stadium and that atmosphere you saw tonight, and it's going to be the same way next week, it is going to be very, very tough. And that's like you said earlier, like it's no gimme that the Rams get past the Bears tomorrow.
I'm sorry, I'm not laughing. Gray Zabel's laying on the ground there on the run, and the 49er guy looks at him. Gray puts his hand up, and he walks away, and Gray's just like sitting there with his hand up, and finally he claps himself, rolls over, and gets up. He's just like, okay, no one's going to help me out. Fine.
Good. Thank goodness. Just punt the ball and let's get out of here. This is
surviving the end of the game and surviving.
I'll say it right now, just off the top of my head, and there might be a game I'm forgetting. If you take every important game in Seahawk history, regular season or playoffs, there has not been a more dominant win in an important game against a good team since other than the Super Bowl. This is the second most dominant, important game the Seahawks have ever played in their history.
Agreed. No, I'll challenge you, Dan. I'll challenge you on one. So outside of Super Bowl 49, you mentioned it earlier in the show, the domination in the 2005 NFC Championship game against Carolina.
They throttled that Carolina team. They couldn't do anything. But what was the final score? It was like 20 to, let me see.
Oh, no, I think, I'm going to pull that up right now.
It was 34-13. But the Panthers had no chance. The game was over by the end of the first quarter. You just knew they weren't going to be able to do anything on offense. The crowd
kind of felt the same way in this one.
Yeah.
From the Jaguette, right? With the kickoff return. Like, talk about, I'll say that. That's what makes this game so unique. To come off a 2-week bye, or a week bye, I should say, haven't played in a week. Mm-hmm. Everyone's talking about momentum and all this. And to have Rashid go, yeah, okay, cool. I'm going to take this and go the distance on the first play of the game. Like, that just sucks it right out of you. It's like, what did we just have happen to us?
Yeah. And now the 49ers B team is on the field. It's now under 2 minutes left, 1:45 and counting down. Looks like the final score of this one's going to be 41-6. Again, as soon as this thing's over, we'll run the countdown again, then come back and do our full breakdown and our post-game show. So stick around. We're not going to end the feed. We're just going to pause. We're just going to run the countdown and reset. And we'll get into this then. Mac Jones now takes the handoff, hands it to somebody. I don't know. It's not even Brian Robinson Jr. It's that is Jordan James.
David Lombardi has the most ridiculous tweet out right now, and it makes me laugh at the goofball he is. He goes, let me summarize what the 49ers are right now. No CMC, no Ayuk, a hobbled Pearsall, no Kittle, no Tonjes, no Bosa, no Warner, no Michael Williams, Trent Williams hobbled with a hamstring. We now know where the edge of the cliff is, and that's okay. Like, get over yourself, dude.
Not what you were saying 48 hours ago, brother. Right? 48 hours ago, it was like, you can believe this team is wired for this. They're mad because of some Instagram posts. Here it is.
There we go.
Game is over. Mike McDonald runs out to midfield. He is about to shake Kyle Shanahan's hand, gets a big bro shake and hug, and they're saying some nice pleasantries to each other. This will not be a Ben Johnson, Matt LaFleur situation. A dominant, absolute woodshed performance from the Seahawks as they win 41-6. So the 49ers scored twice as many points as they did 2 weeks ago, and they still don't get the win. 41-6, the Seahawks win to advance to the NFC Championship game for the fourth time in their history. All the other three times they have made it to the Super Bowl. All right, Bryce and I are going to just hit the countdown here real quick, and then we'll be back in just a moment with our official post-game show. See you in a minute.
Sleeper is the #1 fantasy sports app. It pays to know sports. Pick more.
Nope. Let's try this again. Here we go.
Sleeper is the #1 fantasy sports app. It pays to know sports. Pick more or less on top players. Your first pick is on us, so start winning now. Play in Texas, Georgia, Minnesota, and 27 more states. Pick anytime across all sports, pregame or live. Over 10 million players are already on Sleeper. Make your picks count. Score up to 1,000 times your cash. Join today. Get up to $100 credit using the code FOREVER. Call your shot on Sleeper. Download now.
Also want to let you know about a special deal going on over at Omaha Steaks right now. If you go to omahasteaks.com, you can take your pick of USDA certified steaks and have them delivered to your front door, individually cryopacked in a cold case. And if you use the promo code FOREVER, they're going to give you $35 off at checkout. Go to omahasteaks.com, order your USDA certified steaks, use the promo code FOREVER. Terms and conditions apply. They're going to give you $35 off at checkout. All right, let's bring Bryce back in here. This is our official post-game show. The Seahawks beat the 49ers 41-6 today to advance to the NFC Championship game. Sam Darnold's oblique was fine. Charles Cross was fine till the end. We'll get some updates on some potential injuries there. But an absolute beatdown from the very first kick when Rashid Shaheed ran the kickoff back 97 yards for a touchdown to get this thing started. Bryce, how do you feel, and did you ever think it would look like this?
I didn't think it was going to look like this. I did not think the most complete Seahawks football game was going to come in the divisional round versus a division opponent coming off a very big win in the wild card round, to see this team do what they did, literally from the opening kickoff until the final whistle, completely dominate an opponent in every aspect of the game. It didn't matter.
I want to say this right off the top. I think it's important to acknowledge a couple of things. Number one is the 49ers did have to deal with a historically terrible rash of injuries this entire season. From the very beginning of the season, they lose Nick Bosa, and then lose Fred Warner. Trent Williams missed games down the stretch, not to mention all the players that walked out the door in free agency during the offseason. Ricky Pearsall hardly being able to play this year. Brandon Ayuk never coming back. We get all of that. And then I also think the fact that this last 3-4 weeks for the Niners has not been easy for them by not getting the number 1 seed, by losing week 18, having to play, they played 3 games in 13 days leading up to that game, and then having to turn around again on a short week after playing a really physical Eagles team on the East Coast on Sunday night, having to come back on a short week. All those things add up. But 41-6 is more than that. And this is a complete ass whooping from a team that I believe is more complete and is dialed in, and they beat this team in all 3 phases soundly today.
Oh, they completely did, Dan. And it wasn't a situation where, yes, we can acknowledge the 49ers injuries and everything, and what they did and how they got here, phenomenal job. But I said earlier this week, I know we talked about it on Syndicate. We've talked about it with respective guests that we've had on. You've had Rob on, I've had Jason. And the 49ers really did kind of have a feeling that they were going to be able to come into this game and hang with the Seahawks.
Mm-hmm.
I kept pushing back on that narrative, going the health of this team and the fact you're missing key pieces is going to make this very hard to compete for the entire game. And Seattle must have heard what I said and said, screw that. We're just going to do it from the opening kickoff and prove to everybody why we are where we are. But Ken Walker tonight, 22 total touches for 145 yards, and 116 of that was on the ground with 19 carries for 3 touchdowns, tying the postseason record for rushing touchdowns held by Sean Alexander.
Nice. We have a special guest sitting in the green room waiting to join us. Hopefully this will fit on the screen. I have no idea how this is going to look when we bring him in here. What up, Michael Thompson? How we doing, brother?
Bang, bang, Niner gang. Bye-bye.
We don't even know what that. I don't even know what that means. What does that mean, dude?
Oh, man. F the faithful. Man, 41-6. How you guys doing?
How you doing, Mike? You definitely are sounding a lot better now, brother.
Oh, and he's froze. Well, let's get to this from Osiris. Good to see you. Fresh out of our Discord over on Northwest Forever on the Patreon. Thanks for the donation. This puts fear in all the remaining teams. This is Mike McDonald Football. How anyone else could win Coach of the Year. Unfortunately, those votes get tallied before the playoffs start. And unfortunately, I think he's not going to get it. But let's talk about that. Like when Mike McDonald was hired, Michael, I'll ask you first, did you think we'd be here this quickly?
No. I thought, just talking with you, Dan, when this was all going on, I think you and I were both like, man, it'd be sweet if we got Ben Johnson, but Mike McDonald would be pretty cool. I think you and I were both like, well, man, if you get Mike McDonald, you're going to be stuck in this offensive coordinator problem that we probably still are going to be in, but like, maybe. I don't think we even thought Mike McDonald was this much of a wizard. Like we literally have hired the Sean McVay of defensive wizardry, the Kyle Shanahan of wizardry. Like what McDonald has done lately to Kyle Shanahan, nobody in the NFL has done. It's not even just that. Like the growth in him from year 1 to year 2 mirrors the growth from year 1 to year 2 of just this whole regime. Right. This team feels absolutely connected. McDonald, I mean, I'm watching on TV right now. Like he's connected with the fan base. Like he's running through that tunnel, like hooting and hollering with the fans. Like, yeah, you guys remember those first interviews he had? That guy was not a head coach. He was trying to figure out on the fly how to do it. He knows it now. He feels so much more comfortable. It is his team. It is John Schneider. Look at him, man. That's just so awesome. Like, this is Sean Schneider's organization, and this is Mike McDonald's team. And Mike has been given enough tools from John in 2 off seasons that we have built the baddest, toughest, meanest SOB team in the NFL. Like yes, this might be considered a down year in terms of the quality of all the teams, but I also think this is an all-time level team. And holy crap, it only took 20-something to 30 games for us to get to that point. It's insane.
And Bryce,
I gotta say this.
You and I have talked about this a lot, Bryce. We thought this is where this team was heading, but we didn't think it was going to get there till next year.
Year 3. This felt like year 3, right, guys?
Yeah.
It very much felt like year 3. I will say this, and this is something I brought up. I think, Dan, it may have been in a conversation with you. I feel John Schneider and Mike McDonald might be more symbiotic than Pete and John were. In the way they see football, in the way they build a team, the way that the way that they want roster construction and how to play football, it seems more connected.
Yeah.
And that's not saying what Pete and John had wasn't connected. But I think with Mike being as young as he is and John having that experience, I feel like they're more connected in a way because there's something different in that building. And I've heard it from people, like there's just something different in the way that they view things, the way that they prepare it. Man, like I'll say this too. We got told we want to be elite at running the football. That's what we got told this offseason. That is what Abe Lucas said. We're going to be elite at running the football.
And
guys, we're
elite. It didn't look great through about 10 weeks.
No, it's not.
But you know what? It did the same thing our defense did at the back half of last season.
Yeah.
There was a change, and I hate to say it, but who knows what this Kenny Polamalu situation was with Coach Polamalu. But that change happened at the midseason point, just like Dotson and Baker did last year.
Flipped it.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, with Outen taking over the run game, Ken Walker looks like a completely different running back.
Yeah, it really does.
And tonight, like, yes, it was not good to see Charbonnet go down. But then it was like, what's this is K9's opportunity to prove to all of us, like, hey, you're a guy that we can lean on. What does he do? 19 carries, 116 yards, 3 rushing touchdowns, and like he ran angry. He ran with a
player on the
purpose.
football field, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, he did. In my opinion, 100% he was the best player.
Yeah,
like
and I'll tell you something that I really don't want to get swept, that I don't want to see get swept under the rug, is what's been the problem for the last 10 years? Like the dramatic improvement of this offensive line and the impact it's had on this team. Like, I don't, you can tell me, oh, the 49ers haven't put pressure on anybody, but this line's looked like this for quite a while now. Like it's functional and you can operate a really good offense around it. And it's one of those things where we just don't talk about it anymore. You go through an entire important game like this and you don't even think to yourself, well, I don't know if we can overcome that position group. It's just not, it's been fixed. In 1 year, they completely turned it all around. And I think it speaks to, like, you know, you talk about Coach McDonald and you guys have both made great points. He's so even keeled in how he goes about the day-to-day preparation of getting these guys ready to play. And all the things you hear him say and all the things people say about him and how smart he is, like we've heard those things before. People used to say those things about Pete. But the last couple of years that he was here, it was clear that the league had adapted to the Pete Carroll defensive scheme and had lapped it. And Pete tried to adjust. He tried to, and then he lost his way. He's like, maybe now I need to go to Vic Fangio and figure out what he's doing and try to steal some from that. And then it was just a mess. But this is from the minute he arrived. Mike McDonald told us, this is what it's going to look like. And this is what I want to build. And he's built exactly that thing. And it's remarkable. And it's so, so, so gratifying to watch.
The thing I'll say too that's interesting about this is with Pete's defense relied on having elite Hall of Fame level players. Like we're talking about Hall of Fame level players. I don't know, and I'll say this. I think there are guys on this roster that could eventually get to being Pro Bowl level players, all pro level players. But I look at it and I go, Mike is doing this with a Tayakata. He's doing it with a Drake Thomas. He's doing it with guys that aren't Hall of Fame caliber players, and they play like they're all pro level players at points when they're put in the game. And we're talking about Pete Carroll's scheme and his defense and what happened there. Like after 2015, after that Carolina loss in the playoffs, teams kind of had figured us out, right? They figured out what we were doing. We couldn't cover tight ends. We couldn't do this. The LOB started to fall apart. But Pete's scheme had basically been figured out in that, like, kind of that 3-year window there from 2012 to 2015. Mike's been coaching this style of defense now for over 3 years, over 4 years now, and it's just getting better. And there are copycats out in the NFL. There's, Orr tried to do it in Baltimore, and, you had the coach down in Tennessee. Like, you've seen other teams try and replicate it. The only one that's been close enough to it is Mintor down in LA, but even it's still not proper and it's not right.
Yeah, it's not this.
This is what it feels like for once, guys, to have a genius in the room and everyone goes, crap, no matter what we do, we go up to Seattle, Mike's going to find a way to just scheme up a defense that's going to give us problems. Like, Amy put it in the chat. Kyle Shanahan's daddy is Mike McDonald. It is true.
And if indeed they play the Rams next week, like, when, Mike, you talked about, like, this is, we finally figured out how to defend this scheme. Like, years and years and years of it just shredding us, and we couldn't find answers. And now we've seen back-to-back games, and really 3 games straight, because week 1, I think, fits in this category. They put together a drive when they needed to, and that was it. But if they had, this defense had shut them down week 1 adequately enough, and that was without Uchenna Nwosu, and Eminawari went out on the 5th play and all of that. It just, it's so gratifying when there's hype about something or someone and they meet the hype. And that's how I feel about Coach McDonald right now. And I also feel a tremendous amount of gratitude and excitement right now about John Schneider. He's a guy that, from the day he was hired, I just always really liked how he went about things personally. I always liked his personality. Then I got to know him a little bit and interact with him a bunch of times. I liked him even more. And when he and Pete both signed their extensions at the same time, about 2 years before Pete was fired, I thought it was interesting at the time that Schneider's was for 1 year beyond Pete's. I always wanted to see what he could do running his own organization without having to share final responsibility and final say on the roster and personnel moves with the head coach and the VP. And my goodness gracious, could you have written the script any better than what we've seen from him in really less than 2 calendar years?
It's unbelievable. And I think, like, one thing that, like, we can't forget is it hasn't been perfect, but he's realized when something hasn't matched, like the Grubb hire, which I think we all agreed they had to hire him. It was late. There was a lot that went into the choice. I think we all agreed it was a fun, man, if you're right, you've got the actual brains behind the Kalen DeBoer offense. Turned out that wasn't the case. But instead of being like, well, we just brought him in, we got to give him a second year. If Ryan Grubb's the OC, we're not playing in this game today. And if we are, we're not playing it at home. And that's on John and Mike coming together. Like you said, what would this look like if you gave John the shot? And I think it's this perfect marriage of John being given the keys to the castle and then understanding what he needed and understanding what he needed to get back to, which is something that I think us three have been screaming about for years, is best player available in the draft, right? Attacking the trenches in free agency in some way, shape, or form. Like, again, guys, DeMarcus Lawrence was just an absolute animal tonight. Leonard Williams, that trade for John Schneider to convince him, hey, you need to come and stay in Seattle, right? Like, we all made fun of that transaction. Exactly. Like, just all these moves. This is this is how you make a jump, a supersonic level. Seattle reference. This is how you make a supersonic level jump in 2 years to where you go from a team that has the Pittsburgh Steelers and Mason Rudolph run all over your ass and keep you out of the playoffs to within 25, 26 months later, you're hosting the NFC Championship.
And how about this? All the talk coming into this game about Sam can't win this game.
Yes.
Cannot
win. The
man. He's not built for this, right? And even coming into this game banged up and hurt. And and having to get through. And, I even thought as he was walking into the tunnel or, walking off the field, off the tunnel, he seemed to be walking a little gingerly. Like, let's hope he's okay for next week. But when he only threw it 17 times tonight, 12 out of 17, 124 yards, passer rating of 111. Like, when he did have to throw it, he didn't seem hesitant. He didn't seem trepidatious at all. He let it rip. And Bryce, as the quarterback guy, like, he came up with some of the most impressive throws that we've seen from him all year. And that's saying something considering how good he was the first 10 weeks of the year.
Absolutely. And his roll to his left to flip his hips and throw that ball into the 1 yard area in the back of the end zone to JSN, the throw to after getting sacked on the rollout,
Such a good play.
To come back and throw it to Cooper Kupp on the deep out and layer it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry. Those goalposts stop freaking moving. And when it comes talking about Sam Darnold, he's a top 10 NFL quarterback. You may have your wanting to grasp at straws now and hope. He won a football game. He won a playoff game. Get off the man's back.
It's not gonna go away. I had someone that's again, I'll admit it, they're a 49ers fan, but even before halftime, as they were going in for that killer drive, which again, like, you're talking about what do championship teams do, right? Like, they dominate that 2-minute warning. And there was a moment there. You're up 17-0, and the whole crowd, hooting and hollering. It feels like a party. Yes, the 49ers only got 6 points there in that second quarter. But again, it felt like, man, if you don't score here and they go and score coming out of halftime, it's a one-score game. All of a sudden it feels And Sam, again, that holding call was a big, big play that helped the Seahawks there when Charbonnet got hurt. But again, just Darnold hit Bobo.
Hold.
Yeah, it's an unquestionable hold.
100%. I'm not disagreeing with you. But like hitting Kupp there, getting a couple good run plays, hitting Bobo on that 3rd and 10, like – we've been talking about whether we should get rid of Bobo, like how little he has helped out this year.
Up until the last 3 weeks, he did.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And again, I know they finished that with a touchdown run, but that's that's another Sam Darnold drive where it just. But even I had someone text me be like, "You're never going to win a Super Bowl with Sam Darnold. You can't when he's playing the way he's playing right now." I'm like, you guys are clearly not watching the game. Like when you have the best special teams, the best defense, and now I would make a case. Arguably, other than the Bears, you're probably right there with the Patriots for the best running team in the league right now. Like the way you've run the football for the last month, you don't need your quarterback to throw the ball 30 times. You don't even need him to throw it 25 times, because if you're getting points from your special teams every single week and your defense is giving up zero touchdowns in back-to-back weeks, right? Like, Sam is doing everything he needs to do. He is Matt Hasselbeck. He is Alex Smith. He is some combination of all those things that we need right now. But you've given, this is, hey, if I gave Alex Smith or Matt Hasselbeck the best defense they've ever had in their life, the best special teams, and a good running game, do you think they could go to the Super Bowl? Yes. Like a good example, if Alex Smith didn't get his concussion the year when Colin Kaepernick took over and got the Niners to the Super Bowl, I still think the 49ers go to the Super Bowl that year with Alex Smith. I really do. And I think that is what we're seeing right now is a Sam Darnold-led team where he can be a souped-up game manager, and I mean that as a compliment. Because today he was fantastic, and when you needed him the most, which, hey, we need to stiff-arm the 49ers and get separation before halftime, he says, yeah, we're not just going to go get a field goal. We're going to go get a touchdown and put this game out of reach.
We have another special guest just joining us now. Bringing him to the green room now. Mookie Alexander, managing editor of Field Goals. Just Mookie, before I get to you with some of your thoughts, just to follow up on that point that you made, Michael, I think that's the tipping point and really of the game was when they got the ball with about 4:32 left to go in the first half. They're up 17-6. And they had a 3-and-out on the previous drive. And then the 49ers answer with a 10-play field goal drive. And then Sam Darnold and the Seahawks get the ball, 10 plays, 80 yards in 401, 3-yard run, 5-yard run, 1-yard run, 30-yard run, the beautiful call on the end around from Shaheed. And then 2 passing completions, then a 16-yarder. As you mentioned, the 3rd down play to Jake Bobo was huge. 9-yard run, 4-yard run, 7-yard touchdown run. And then, of course, They take over on downs and limit the 49ers coming out of halftime to a 7 plays, 14 yards, and they stop them on 4th down. Mookie, this team can run the football, something we weren't sure of 5-6 weeks ago. Just your thoughts on this game and what it means and just how it felt. I just want to know your thoughts.
It felt euphoric. It felt like several years of frustration, losing to the Niners repeatedly in ways that really just made it seem like, man, how in the world are we going to catch up to these guys? Well, I know that the 49ers have had a lot of injuries and had even more in this game. But even if you brought everybody back, I think it's so clear that the talent gap that the 49ers once had over the Seahawks, in addition to the schematic advantages, that's all done, ladies and gentlemen. The Seahawks have more than caught up with the 49ers. The Rams is a different story. I think it's pretty clear that the Rams are much more formidable for Seattle. And even that, you don't know how much longer that lasts, depending on what happens with Matthew Stafford. But that was a practically flawless performance. Maybe the only time it got nervy was that second quarter, right before the end of half touchdown drive, where the offense stalled out just a tad with the 3 and out, and the defense was giving up a couple of field goal drives. But, that end of half touchdown, that to me was the end of the game. Like any little hope that the Niners had was crushed right there. And that was a terrible penalty for Jordan Elliott to commit. Like, as in the penalty was fine. Like, it was definitely defensive holding because had there been no flag, San Francisco would have had a chance to double up, score before halftime, the ball to start the second half. And the job was still not done for the Seahawks. They got a little extra life through that penalty. And what do? You get that 30-yard run with Rashid Shaheed on that end around. And you end up running out so much of the clock that they really didn't have enough time to get a field goal. So that's why they had that Hail Mary attempt at the end. So from maybe 17-9 or 17-13 at the half to 24-6, game, set, and match. And I tell you what, that was their first touchdown drive of longer than 65 yards, which is the newish touchback, since the Falcons game. Since the Falcons game. One of my things about the offense not being as crisp the last several weeks is that, they're still scoring, but they're the beneficiaries of a lot of short fields off turnovers, a great special teams. Well, they sustained a drive too, and they were sustaining drives short and long. So the offense did its job very well, but the defense, man, the vaunted Ricky Pearsall was held to 0 catches for 0 yards on 2 targets.
He's the next JSN, remember?
Yes, the next JSN, absolutely nothing. Jawan Jennings. Well, you got what you wanted, right? So it was unbelievable. That was as complete a performance we've seen from the Seahawks since Super Bowl 48. And maybe not coincidentally, the 2 largest playoff wins in Seahawks franchise history. Super Bowl 48, I'm talking about like total points, not literal. 35 points against Denver, 35 points against San Francisco. The largest loss of Kyle Shanahan's career.
Ooh.
2 weeks after he got held.
Lowest point total, lowest yardage total.
Can you say that again, Mookie?
Largest loss of Kyle Shanahan's career. The previous heaviest was 30 points against the Cowboys in 2017.
Niner gang.
Yep.
Well, that plays right into the cartoon I have, Mookie.
Crazy. Yeah. So I may lose you, Mookie and Michael. I'll add you right back in, but let's throw this up there. Nope, you're all still there. Let's see. You need to be better on offense. Oh, gee, I'm trying, Dad. It is. I think that's one of the remarkable storylines of this game is if you're a 49er fan, you want to try to make excuses about injuries. Well, most of those injuries have been on defense. Like just missing George Kittle and Brandon Ayuk, like this offense averaged 40 points a game over the last few weeks of the year. They were absolutely running up and down the field on anyone. And so you can't now turn around and say, yeah, but we didn't have Ayuk and Kittle was out. Like that. This is now a 2-week sample size, 8 quarters, 120 minutes of Mike McDonald just completely taking away everything Kyle Shanahan wants to do. That's remarkable.
Dan, I got some updates for you from Coach McDonald.
Oh, lovely. Directly? Did he text you?
I wish. He said optimistic on Charbonnet.
Good.
Need to get it imaged. Charles Cross was held out of caution.
Nice.
Yeah. I wasn't that worried about Cross, I don't know if you guys saw it, but when he was being escorted off the sideline by a staffer, he didn't have his helmet, but he was kind of like half jogging, sort of like brisk walking. He didn't look like he was favoring either leg. He was laughing. It didn't look like a situation where it was something to be concerned about. Now, when Charbonnet first got hurt, and Bryce and I were talking, it happened in such a way, there wasn't any twisting or anything in the way he was favoring. And it reminded me of times when guys had blown their ACLs before and it didn't look like much. But here's the theory I came up with, because he got hit in the head on that play too. He got helmet to helmet on that same play. In fact, we thought on the replay there might have been a case for a flag to have been thrown. I almost wonder if he went for the knee to distract from the hit to the head, because it just didn't look afterwards like he was that badly banged up.
Yeah, I thought it was a concussion initially, the way he got hurt. But, luckily he wasn't even needed. And it actually forced Clint Kubiak to make Kenneth Walker a natural lead back and stop this 1A, 1B thing. It'd been working lately, the 1A, 1B stuff, but making Walker the one.
It was working tonight.
Yeah, make Walker the 1A, B, and C, and it worked. And I'm so happy for Ken Walker, man. All the red zone touchdowns he wasn't getting throughout the season.
He got him today.
Came in. He made up for lost time. And he was hitting the hole hard with conviction. And the fact that Cross was held out as a precaution and Amari Kite could come in and throw a key block on the second touchdown Walker scored. We liked Amari Kite when we were at training camp. Well, the three of us, we noticed that Amari Kite was getting second run when Cross was out with his hand surgery. Yeah. And I think that was at right tackle. So, like, if Josh Jones ends up walking, let's say that Amari Kite could end up being like the younger undrafted Josh Jones.
Yeah, to have your swing tackle make undrafted money, like, that's not a bad way to manage your roster, right? Big shout out to McVirus 6185 for the big donation, $49.99. Thank you for that. Reminder to hit the like button. Let's fucking go. Turned out the lights on them. Welcome to the dark side. Go Hawks. I told Bryce this during our show. I'll say it again with you guys here. I try not to be petty online, but I saved a lot of receipts this week on Twitter. Let me just put it that way. And I'm going to spend a good amount of time when we're done here enjoying the shit out of responding to those.
I got to give Seahawks Twitter right now posted out the best video to add on to this win is when the Seahawks played the Niners in that first game in 2013 and beat them at home. And Sherm got mic'd up and turned, and he goes, "You all thought this was a matchup? It's a mismatch." Mm-hmm. They blasted that on their social media right now and just put a waving bye emoji.
Nice.
Love it.
I do think it sends a message, man. I mean, I think no matter what, just if the season ended today, right? Like, let's just think about it. If the commissioner came out tomorrow and said, we're just canceling the rest of the season, whatever. The 49ers are third in this division now, and they're the team that's going to have to go out this offseason and try to figure out how to make up ground. That's how quickly this thing has shifted.
Yeah, that felt like a changing of the guard moment on the Niners side. Still not yet with the Rams, and also, like,
sure,
can't just give the Rams a win over the Bears tomorrow. Like, there's still a chance. With Chicago, the way Chicago finds these preposterous ways to win, maybe the Rams aren't immune at all. I mean, they almost lost to Carolina last week. But the 49ers have got a lot to think about. Like, Purdy is their guy, fine, but like Kittle is not going to be back by September. I'm almost certain of that. We've been seeing these extremely quick Achilles recoveries, but for a guy in his 30s with a lot of injuries preceding this, like, they got to worry about him.
Well, and it's been reported that his was like clean off the bone. Like, it was not. Yeah.
Yeah. And then McCaffrey, unfortunately, the shoulder stinger. So he's got another injury after being, ironically, the healthiest 49er all season. Right. I don't know how much more they can get out of Trent Williams, or whether Trent Williams wants to keep going this late into his career. So there's still going to be quite a bit of tweaking of this roster. Like, they've probably gone as far as they can with the current group, and they already shed a lot of guys from last year. So, like, this was kind of like San Francisco's last stand, if you will. Like they had to make this push, even with all the big changes they made this past offseason. You know, losing Hufanga and Greenlaw and a bunch of Ward and a bunch of other dudes in free agency and cutting some other guys. But I know they were 12-5. I credit them for getting this far with all the injuries they suffered.
Mm-hmm.
But like, it's probably it as far as this particular window with this core set of players. Now, how they build around Purdy in the long term with other guys is going to be fascinating, because I don't think, obviously, Ayuk ain't coming back.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to rebuild that receiving group, maybe have to look at running back again, figure out what they have to do with their linebacker situation outside of Fred Warner. Need a pass rusher badly other than Bosa, because you can't rely on him being at his best after another ACL tear. The best they can hope for is that guys like Micah Williams can break out. I think he ended up impressing a bit before his injury, but still, they've got a ways to go now. Like, they're behind the Rams for sure, because don't forget, the Rams blew out the Niners in the second game.
Mm-hmm.
And Mac Jones might have been starting, but the defense got wrecked in that game. So, yes, at long last, San Francisco's knocked down a peg or two in the NFC West pecking order.
Well, I'll take it a step further too. You look at the positives going into this offseason for them, and they have a decent amount of cap space. I think it's like $50 million available next year. So they're not strapped, by Purdy's contract or Trent Williams' contract. They can go out. They have some flexibility to make some moves. But we're talking about now they're entering in an offseason having to try to make up ground against the two best teams in the NFC, in my opinion, right now, in the Rams and Seahawks. And the Rams have cap space, and they have draft picks, and they're young. And the 49ers are looking to do that in an offseason when universally everyone agrees it's a down year for the draft. It's the worst draft class we've seen in, some people say, 20 years. And the free agent class isn't good either. Like, this is not a good offseason to have cap space and a bunch of extra comp picks and be trying to improve your team, because there aren't a lot of choices out there. Like, it was kind of like, I know they chose this year as a year to try to clear some of their books and get rid of some dead money and all of that. They may look back and regret that, because maybe this last offseason would have been the time for them to be aggressive, because there aren't a lot of options coming up.
I'm sorry here, guys, but I'm on Twitter right now reading all the stuff that's coming in.
You shouldn't do that.
But I know this one I'm enjoying. So
what are the excuses?
JSN? No, not that. I'm reading all the good Seahawks stuff. I don't care about the Niners. They're gone. Bye. See ya. But JSN's brother tweeted out, goes, Jack's always wanted a little brother to bully. Welcome to the family, Denor. That might be the best one yet that I have seen. That is so well done. Oh, and like, you got Jeff Schwartz, who played in the NFL.
Yeah.
Played for the Chiefs for years, he said this 3 hours ago. So during the game, he goes, you can't hear whistles in Seattle. You can't hear anything. It's the loudest place I've played in the NFL. Sorry, Chief fans. There were people there that are just saying it was absolutely nuts tonight.
The Shaheed kick was insane.
It registered on the seismic meter.
No, like, you could feel it on the TV. You could hear it in Burkhardt and Brady, like the way they were like, just kind of the same way like Joe Buck or even some of the previous broadcasters from back in the day would feel just like the stadium rock and stuff. When you can tell that the broadcasters are feeling it, that's when you know it's we're back, baby. We're back.
Well, when I knew tonight was going to be different, and I'd said it. I said it on our show a couple nights ago. I knew it was going to be different, but the confirmation of that was the aerial shot looking down over the stadium shortly before kickoff, and you saw almost no red.
Blue.
Blue, baby. Green, baby.
Yeah, in that section where it's the biggest problem, where all the corporations own their seats on the visitor side, club seats, right? The best, most expensive seats that they don't give a shit about, so they just put them online for sale or whatever. There was fewer 49er fans there than you would see for a meaningless regular season, probably than the Saints game, week 3. Like, it was, there were a zero of non-factor. And yesterday, because a couple of people that are 49er fans took their pictures at Pike Place Market, there were 49er fans trying to tell us that they had taken over the city and that red was going to overrun the stadium. It's just harder to do in the postseason, but also I think it's a sign that people that have Seahawk tickets, realize what's happening now, and they know this is real, and they want to be a part of it.
Yeah, you noticed how there were so few cheers for the few good plays the Niners had. Like, you could see the red in the stands from the usual spots, but this was even better than when week 1 came around and everybody was worried, like, is this place going to sound like a 49ers home game? And that didn't happen. I mean, of course, it helped that the Seahawks whooped the Niners so badly that the Niners fans, many of them probably left early, but still, next week, like, the Bears definitely have some good traveling support, but the Rams, we know, have historically not had that. So it's going to be almost certainly even louder next week. And let's say the Seahawks make the Super Bowl. That's going to be a Seahawks home game in Santa Clara. And that is the 49ers fans' worst nightmare.
God, the one year that I'm not in the area, like, it's as much as I regret it, couldn't be there tonight, can't be there next weekend. But maybe I should get credit for this whole thing. Like,
I was gonna say, Dan, stay on the East Coast. Just stay over there. As long as they keep doing this, you just stay in West Virginia, my friend. Just stay over on the East Coast. Hang out.
You're welcome. I had to leave
for
it to get got.
Can we
you
just
had to
acknowledge-
leave. Oh, go ahead, Mike.
Oh, go ahead, Bryce.
I was just gonna say, you had to leave, Dan,
Mhm.
and then we had to form the Seahawks syndicate at training camp.
Yeah.
To all bring it together.
Can we just acknowledge we're halfway to the greatest ending to a Seahawks season ever? You go to Santa Clara for a Super Bowl practice where you win the West on their home turf. You clinch the 1 seed. Then you get to double tap them. Now you possibly have the Rams coming home. Even if it is the Bears, that'd be cool too, because it'd be Ben Johnson versus Mike McDonald, right? The guy that spurned the Seahawks. If you believe that, right? I still believe that John was always going to choose Mike McDonald, but I do know that Ben, we were interested in Ben at some point, right?
Yeah.
And then if I'm not trying to overdo it, but you could get to go back to Santa Clara in that stadium, and you're probably you're probably looking at a very real shot of avenging a certain game that happened, a decade or so ago against a team that you should have beaten the Super Bowl, but you lost to on the 1 yard line.
Yeah.
Like, as a fan, like, that's it right there. Like, I don't know if we'll ever have a scenario again where it's like, oh, I get to kill this rival. Oh, I get to double tap them. Cool. Oh, I get to kill this rival.
Did you see Adam Ray on Rich Eisen the other day?
No, I haven't seen that.
Seattle comedian, right? He's a big diehard fan. He pointed out that exact thing. He's like, I think it was Eisen asked the question that way. He was like, can there be a better way as a Seahawk fan to win a championship than to have
there's not.
beat 49ers again, Rams again, and then win on the 49ers field? And the way he put it, I thought this is a great line. He said, yeah, it's like they have to win the division twice.
It felt that way. That's how I felt before tonight. And I feel like tonight just, again, you could have sold me on, even if we had lost for some reason tonight, you could sell me on believing this season was a success for the franchise. But tonight cemented it. Like, yes, I'll be heartbroken and angry if we lose on Sunday next week. But like what we've done, 15-3, boys, 8 wins in a row. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is. And it's so much fun to watch. Bryce and I were talking during the broadcast about how cool it is. And this is how I always feel about the draft, like in a vacuum, right? Like I love when a player takes those traits that you see on tape that you think can translate to the pros and actually translates them, right? And you watched it kind of before your eyes. That's what I feel like with this team as a whole. Like all the things that Mike McDonald said he wanted his football team to look like, this is what he was describing. And even let's talk about the running game specifically here for a little bit. Like all season long when it was struggling, when it was stops and starts and it just they couldn't get out of their own way. And there'd be a 15-yard run and then there'd be 2 or 3 like tackles for loss. And he just kept saying, like, we're just sticking with it. It's the process. It's one little thing here. It's there. It's not the same thing on every play. It's the tight end on this play. It's a receiver missing a block on this play. It's a running back not picking the right lane. I'm I think I'm just going to believe anything Mike McDonald says from now on, because that's exactly what we saw happen. And now this running game looks so dominant that Sam Darnold doesn't have to do as much for this team to win.
Which was a must, because with the passing game not as reliant, not as explosive as it has been, and even tonight, it wasn't explosive passing. It didn't have to be. They didn't need to take shots down the field, although I will credit the fact that Cooper Kupp, playoff Kupp, showed up. Who would have guessed that he would be the leading receiver for both teams with what, 60 receiving yards? I don't know if any 49er had more than 5 catches.
5 catches, 60 yards, yeah.
Yeah, Ton just had 5 for 59. So yeah, Kupp tied for the most catches and then had the most yards. But the running game, a guy I want to shout out because of just kind of the timing of the running game's revival is Eric Saubert. Because the first game back, the Seahawks played the Colts, and their running game was terrible. I mean, it was doing close to nothing. Walker, I think, had single-digit rushing yards. From the Rams game onward, it has been consistently positive, as opposed to just, man, they're struggling. It's like 3 yards in a cloud of dust or 1 yard in a cloud of dust. So the tight ends are blocking well. Robbie Oots also is looking more comfortable in his fullback role. A couple of those I formation runs where you're just seeing him lead the way and Walker is following Oots. Like, he's not missing as many assignments. He's not getting caught up in traffic. So it is exactly the run game that we thought we were getting when we watched training camp into that Chiefs preseason game.
And one more guy, Mookie, I want to add to that shout out list is Jalen Sundell.
Yes.
He has started to become more of the center that I thought he was going to be a year ago when me and Dan both were like, who is this guy? You know, when he came in as a rookie, he had a bit of a hiccup, and you know as well as I do, Mookie, I brought up on our shows and Mike as well, that I was kind of wavering there with Sundell. Like, can he be the guy? I mentioned, hey, maybe they go and upgrade center this offseason. And all Jalen Sundell has done is gotten better, understand his assignments better, and be more impactful in that run game. Like, you look at the reverse tonight to Shaheed. Then you look at Walker's last touchdown. Who's out pulling and takes on Mustafa and completely buries him? Jalen Sundell.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Jalen Sundell has, and you know what? Outside of one bad assignment miss by Anthony Bradford tonight on that stuff for Charbonnet on that shotgun run that was just a mess, Bradford played well tonight. Bradford's gotten better. Like, this is the first time we can say we can bring back all 5 offensive starters on the O-line next season with no contract issues. They're all coming back.
I'll take it a step further, Bryce. This team has a chance to bring this entire roster back. And if you know, we all, I know all 4 of us in some form or another over the season have talked about different iterations of what this roster might look like next year. And do you bring Reek back at his market value and you know, and Ken Walker and who else? The other Kobe Bryant and those guys. And, you know, fans tend to take a cynical view of this, and they want to think that, oh, you can't sign everybody. Salary cap is a detriment. It's an impediment. We can't sign everybody. This team, as they sit here today, I'm telling you all right now, could bring back this entire same 53-man roster in 2026 if they wanted to. That's how much financial flexibility they have in remaining cap space and veteran contracts they can pull levers on. They can do that if they want to. And in some form or fashion, they will. It won't be the whole 53. They're going to have to make a couple tough choices. But that just points out the stability and the continuity potential in this roster. And we're talking about a roster that's the 3rd youngest in the league right now. That's the shocking beauty of this happening a year early, is you extend that window. This is a team that should be competitive for championships for a long time.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They got, as Michael loves to say, they got the blue chippers now. They've got Byron Murphy. I thought that even though Leonard Williams was getting the years, yeah, they got Byron Murphy, and he was as good as Leonard Williams. Just that Leonard got the sack. Byron Murphy playing like a blue chip guy. That
was, by the way.
Yes, JSN, blue chip guy, undeniably. Gray Zabel, I think, is ascending to blue chip status.
Eamon Warrior
as well. Even on a night where I thought he wasn't very good in the first half, he still breaks up that almost Hail Mary touchdown to Thomas.
Came up when it mattered.
And then gets a fumble recovery for good measure. So it's like,
yeah.
And if DeMarcus Lawrence was there, like, a tenth of a second sooner on Brock Purdy, he might have had a fumble return touchdown on the second play after Shaheed's kick return. So the biggest problem for the Seahawks during the post-Legion of Boom years is they did not replace the aging talent or the guys who just left in free agency or whatever with basically guys who should be considered top 10. They were at a talent deficit, and they slowly from the Russ trade onward, they've built that up, and they've made the smart free agent pickups, mostly the smart trades, to become a super talented team again. Talent gets you a long way in any sport, but especially the NFL. And the Seahawks are one of the most talented teams out there, bar none, across offense, defense, and special teams.
Here's a roundup. Here's a roundup of what Lawrence did tonight from Misfit D-Law with some crooked numbers: 3 quarterback hits, 2 tackles for loss, Big Cat with 2, a sack by each. And then John McGrath throws this out there. This will be interesting for debate. DeMarcus Lawrence, the best free agent pickup we've ever had. It's only been 1 year.
Bennett and Averill were pretty good.
I would say Bennett's probably there for me. D-Law would probably have to do it for one more season. I know he's older, but like there's no question. Both that signing and the Cup signing got a lot of criticism this offseason for being misguided and too much money thrown at guys that were injury prone or whatever. This team isn't here right now at 14-3 and about to play in the NFC Championship game if they don't sign those 2 guys.
There's one guy I'm going to throw into that argument. There's one guy. I don't think we're in this game if we don't have big slinging Sammy D either.
Yeah, no. And I'll even say this. I thought, I do believe, and no one could ever convince me otherwise unless John Schneider looks me in the eye and tells me this someday, that they fully intended to go into the season with Geno Smith. And they really did think he would be a good match in this offense. But again, if that's how it had gone down and Geno had been happy and not pushed for a new contract, and said, they're not here. They're not still playing today. I'm convinced of that.
So another guy to add a stat line to Misfits that, again, I will never understand this for the life of me. And I'm so thankful they made that decision down there at, in Inglewood, is Ernest Jones' stat line tonight as a middle linebacker. 6 tackles, 1 interception, 1 forced fumble. Talk about an impactful middle linebacker.
Yeah.
Like, we haven't had that since Prime Bobby. Realistically, we haven't. We haven't had it since Prime Bobby. And I think there's been a sequence in the era. So the Mike Holmgren era, you had an awesome middle linebacker in Lofa Tatupu. Pete had Bobby. Mike McDonald's got Ernest Jones. Like, there is something to be said about when a Seattle defense is an elite defense or a good defense, having an elite middle linebacker in the middle of it at that time. The 3 errors kind of have proven that out. But another cool little note here I want to bring up is, I think it's, oh yes, here it is. So Brett Coleman, who we all know does fantastic work there with Underdog and everything. Tonight, the Seahawks have the equivalent of what would have been the highest pressure rate in the league this season, while also blitzing at what would have been the lowest rate in the league by the season by a lot. 47.4% pressure rate on just 10.5% blitz rate.
Well, you know what? Some of that was, I think, long pressures and not quick pressures. The quick pressures came as the game progressed. It felt like the edges weren't really getting the job done early on, but as the game progressed, it was Williams and Murphy and Lawrence getting into the backfield regularly. But part of why there were so many long pressures, I think, dudes weren't getting open. They were not getting open. And Purdy was throwing the ball. He's taking 4 or 5 seconds. Look at the Ernest Jones pick. They're in quarters coverage, and nobody is open. I got to admit, that's a pretty poor effort by Luke Farrell to try and fight for that ball. But Ernest is right there for the interception because Purdy is hanging on to the ball for 4 or 5 seconds, and he stayed in the pocket. Big difference between that and some of the plays that they gave up where Purdy was allowed to escape and create. Keeping him in the pocket without a safety valve, that's when he panics and makes those turnovers.
Bryce, what was that pressure rate again?
47.4% pressure rate and only a blitz rate of 10.5%.
And where'd you get that from?
That's from Brett Coleman, and I think it was from Brett. He pulled it up. It's
interesting. I mean, different sites use different metrics or whatever. This is from Sumer Sports. They've got the blitz rate at 16.7%, which is still really low. They only have the pressure rate at 33.3%. But look at some of these other numbers I think are interesting. Tackle for loss rate, almost 17%. Almost 17% of running plays. We tackled them behind the line of scrimmage. And then look at the zone rate. Sumer Sports has the Seahawks playing 100% zone tonight, as opposed to 2 weeks ago against the 49ers. I think the number was somewhere around 27, 28% man, and that was the most man they'd run all season, just slightly more than they did the week before against the Panthers. So an interesting little strategic shift there. And when Mike McDonald last week said, hey, there's some stuff we didn't get to on our call sheet from week 18, I didn't have to use it. Well, he probably didn't have to use his whole call sheet today either.
No, I doubt he did.
There's lost him there for a second.
I'm just like, guys, like I'm legitimately still kind of sitting here in a bit of shock that this game went the way that it did.
Yeah.
And it's funny, you know who was actually at the game tonight? I think as the emergency to the emergency. Stan Darnold was at the game tonight.
Yeah.
Yes.
I saw that he was flying in for it. Yeah.
And he had a pair of the socks which have a picture of Sam on them that say Ginger Cuz on the socks.
Did he get a chance to meet Sam though?
I don't know if he got a chance. I would imagine so, but like, do we now make it a rule that Stan Darnold has to be at the NFC Championship game?
Oh, I think so.
This is like our version of the fake Andy Reid that shows up at every Kansas City Chiefs game. But it's always for coaches. It's never for actual players that we see.
I thought you were going to talk about the guy with Big Dumper that had the shirts and he had layered for some run near the end.
They did here, and then it actually happened. I think in the Astros series, not Astros, of course.
No, this guy,
the Tiger series.
This guy needs 50-yard line seats for the NFC Championship.
Give him a box. Give him
a box. Yeah, whatever.
Jody. Hey, Bryce, do you think do you think Jed Fish would have told Kyle Shanahan, hey, on 4th and 2 not to run that outside option play?
I could not believe they ran that.
I did not even think, because
that was Kubiak.
Who had more positive or negative PTSD? Dan positive or Bryce negative?
I didn't think about it, but
I thought about it immediately. I thought of like
especially
the Apple Cup, like immediately.
Especially because I'm reading that book, and like Fish worked with Shanahan like in the past. Like he's part of that tree. It
was such a bad play.
Such a terrible call.
But here's the thing I don't get about that. I swear Clint Kubiak messed up Shanahan's play sheet, because that was like week 1 running the option with Milrow into the boundary, but you ran it to Kyle Juszczyk. Like, why is he running your speed option with McCaffrey into the boundary? And by the way, D-Law wrecked that play too.
Talk about
he took McClinchy back.
Talk about playing the long game, right? Kubiak ran that shit 20 weeks ago. And he's like, watch, this is going to come back. It's going to come back to us in the divisional round of the playoffs.
How do you guys feel like Clint called his game today?
I told Bryce about halfway through the third quarter. I think I asked him if he thought it was Kubiak's best performance of the year. I do. You had another answer though. You liked.
So there were some things still with Kubiak.
I told him he couldn't count the Washington game. That doesn't count.
Yeah. For me, there was that one small sequence we had where we went shotgun heavy. Right, and it was the one where we ended up, I think, going down the field. We still ended up scoring, but we really went we got the field goal. We went shotgun heavy for the early part of that, and I was like, okay, get back to running the football. Outside of that, this might have been Clint's best feel for the game on when pressures were coming, when to call certain run plays. But like, I just, for me, this whole game, and I talked about it with Dan on our live stream of it. I feel this team got so much positive settling in force with that kickoff return to start the game. Like that took, I think, some of the angst out of even the Seahawks, maybe, of like, hey, Sam gets to start with a 7-point lead when he goes on the field potentially, or worst case, it's a tie game.
Mm-hmm.
But you have that element already working in your favor. And then the defense goes out and does what the defense does and basically abuses Purdy on that first drive. And then it's okay, Sam, just go out and manage the ball down the field. And man, you know what? Like, that is one guy I will not stop talking about probably this week that I could not be more happy for is Sam Darnold, because stop moving the damn goalposts, stop making up reasons. He went in and won a playoff game, didn't even throw a ball, in my opinion, into a bad area. Like, there was the one, Dan, we talked about where it was the seam ball to JSN, where Lucas got bumped into him, and he read a different spot for the ball than JSN where he carried his route to.
Yeah.
But he never had a bad, like, dang, like, holy, like, Sam, why'd you throw that there? Like, he just sliced and diced when needed to, and then turned around and said, here you go, Ken Walker. Go just run rampant all over the 49ers, and I'll stay the hell out of your way.
Yeah, I kind of thought in a way that a performance like this said more about Sam and maybe shedding that narrative. It's like he didn't have to come out and throw for 300 yards and 4 touchdowns to shut everybody up. He led a dominant performance from an offense in a divisional game against a Final 8 team, and he did it just comfortably. He never looked wide-eyed. He never looked panicked or stressed. He never looked like he was thinking about the injury at all. And he made some big-time throws when they needed it most and ran that offense. And I thought it was about as efficient as it's looked. And I'm just really, really happy for him and proud of him, because he's just a dude that I just love how he goes about his business every day. He doesn't, like, Gino and he sort of have some similarities in their style and in their story and their path, but we saw them handle it in very different ways. Gino just had such a chip on his shoulder, and he wound himself so tight that it was off-putting at times, and sometimes it showed up on the field because he just pressed. Darnold has that goldfish memory that even we saw it in week 11. He throws the 4 picks and he still brings them back at the end to score and then almost score again. He just he has the perfect mentality for someone who does have a tendency to turn the ball over, because it doesn't dig him into a deeper hole.
Like, I would say he's one of the most unassuming, like, starting quarterback with, like, elite talent that I can remember. Like, he truly does not play the role of the franchise quarterback, and yet he also does a good job of it, even though you can tell it's not his comfort zone is probably a good way to describe it. Like, he's just not the guy I expect to see on a bunch of commercials. But it's interesting when you're the USC quarterback, you win the Rose Bowl. You're the next. I'm not saying it's Andrew Luck, but he was definitely thought of early on in those USC years as like one of the next great franchise quarterbacks to get drafted. And then the whole Jets thing, like, it's cool. One of the commenters in here brought up, like, he's not seeing ghosts anymore. He's now a Ghostbuster and stuff. Like, that is kind of a fun little, like,
I like that.
Like, way to describe him, and a cool little nickname going forward. But man, I keep going back to, like, 2nd and 20, 7-0. And he throws that beautiful pass to Cooper Kupp. Like, for this, I know I'm guilty of it, for that game manager, like, mantra that I give him or nickname or whatever. Like, that was such an elite throw. That was such a good throw. Like, when you got Tom Brady saying that's a dang good throw, and that just completely, that was a moment where the game could have shifted and turned into kind of a slugfest. The Seahawks hadn't really gotten a drive going just yet and stuff. And just, again, I think I brought it up a few times. There's going to be a couple plays a game where he scares me. There's also going to be a couple plays a game where it's like, that's the guy that won the Rose Bowl. That was the much, thought of prospect. That's the franchise quarterback. I don't remember any scary plays today. And maybe that was just a byproduct of the way the game started and stuff, but he just felt so in control and so in command of the game, despite his role not needing to be much more. And I think that also goes back to Kubiak as well. I thought they just were in such command and control. And maybe that really just is having Rashid Shaheed do his best Percy Harvin impression. And it just completely puts the game immediately tilted towards the Seahawks' favor.
And I don't expect the narrative to completely shut down now, because if we do end up playing the Rams in the NFC Championship game, then it's obviously going to be a big storyline throughout the week, right? Because of what happened against them in the wild card round last year for Minnesota. But what I think it does do is it just adds another layer of context to that stupid argument that people have that because he failed so miserably against the Rams last year, he can't ever do it again. That Rams team that he played against was red hot. They were pressuring everybody. And that Vikings team was playing with an offensive line with 4 guys out of 5 that aren't on that roster anymore. And there's a reason for that, because they didn't want them to be there anymore. It was a dysfunctional offense with a broken offensive line at the time. It's just not the case here, you know? And so it's encouraging to see him make that step for sure. Tomorrow, do we think, Bryce, you kind of hinted, you kind of gave it away a little bit from your perspective. Do we expect it to be the Rams next week? What do we think of the game tomorrow, you guys? Just kind of take
I've got a feeling the Bears are going to pull this out. I think that weather is going to be quite a factor in that game. And the one thing I'll say the Bears have in this is they have I think one of the better running games in the NFL. They do, but they also have a quarterback that can play off schedule as the best of some of any of them in the league right now, which is hard to play against. And right now, that Rams defense, it's struggling. It struggled versus Bryce Young and a Carolina team that lacks talent in a lot of ways. You look across at that, you know, Bears team, and one player I'm going to say that's going to be my X factor in that game that I think could have a big day. It's Colston Loveland. Mm-hmm. That guy is going to be a problem. And I don't know. It'll be interesting.
Mookie, what do you think?
Yeah.
I think that the Rams will win it. I don't think the weather is going to be as big a storyline as people making it out to be, but there are 2 things that I will give pause to as far as my Rams pick. One is that finger still bothering Stafford, because through 2 quarters, Greg Olsen was pretty much insistent that was the reason why Stafford was wayward. But he did deliver when the Rams absolutely needed him to on those last 2 drives, and it looked like his finger magically healed. So that's one bit. The second bit is, how is their defense going to hold up against the Bears rushing attack? Whether it's Swift or Monangai, because that running game, if you want to talk about offensive line building, so Seattle, I think, has done a good job, and John Schneider should be commended for the way this offensive line ended up developing. But the Bears did trade for Tooney and trade for Jonah Jackson, and they already have Darnell Wright and other guys, and it's worked out for them, and they got a good offensive line. Another thing to think about, Caleb Williams is so good at sack avoidance this year, as opposed to last year where a bad O-line and him just being a rookie, he was just getting sacked for fun. This Rams pass rush has not been great lately. And if you get Caleb Williams on the run, extending plays or whatever, he can break just about any defense doing something special. So
he's not turning the ball over.
He's not turning the ball over. I mean, he did twice last week, but still, like, he's still making up for it with his productivity. And if the game is close, I mean, are you willing to doubt the Bears at this point that they won't find some stupid way? It seemed to get back into a game. So the Rams have got to watch themselves. But the reason why I'm picking the Rams is mostly because this Bears defense without turnovers is just not very good. And losing, who was it? Was it TJ Edwards to that broken ankle? So their linebackers are already a weak spot. So that's a nightmare against the McVay defense. But go ahead, Bryce.
I'm just going to say, so Mookie, the weather tomorrow in Chicago is -13. And then at kickoff for them, it will be snowing at -7.
Now, I know it's been a big narrative this week, and there's been a lot made of the fact I think Stafford's 1 out of 10 in games under a certain temperature or whatever.
Which is all during his Lions days.
But he damn near beat the Eagles last year in Philly, and it was snowing and cold and everything. It didn't seem to bother him at all.
So, and also that would just encourage the Rams to run the ball. And if Kyron Williams and Blake Corum can get going, then that can mitigate some of what could possibly ail Stafford. But of course, I'm going to root for the Bears to win. I don't want to play the Rams a third time. If it does happen, then bring them on. But otherwise, like, a new matchup would be more intriguing to me than having to do this NFC West tour for a third time. But yeah, I can't count Chicago out at this point. And then no AFC team scares me. Like Denver, less so because of the Knicks injury now.
Well, yeah.
And I was legit shocked that happened when I'm pulling up Twitter in the middle of the game. But like Houston could still be interesting because of their defense, but their offense is not scoring on Seattle. And then New England is still a formidable team, but I trust Seattle's offense to break through against New England's defense. So to me, if they make it to if they win the NFC Championship, they're going to win the Super Bowl. That is pretty much my stance right now.
Michael, I'll let you take this question because, the Clint Kubiak thing has been a big narrative the last couple of weeks, and the news that Kevin Stefanski appears to have the job in Atlanta might be tweaking that a little bit. But Ham Sandwich with the super chat, appreciate it, chimes in with, do y'all think the NFL should change the rules on teams reaching out to coaches still in the postseason? To me, it's a distraction and it's tampering. You even have people who are tied into the league this year, analysts and longtime national voices, saying, this seems wrong. Something's got to be tweaked. How do you feel about the process?
Yeah, I don't like it. And, obviously Seattle's been a part of that. There was a lot of angst with us 2 years ago because it was like, why, what are we waiting for? What are we taking so long? Do you think they're waiting for Mike McDonald? Well, what if they don't get him, right?
Yeah.
And that ended up working out. We had to wait until he got upset by the Chiefs. Remember, that team was supposed to win the Super Bowl. So the Seahawks could have had to wait another 2.5 weeks to lock up their guy. And it's just a weird thing. I don't like that. I think, it's not like college, which is a shit show right now. I think the NFL should figure out a way to make these guys focus on what they're doing, right? This is about finishing the job that they've done. I feel like if you're concerned about it, I think the NFL is in a much easier spot to push, free agency back one more week if they had to. If they need to push the draft back one more week, they could. But yeah, to be honest, I don't want these offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators, whether it's for the Seahawks this year or us wanting to interview those guys, a couple years ago, let these guys finish the job, right? I remember thinking about when Dan Quinn was coaching that last game with the Seahawks, just remember being like, that's weird. It's just weird knowing that tomorrow, I remember Al Michaels and Chris Collinsworth said tomorrow morning he is going to be in Atlanta to take the head coaching job.
Shanahan, same thing. Yeah, Shanahan was in
exactly
the next day after they melted down and lost that Super Bowl. Yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, just it is what it is, and I don't know if there's a strong desire to change it. I personally would like us to wait, though. That's my opinion.
I did see an interesting suggestion this week from somebody where they said part of the problem is since they went to 17 games, everything got pushed back, but they didn't change anything in the offseason. And so the best example of that is the combine and how quickly the scouting combine comes up after the Super Bowl's over.
Yeah.
And now that it's a 17-game season, it's not a 3-week break, it's a 2-week break. And so, teams trying to hire coaching staffs and stuff that's tight. Because
I don't think the rules. I don't think they're going to change anything. But
combine needs to be pushed back at minimum. Yeah. I've got a question here from John. Don't want to focus too much on what's happening next year, but want to acknowledge this because I think we touched on it earlier. But it's a valid question. And John's been he's a really, really good staunch supporter of all of our channels, and he's been consistent all the way through the season, even as the offensive line continued to grow. It was like, hey, Anthony Bradford's the weak link at right guard, right? We've all agreed on that at certain points. And we're all draft nerds, and so we're always thinking about the offseason. But he's gotten so much better as the season's gone along. And today was a good example. A couple of people said in the comments, we didn't even hear his name today, right? That's kind of the best news for an offensive lineman is if you just don't hear his name. I think right now I'll stick with what I said earlier. I think the goal right now, as we sit here today, is to bring back as much of this team as you can for next year. Anthony Bradford has 1 year left, a cheap fourth year on his rookie contract still available. Why would you mess with what's working right now? Yeah, if best player available and all of that, if there's someone that falls to you in the draft that you really like, or if somebody else steps up, if a Bryce Cable takes a step forward. But I'm not going out looking to spend a bunch of money in free agency to upgrade guard or center because I think this line is growing in the right direction. They average 24 years of age. They're the youngest line in the league. How can you argue with what we're seeing right now?
Yep. I don't think they have to change anything of this offensive line right now. If they want to get veteran depth, sure.
Yeah.
But like Bryce Cable and Mason Richmond, you still got to see what improvements they can make next year. Christian Haynes is kind of last chance saloon, I think, next season, if he can, and maybe a push for more playing time or any playing time at this point. But otherwise, continuity, I think, is key. Good continuity is key. If you Justin Herbert's offensive line last week, that is not a group that you want to keep next season for continuity purposes. Right. But this group, absolutely. And if you want to think about what happened with the Seahawks from 2012 to 2013, and just as kind of bigger picture beyond the offensive line. They miss out on making the Super Bowl, narrowly lose to Atlanta after that insane comeback. I can't remember too many key pieces that left from the 2012 team. Like, okay, maybe like Alan Branch or Jason Jones, but those are bit part players. As far as the offensive line, they kept everybody. As far as the running back group, they kept everybody. Wide receiver, same deal. And then they added Percy Harvin, of course. Tight end, they kept Zach Miller and then drafted Luke Wilson. So they kept everybody on offense. They added key pieces on defense. Next thing you know, that's what puts them over the top. Not saying it's going to happen the exact same way this year. In fact, I'd rather they just win the Super Bowl and then we don't have to make those comparisons anymore. But still, there are so few changes this team really needs to make. I'll tell you what, if they win the Super Bowl, does it make it any more or less likely they trade for Max Crosby, for example? Like that's the kind of thing that we could think about. Like, do they still want to go big game hunting for a superstar edge rusher? Otherwise, like this is going to be an offseason where they don't need to make big changes because the roster is that good, as opposed to these one-year patchwork deals to plug holes on a very leaky boat, which is what we saw so much during the end of the Pete era.
Even the Crosby thing, like the equations changed. Like we don't have the ammo that we did at the trade deadline. We don't have the players that we were going to involve in that deal. You're talking about a draft that's not valued as one of the better drafts we've seen in a while. So is that going to change the equation as far as what the Raiders want in return? Like you're not going to want to trade from this roster with all these young players that you like. And so I think it's going to be tougher to trade for him this offseason than it would have been. It sounds like we're kind of close to making something happen at the trade deadline. It's been a long night, guys. I want to go around one more time. And thanks again for Mookie and Michael for dropping in and hopping in and making it sort of a little bit of a different version of the Seahawks Syndicate with Mike stepping in for Brandon. I think he would have given a big thumbs up to that move. Go around one more time. Just final thoughts on the game today and how you feel looking forward over the next week. Let's start with you, Bryce, and work around that way.
Ooh, well, this week's going to be fun. And it's going to be so sweet to just watch all the excuses come rolling out from Santa Clara and just, hey, guys, tomorrow, again, we get to do what we did last weekend and just sit on a Sunday, enjoy ourselves, kick our feet up, and see who's going to come play and have to go through Lumen to get to the Super Bowl. And every time we have hosted an NFC Championship game, we have not lost. And if I feel what I'm feeling right now from 12s, this NFC Championship game may be the loudest one yet. And I don't want to have to be the Bears or the Rams walking in to play that defense after they just did what they did to the San Francisco 49ers. And I don't know if I want to play Seattle's rushing attack, because those are the two scariest things in playoff football, guys, is a great defense and a running game that can just beat the crap out of you. So I'm feeling pretty good. And tonight was a lot of fun.
Michael, final thoughts.
Yeah, no, it's been a special couple weeks. I'm going to read a quick tweet from Ben Solak. If you remember, he's the one that said the Seahawks were going to have the worst offense and have the worst offseason. Right. I will give him some benefit of the doubt. He has definitely come around. I think getting Cable Thanos definitely did a number on him. But he said that Kyle Shanahan has coached 163 games for the 49ers. His team has only been held under 7 points 4 times. 2 of those 4 have come in January 2026 against the Seattle Seahawks.
That's insane. That's just we went 2 straight games, 8 full quarters against the 49ers and did not allow a touchdown.
No, we closed the door on the San Francisco 49ers. They are the ones that have to make the adjustments. They are the ones that have to retool and figure out how they're going to get back to our level, which is something that we had chased since, I would say, 2019, when we lost the NFC West at the 1-inch line. Since that moment, it took us half a decade to catch them. And tonight, 41-6. Like, just no matter what happens here on out, this is going to be one of the most enjoyable playoff wins. I don't know about you guys. I frequently watch the playoff games on YouTube in the summer just to feel good about it and stuff. I love watching that Carolina Seahawks NFC Championship game. This will definitely jump up to the top of that like just absolute ass whooping. And here we are. We are 60 minutes away at home, rested. It looks like we're pretty healthy, knock on wood, from playing in a West Coast Super Bowl. And like Mookie said, probably the best player in the NFL is out due to crazy turnovers and pass interference things with Buffalo. That was the one team I was very nervous about. And yeah, if it's the Rams, it's the Rams, right? That's your 2013 NFC Championship. If they beat us, they're going to win the Super Bowl. If we beat them, we're going to win the Super Bowl. That's kind of where I'm at. Or weather and just the Bears' destiny plays a number, and they come to Chicago Bears, come to Seattle. But either way, I think we're at the point where Tom Brady said it himself very well. And I actually thought that was his first game broadcasting us since the Buffalo game last year, which was just kind of nice to see a difference in how much he's grown and just how much he's turned on the Seahawks in a positive way. But he said it, if Sam doesn't turn the ball over, how does anyone beat these guys? And I think that is the message that was sent tonight in the NFL. The Seahawks sent a message 2 weeks ago when they won the NFC 1 seed in the West. And again, it was just, I joke about it. It's that double tap. Like, again, they sent a message to the NFL that if we don't shoot ourselves in the foot, if we don't beat ourselves, then 4 weeks from tomorrow, guys, or 3 weeks from tomorrow, guys, we're going to probably be on one of these podcasts crying, smoking cigars, drinking some very delicious beverages, celebrating our second world championship. That's kind of where I'm at right now. The ball is in the Seattle Seahawks court if they want to win the Super Bowl. Sorry, not the World Series.
There you go. Mookie, take us home.
That was my all-time. That is now supplanted in terms of just
it is
beating the 49ers. That's now replaced 42-13. Because I actually love that one. That stomping. That was the beginning of the Legion of Boom story.
Yeah.
That the Seahawks were. That was their big statement win. Truly, as far as that Legion of Boom era. That was still a regular season game. They still didn't win a division that year. This year, they knocked the 49ers out of the playoffs. Keep in mind, the only other time Shanahan has been bounced from the playoffs were blown leads or the Eagles game where Purdy's elbow blew up on him and they just had no chance after that. So Shanahan's teams normally go down swinging.
Yeah,
they got standing TKO'd within the first couple of rounds. I mean, that was basically George Foreman versus Joe Frazier, 1 and 2 for the boxing heads out there, where Frazier just got absolutely destroyed by this new kid on the block who's this monstrous puncher. The Seahawks punched back and then some. It was a 3 phases victory, unlike anything we've seen from the Seahawks in a playoff game since the Super Bowl against Denver. And it meant so much to me because I don't want to use this as an opportunity or to knock on Pete or anything, but how many times, even in the wins with Carroll, did the Seahawks come out completely flat in a playoff game?
Mm-hmm.
Even the Saints when they were down like 10-0 out of the gate, and 17-7 they came back and Beastquake happened, all that. Following week, they're down 28-0 or 28-3 against the Bears, a team that they beat in the regular season. And then, of course, the 2015 or the 2014 NFC Championship game, 16-0 down to Green Bay at halftime. Or Russ fumbling on the first play and they're 10-0 down against the Niners.
15 at Carolina, right? It's
down 31
in the first half.
And the week before they got shut out for 3 quarters against Minnesota, or 20-0 down against Atlanta. I could go on and on. Ironically, the Super Bowl was unlike any of the other Pete Carroll playoff performances. This felt like a Pete era type of victory where they announced their dominance early. And Rashid Shaheed, tip of the cap to you. For a guy who has had 0 catches or 1 catch, the last few games, or 2 catches, I guess, the impact he has made through running the ball or on special teams is immeasurable. I mean, he is something else. They have to extend him. So, full credit to the offense. They did what they had to do. They finished drives. I said at Syndicate, finish your damn drives. They should have won by more than 10 points last time. They made sure to finish those drives. The defense, outstanding. Even when they weren't getting pressure, they were locking receivers up, and the run defense held firm yet again. And then the special teams, Jason Myers missed no kicks. Michael Dixon was pinning them at the 5. It was comprehensive beatdown of a team that they had been struggling against forever. And now we just wait 1 more week in Lumen Field, whether it's the Bears or the Rams. They can turn a season that the odds makers thought 7-8 wins, fine, whatever. A lot of the fan base even thought, okay, we can make the playoffs, but a Super Bowl run? Nah, not really. Well, folks, the reality is here. The Seahawks are on the cusp of making the Super Bowl with Sam Darnold at quarterback, with Cooper Kupp, the tormentor of the Seahawks for years, contributing in big ways.
Yeah.
Everything has broken Seattle's way this year from the offseason onward, with everything that happened, with moving on from Geno, moving on from DK, all of this stuff. And I'll tell you what, we're talking about Pete Carroll getting a statue one of these days. They win the Super Bowl, John Schneider should be built right alongside him, because those will end up being the two singular most important figures in Seahawks history when all is said and done. And Schneider even more so, because it will have done it with and without Pete.
Yeah. I think one of the more remarkable things about tonight is that, I mentioned that I'm reading this book about the Shanahan tree and everything else. And I think where we're really going to see the impact of this game is between now and the beginning of next season is Shanahan knowing his history. And he's done this before. He's going to go back to the drawing board. McVay did it 3 years ago in LA, and he's going to rewrite his playbook. He's going to have to change that offense to try to adjust to what the Seahawks have taken away and proven that they can take away from them over the last couple of weeks. One thing to keep an eye on as the week progresses. Tonight was about as nice as you could ever ask for in the middle of January in the Pacific Northwest. Next week, it looks like weather may be a factor, and we maybe get some precipitation and some wind and rain and cold next week, regardless of what happens. The other thing too, and I think this was a factor certainly tonight that sort of built over the last 3 or 4 weeks, just with how the schedule fell for the 49ers. But regardless, Seahawks face the Bears or the Rams next week. They're going to be facing a team on a shorter week than we have that has to fly out this way and undergo a time change and get ready in one fewer day than the Seahawks. That is just one of the many advantages for all the crying we heard this week about how the schedule and how come it has to be Saturday because we just played. If you earn the 1 seed, you win the division. Guess what, guys? These are the spoils that come to the victors. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Really appreciate it. That's Bryce, Mookie, Michael. You can see all of their Twitter handles there. Follow them all. Subscribe to anything that they do. Guys, this was fun. Really appreciate y'all being here. Should we try a Go Hawks? We usually suck at this, but just got to keep trying, right? But by the way, also before we do this, thank you for everyone for being here. I know there's a lot of stuff going on tonight. There's a lot of celebrating that needs to be done. There's a lot of great streams out there and a lot of great competitors and some really, really, really good content creators in the Seahawks sphere. So thank you for choosing to be here with us. All right, you guys, I'll go count of 3 and then we'll follow it up with a Go Hawks afterwards. 1, 2, 3. Go
Hawks.
We're never going to get it. It's just the endless. Thanks, you guys. Appreciate it. We'll see you next time.